Jayatyashrita santrasa dhvanta vidhvamsa nodayaha prabhavan sitaya devya paramavyoma bhaskaraha. Where do I start about this beautiful scripture called Ramayan? India has been a blessed country to have such great scriptures. Before I could get into what Ramayan is, let's go a few steps back and understand where we have come from. Vedas, the very word means to know, the source of all knowledge. Vedas are 4 in number: Rig, Yajuhu, Sama, Atharvanam. There are 4 Vedas. Each Veda has 4 divisions in it: Brahmanam, Aranyakam, Samhita, and the Upanishad. Upanishad, which is the last part of every Veda, is called the Vedanta because it speaks about the last part of Veda. Okay. There is Vedas and there is Vedanta. Let's now go a few steps even back and understand what is all this about. This is all about us to understand the magnificent creation of the Almighty, who is none other than the Brahman. When we are speaking about the Vedas and the Vedantas, we should also know of the very fact that these Vedas and Vedantas which speak of the all-pervading Brahman, which is the supreme God, is something that talks abstract. It's not that clear. It doesn't make things that lucid. It doesn't make things that unambiguous. So where do we go? Where do we go for all the source of knowledge? It's nothing but the Upabrahmanas. While I'm speaking about Ramayan, I'll just take you through a few lines from Mahabharata as well. Itihasa Puranabhyam Vedam Samupabrahmayet. This is a beautiful line from Mahabharata which says that whatever has been said in the Vedas and the Vedantas is exemplified in the Itihasas and the Puranas. Okay, so we spoke about the 4 Vedas, we spoke about the Vedanta which is the Upanishad. Then, where do these Itihasas and Puranas come is one important question. Vedas and Vedantas, when they speak about the Brahman, they speak in an abstract way. They say, from he who the entire world was created, he who protects the entire universe is the one who resides in you. That's quite confusing. The person who has created the entire universe, the person who controls it, the person who's going to destroy it, is inside me? Is he that small? Comes the question. So how do I realize such huge and such unimaginable facts of the Vedas and Upanishads? So come the Itihasas and the Puranas. Let's now check what Itihasas and Puranas are. Itihasam in Sanskrit, the very word itself means thus it happened. Itihasa, so it happened. So what happened is one important question. There is something that happened which is an incident, which is a story, which is a life history of some person that happened. So Itihasas and Puranas speak about the life history. Okay. If Itihasas and Puranas, both of them speak about the same, then why there be 2? Why there are Itihasas and why are there Puranas? Itihasam, which is nothing but an epic, is something which is like a recording. I see an incident, I report the way I see it. That is Itihasam. Whereas Puranas are those which get transferred or which get spoken about generation after generation. So Itihasam always has a better authenticity when compared to the Puranas. Which are the 2 Itihasas that we have? One is Srimad Ramayan and the other is Srimad Mahabharata. We have 2. There are many Puranas, of which 18 are supposedly called the major Puranas. There are many other Puranas as well. Let's now get what Itihasam is. Fine. I've already said it speaks about what has already happened. Thus it happened and so it speaks. What are we going to discuss now? We are going to discuss and we are going to see how beautiful Ramayan is. Ramayanam, the very word is very interesting. Maybe the word may sound as if it's going to tell the story of Ram. If it were to be a story of Ram, then we may be led to this very fact, saying that Ramayana was a story. It never happened. But our forefathers, our ancestors, our preceptors have always said one thing. Ram lived, Ramayana very much lived. So when Ramayana has very much happened, we need to understand what the very word means. Ramasya ayanam Ramayanam. Ram's path, Ram's journey is called Ramayanam. Now let's understand what Uttarayanam and Dakshinayanam are. We might have heard of these terms. If you have not heard it, you've at least heard it now. Remember. The sun sheds or produces light, the rays. The rays of the sun travel along the northern hemisphere. That is, when the earth rotates by itself and revolves around the sun's rays, say for a period of about 6 months, fall at a greater intensity on the northern hemisphere. The other 6 months, the sun's rays fall at a greater intensity in the southern hemisphere. In Sanskrit, the word for north is Uttaram. The word for south is Dakshinam. The sun's rays travel in the northern hemisphere. Hence, it's called Uttaram, Ayanam, Uttarayanam. So the sun's rays travel in the northern hemisphere. The rays of the sun travel in the southern hemisphere, and that's called as Dakshinam, Ayanam, Dakshinayanam. And that's in the southern hemisphere. While we have understood the very importance of Uttarayan and Dakshinayan, it must be really, really easy for us to understand what's the purport of the word Ramayanam. Ramayanam very much means the journey, the path taken by Ram. When we speak about Ramayanam, it is very, very important for us to understand that Ramayana is not just a book which speaks about the journey of Ram, but it takes us along the path in which Ram walked, so that we may also walk in his path and be a very true Indian, a very true Hindu, a very true person who has belonged to Sanatana Dharma. So, after having understood what Ramayana is, after having understood what Itihas is, after having understood what Puran is, we now need to get inside Ramayana. While I have already said that Vedas and Vedanta are nothing but great things, but spoken in an abstract way, it is very important to differentiate the Itihasas and Puranas from the Vedas and Vedantas. So whatever has been said in the Vedas and Vedantas was exemplified by the Lord, living by it, living by its principles in his incarnations. So when we speak about different incarnations, there is one such incarnation called as Ram, which is Ramavataram, and he has been very well intertwined in this beautiful scripture called Ramayanam. So we have got Ramayanam on one hand, we have got Ram on the other. Let's see how they gel. Well, there is one beautiful ancient Subhashitam. Subhashitam in Sanskrit means a proverb, an old saying, an eternal saying, a beautiful saying. From Subhashita Ratna Bhandakaram, there is one beautiful shloka which says, Bharatah Panchamo Vedaha Jamata Dashamo Grahaha. Bharatah Panchamo Vedaha. The fifth Veda, if it were to exist in the world, it would none but the Mahabharata be. So, Mahabharata is nothing but the fifth Veda, or people gave it the status of the fifth Veda to Mahabharata. In such Mahabharata itself, in the Vanaparva, they speak about Ramayanam. So when we speak about two Itihasas, two epics, one being Ramayanam and one being Mahabharatam, the importance or the beauty of Ramayana is, it has also been housed in the other epic called as Mahabharatam. So the other epic speaks about the first one, which is Ramayanam. So just imagine how important Ramayana should be. So after having understood what Ramayanam is, we also need to understand the other meaning for Ramayanam. Ramayaha Ayanam. So Rama is none but the great wife of Sri Mahavishnu, who is Lakshmi. While Vishnu, Narayan, incarnated as Ram, his wife, Lakshmi, the mother for the entire universe, incarnated as Sita. So, she is none but Rama. Since the scripture, the epic Ramayan, also speaks about Sita, Ramayaha Ayanam. It also speaks about Rama, who is Sita. So, Ramasya Ayanam Ramayanam, it's Ram's journey. Ramayaha Ayanam, the journey taken by Sita. The journey which speaks about the sacrifices that Sita made for we, the primitive mortals on earth. That is also Ramayanam. So, we are going to learn about Ram, we are going to learn about Sita. So, if we have to speak about learning, where do we start? That's one important question. For this, I would like to tell you this beautiful shloka. Kujantam Rama Rameti Madhuram Madhuraksharam Aruhya Kavita Shakham Vande Valmiki Kokilam. This beautiful shloka Vedavedhye pare pumsi dase dasharathatmaje Vedaf prachetasa dasit sakshad Ramayanatmana. What a beautiful Sanskrit shloka this is. In this shloka, there seems to be a tale that must have happened or enacted in Vaikuntha, which is the abode of the Lord. There, it is said that all the four Vedas, which get their fragments from the lotus feet of the Lord, were in conversation with the Lord. I've already said there are four Vedas, Rig, Yajuhu, Sama, Atharvana. The four Vedas got into a conversation with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They said, O Lord, have you thought of incarnation? Have you thought of incarnating on this earth? The Lord said, yes, I have thought of incarnating as the son of Dasharath, and my name is going to be Ram. Oh my God, said the Vedas. Why this exclamation? Asked the Lord. The Vedas said, people recite the Vedas, people learn the Vedas, people comment on the Vedas to know the hidden meaning of it. And the hidden meaning of all Vedas is none but you, O my Lord. And if the meaning of the Vedas itself is going to be incarnated on the earth, then what about the Vedas? Why abandon us? The Lord said, if I, who is the message of all Vedas, is going to incarnate as Ram, why not the Vedas incarnate as Ramayan? Vedavedhye pare pumsi dase dasharathatmaje. If the message, the meaning, or the objective of all Vedas is going to be incarnated as the son of Dasharathatmaje, Vedaf prachetasa dasit sakshad Ramayanatmana. Then let the Vedas be born or get composed as Ramayan is the beautiful message of this shloka. But whatever I have said is the message of the shloka. But what we have not seen is the inner meaning of the shloka. The inner meaning is Vedas are no different and Ramayan is no different. Ramayanam is equal to Vedas in all respect and in all regards. Maybe a step higher than even Vedas. So, we have seen the importance of Ramayan, and in the previous episode, we have also seen the meaning of the word Ramayan. While all this is the meaning, we need to understand one thing. Day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, millenniums after millenniums, we speak of yugas, right? And a yuga after every yuga, people have been reciting, enjoying, enacting, acting, composing, singing, dancing to Ramayan. We have seen countless poets who have transcreated the entire epic of Ramayan. We have seen countless plays, we have seen countless versions, we have heard of thousands of people giving lectures, discourses, musical discourses, who sing stories, who sing the songs on this great epic year after year. You know, something very peculiar to we, the mankind, is, however be the thing, however interesting be that particular object or subject or any act or any play, we fall into this circle of boredom after a few days. I keep hearing a song. There is a recent movie. I keep hearing the song. The song is amazing. People around me say the song is great. I keep hearing. I love the song. Maybe after a week, I get bored. So if I would have been hearing it for 10 times a day, it gets reduced to 5. And then a week later to 2. And after a week, it vanishes. And 10 years later, people have to remind me, you remember this particular song? You were listening to it countless number of times. Do you remember? Is the statement that they give out of surprise. That's how life is. But how come this beautiful epic called Ramayana has been enacted and has been recited millenniums and yugas after yugas, yet people fall in love with it? Maybe that's a secret, that's an open secret. Let's not try to decipher or try to understand what's the code behind this secret. Rather, let's try understanding how this Ramayana was after all composed, how this Ramayana was after all written. In the last episode, if I would remember, I had spoken about a beautiful verse in Sanskrit which speaks about the poet Valmiki. Kujantam Rama Rama iti madhuram madhuraksharam aruhya kavita shakham vande Valmiki kokilam. The person, whoever has composed this, speaks about the greatness of Valmiki. He says, in the beautiful tree of literature and poetry, and in the beautiful branch which is emerged out of that tree, there sits a mystic bird. Probably he calls it the cuckoo, the koel, the kokilam. And that cuckoo keeps on telling not cuckoo, not cuckoo, but it says Ram, Ram, Ram. How beautiful it is. Kujantam, it says Rama Rama iti. It says the word Ram, Ram again and again. Kujantam Rama Rama iti madhuram madhuraksharam. How beautiful, how sweet, how nectar-like those words are. Aruhya kavita shakham. Sitting on the beautiful branch of poetry, that cuckoo bird keeps telling those words, Rama Rama iti madhuram madhuraksharam aruhya kavita shakham vande Valmiki kokilam. So, do I respect the beautiful work that has emerged out of the nectar-like words of the cuckoo, which is none but Ramayana? Something that comes to my mind, attention, is another proverb in our huge treasure house of proverbs. It's called Subhashita Ratna Bhandakaram. There it says, Kakaha Krishnaha, Pikaha Krishnaha, Ko Bhuta Pikah Kakayoho, Vasanta Samayetata, Kaka Kaka, Pika Pika. Kakaha Krishnaha, the crow. I think the nature is quite helping us. You can see so many crows actually giving that sound. Kakaha Krishnaha. The kaka, which is none but the crow, is dark in color. It's black. Kakaha Krishnaha. Pikaha Krishnaha. Here we can assume the cuckoo bird, which is also dark. Both the cuckoo bird, the koel, and the crow, both of them are dark. Both of them are black. So it's none but the word Krishnaha. Kakaha Krishnaha. Pikaha Krishnaha. Now, how do I differentiate between the two? Both are birds. Both are dark in color. How do I differentiate? Ko bhuta pika kakayoho. Which one is kak and which is the one which is a pika? Which is the crow and which is a cuckoo? But the person, whoever has composed this shloka, he says, Vasanta samaye tata. Vasanta samayam is the springtime, when you can see little saplings with beautiful flowers, fragrance everywhere. And in that point of time, in the springtime, you will come to know which is the crow and which is the cuckoo. Why? Because the birds have a great delight when they see nature in its fullest bloom. They start singing. And you know how bad a crow would sing. Probably it may sing, the closest example is me. It may sing as bad as me. But if it's going to be the cuckoo bird, it's going to be the koel, you know how beautifully it would sing. That's why you say the nightingale, right? So that would sing so beautifully. So after the springtime, the person who has composed this verse says, you will know which is the crow and which is the cuckoo. Kakah Krishnaha, Pikaha Krishnaha, Ko Bhuta Pikah Kakayoho, Vasanta Samaye Tata, Kaka Kaka Pika Pika. This shloka just came in the middle to remind us of the fact how beautiful a cuckoo, a koel bird can sing. If an ordinary cuckoo, a koel bird can sing this well, imagine Valmiki, who is our koel bird, who doesn't say cuckoo, but he says Ram Ram. That's why the shloka which I recited at the start, Kujantam Rama Rama iti Madhuram Madhuraksharam. Every word is so beautiful. Aruhya Kavita Shakham, alive or sitting on that beautiful branch of that particular tree which is of the literature and poetry, Vande Valmiki Kokilam. So let's salute that great poet, the Adi Kavi, the first ever poet known to, I wouldn't say mankind, because we can't get into this huge controversy of dates and centuries, but at least known to Sanatana Dharma, at least known to Hinduism, at least known to Sanskrit literature. The first ever poet in this Sanskrit literature is Valmiki, and let's salute that particular poet. While we are actually saluting the poet, we need to understand what this work is all about. At the start, I even said that this work has been recited generation after generation, eons after eon, yuga after yuga. What is there in it? Probably, if we consume a piece of a sweet, be it a jalebi or be a gulab jamun, the first one is damn sweet and I love it. The second one, I may not like it the extent to which I like the first one. Probably it's the law of diminishing utility which works there. The third one, no. Fourth one, not at all. Because however be it, I can't consume after a time. Whereas Ramayan is aparyaptamritam. Paryaptam is enough. You say enough. However be it, however nectar like, sweet like be it, amritam, aparyaptamritam. Even then, I can still consume. Paryaptamritam is you're consuming the sweet, you're taking the nectar, but you're saying that's enough. Aparyaptamritam means you're saying that how much ever I consume, I don't get the feeling that it's enough. I still want to consume more. For people who wish to travel or who love traveling, I would like to talk about the great god in one of the South Indian temples in Tamil Nadu. There is one temple town called as Kumbakonam, and there is one beautiful temple where the Vishnu himself is called as Aparyaptamritan, means one whom you keep looking at him, you never get the feeling that that's enough. You just feel like looking at him again. Probably the Lord is so coincidental with what we are speaking now. We are speaking about Ramayan, we are speaking about the incarnation Ram. Ram held the great bow called as Kodandam. There, the Lord holds the beautiful bow called as Sarangam. Hence, he is called as Sarangapani or Sharanga Dhanva. So, with this message that Ramayan, how much ever you hear, how much ever you recite, how much ever you see, you still keep loving it. That's how the great work is. So, with a great salutation to the poet, we still are left out on that portion where we need to check how great this poet was, what was his flashback, where was he from. For that, you need to wait for the next episode. Thank you. Amma Guruna Machuya, Jiya, Siya, Sannamiladhapayitto, Padivaya Paramatto, Varesi Pandita Attanam Ammanam. Oh my goodness, what language was this? Is this a North Indian language or a South Indian language? I've never heard of this. Might be, yes, you've never heard of it. This is a language which is similar to Sanskrit in many ways, but yet different. It's called Prakrit. Prakrit was a language that was designed in those days. Sanskrit was never designed. It was the perfect way it was. But why was Prakrit designed? That's an important question we need to answer. Sanskrit was treated as a language of gods. It was so sacred. It was treated sacrosanct. It was beautiful. It was tailor-made. It was scientific. Well, this was all for Sanskrit. Just imagine women in those days, if they wanted to converse on the mundane things, on the daily affairs, why would they use such a technical language, such a scientific language, such a tailor-made language to even speak out? So they thought, might as well come up with a language that sounds like Sanskrit, yet its grammar and wording and sounding be so easy, be so sweet, be not that, I wouldn't put the word stuff, I would rather use the word so perfect to Sanskrit. Let it not be that perfect. Let it be a bit, let it be a dialect of Sanskrit. So let's call it Prakrit. And they came up with this language. It's believed that Saraswati Devi, the goddess of learning, in her young age used to speak Sanskrit. So this particular verse that I recited at the start is of that language. Here the verse is, Amma Guruna Machuya, Jiya Siya Sannamiladhapayitto, Padivaya Paramatto, Varesi Pandita Attanamam Manam. What is this verse all about? Here, the composer, who's none but Deshika, a poet par excellence, he says, the great Guru, the preceptor, the Acharya, let him sit on the throne that resides on my tongue, and let every word that comes out of my mouth or be out of my pen be a great success. So it's an invocation, it's an invocatory verse, or it's a verse that seeks the blessings of one's Guru. Here, to enjoy the great work of Ramayana, Valmiki is our only Guru. So let's give a great salutation, let's salute the great poet called Valmiki from the bottomest of our hearts, and let's get inside who this Valmiki was. In Matsya Puran, out of the 18 prime Puranas, there is one Purana called as Matsya Puran, which speaks about the history of this great poet called as Valmiki. In Matsya Puran, it is said, Sage Bhrigu was a great sage. Sage Bhrigu was an illustrious person. He was a sage of immense powers, and he was known as a personification of great meditation. Bhrigu's descendant was a certain other rishi called as Prachetas. Prachetas was married and he had too many children. And to just add another one to the number of children he had another child. His wife said, Prachetas, hey Muni, we already have too many children, and with the little money we make, I do not know whether we can give them a proper life, proper food. So what do we do with this kid? The sage abandoned the child in the forest and went. On the other hand, there was a hunter couple who were not blessed with a child. They walked by that way and they found this little child that was abandoned in the forest. They picked up the child and they embraced the child, and that lady, the hunter woman, said to her husband, we do not have kids. Why don't we take this little child home and probably he'll be our adopted son? So they took the child. He was called Ratnakar. This Ratnakar was a very, very intellectual person right since his birth. Yet his intellect was never put to practice because he started working the same way as his father. He was a hunter. Later, due to his family being huge, he was married and he had too many children, and having had so many children, he wanted to run his family, And so he started taking up the profession of threatening the people who would travel by the forests, seize all the wealth and the jewels that they had, and run his family. His family was very clear. As long as you bring money and jewels home, we would accept you. Well, being a family man, he started doing it. Days later, he came across one illustrious person in the forest. This person, this sage, was walking with a tanpura in his hand. Some say it's a veena, which is another musical instrument. He had a great shikha at the back. He had a shikha in his back. He had the sacred thread, and along with this, he was just reciting one name many times. Narayan, Narayan, Narayan. People who have seen films, people who have loved to watch serials, people who have loved to read such novels will know who this person is. He's none but Narad Maharshi. Narad, while he was walking, he was suddenly threatened by this particular Ratnakar. Ratnakar said, "Who are you?" Narad Rishi said, "I am Narad. I am the sage of all the three worlds. I go place to place, spreading the great message, the name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayan. And why have you threatened me? Why have you seized me?" Ratnakar said, "Hey Muni, I believe that from far you look like a mass of gold. You must be gold by yourself. So I want to seize you, take you home, probably chop you into pieces, sell pieces of it to the pawnbroker, and then feel happy that I've helped my family earn its bread and butter for years together." Narad Maharshi was surprised. He said, "I may look like a mass of gold, but I'm not gold. I'm a human being after all, Ratnakar. And by the way, if this is your profession of threatening people who pass this way, seizing all their wealth and abandoning them of all their possessions, it's wrong. You will incur the sin from it." "I will incur sin from it? While I have been giving the wealth to my family would also support me in this cause of its sin." Narad Rishi smiled and looked at Ratnakar and said, "Hey Ratnakar, human beings have a unique tendency. If it's beneficial to them, if it's going to help them, they'll take it. But if they feel that it's not of use to them, it may even be harmful to them, they would even abandon it. So I'm very sure people in your family, be it your wife, your children, your parents, your in-laws, they may seize all the wealth that you have. But when it comes to sharing sins, I'm very sure, Ratnakar, they will not share even an iota of it. What if they share? They will not share. And if I would go them and ask, and by the time you escape," Narad Rishi said, "I swear on the name of the Lord, Narayan, whom I keep uttering, I will not move from this place until you come." Ratnakar ran home and he spoke to his wife and children. "My dear wife and my children, all these years I have tried amassing wealth for you people, and I have been earning the bread and butter for the family. What if sins come to me, I accrue sins, will you be sharing those sins? Will you be partaking those sins?" The wife and children smiled. They said, "Dear father," and she said, "Dear husband, probably we may be amassing the wealth that you bring. That's true, that's human tendency. Why should we share the sins that you incur? Why should we share the sins that you accrue? Why should we partake of it? No, we would not." That second, that nanoth of a second when they clearly said no, was a sign of enlightenment for Ratnakar. He said, what Narad Rishi said was right, and he ran towards the forest. He saw that he had tied Narad Rishi. He fell at his feet, untied him and said, "Hey Rishi, you were absolutely right when you said that humans will never ever partake of the sins that one commits. So what do I do now?" Narad Rishi said. You look at that tree, what is it called? Ratnakar said, Mara, Mara. This was the tree that you tied me to. Yes, he said. Keep reciting this name. Keep reciting the same name? Narad Rishi said, you have seen me reciting one name, Narayan, many times. Why don't you recite this word, Mara? So he started reciting, Mara, 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 Mara. And he did that fast. Mara, 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 Mara became Ram, Ram, Ram. And he recited for weeks together, months together, years together. And at the end of it, there was a beautiful anthill that was built on him. Because had the termites, the ants, known that he was a living creature, they would have really feared. He stood so erect. He was meditating in such immense concentration that the termites around him thought he was none but a log of wood, and they built an anthill over him. An anthill in Sanskrit is called as Valmikam. Oh, Sanskrit. And in Sanskrit, an anthill is called Valmikam. So what is this Valmikam? I spoke about a great poet called Deshika who says, Vedopabrahmana kutuhalina nibaddham Vishwambhara shruti bhavena maharshinayat. Vishwambhara, one who supports the entire earth, none but the Mother Earth herself. Vishwambhara, shruti bhavena, her ear. Now we have ears to hear. Which is the ear for the Mother Earth herself? For the Mother Earth, the anthills are her ears. And she hears through those anthills. Anthills are called Valmikam. Remember that he stood like a log of wood meditating on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And an anthill was built over him. So, this is called as Valmikam. Then, there was immense rain. And when water poured over the anthill started going away. And this resplendent person inside the anthill who had been meditating for years together, for millenniums together, arose with such great halo. And since he arose from the anthill, he was called as Valmiki. The anthill is called Valmikam. And since he arose from that anthill, he was called Valmiki. This Valmiki was a great person who composed, who wrote, who reported the life history of Ram, which is Ramayan. Hence, in the next episode, we need to check who this Valmiki is and what motivated him to write this great epic itihas called as Ramayana. Thank you. अथवा कृत्वाग्द्वारे वंशे अस्मिन् पूर्वसूरिभिः मणौ वज्र समुत्कीर्णे सूर्यस्य इव अस्ति मे गतिः. When we speak about the great work called as Ramayan, when we speak and relish the importance of this great poet called as Valmiki, we shouldn't overlook the importance of other great Sanskrit poets and dramatists. If there exists a person who loves Sanskrit, he or she should always know of one name, Mahakavi Kalidasa. Kalidasa wrote a number of short poems, long epic poems, as well as great dramas. Of these, Raghuvamsham is regarded as his magnum opus. There, he speaks about the history and deals with the life history of every king who existed in the Surya Vamsham, that is the Vamsha of Ram, his predecessors. There he speaks of this beautiful shloka, Athavakrit Vagdware Vamshe Asmin Purva Suribihi Manau Vajra Samutkirne Sutrasya Iva Astime Gatihi. What a beautiful shloka. he says that when a person is tying a beautiful garland of pearls, corals and money, which is a gem, he doesn't have to bore the hole. All that he has to do is just follow its path. You wouldn't have got what I said. Let me elucidate this with an example. We see people who dive in the ocean. They go, collect the pearls, come back to the shore, polish the pearls, take the covering out of it, give it the right luster, then bore a hole and sell those pearls. I, as a person, have to go to the market, procure those pearls, take a thread or a particular string and follow the path. Suppose I would insert a particular pearl in that particular thread. I just have to follow the path by inserting the other ones, by just following the path. It's as simple as that. So Kalidasa, in this particular verse, thinks and expresses his gratitude towards Valmiki, saying that Valmiki is that person who has dived into the ocean of Vedas, Vedantas and their implied meanings. He is the one who is to have dived, collected the beautiful pearls or proverbs from it and jotted them and twined them or brought them into a great garland called as Ramayan. I am just another pearl. I just have to follow the string. Manau Vajra Samutkirne Sutrasya Iva Astime Gatihi. So, when Kalidasa himself has said that he has to just follow the path of Valmiki, where am I? Where are we? We just have to follow their words. So he says, Tasyanucharitam Rajan Rishibihi Tattvadarshibhihi Shrutam hi Vargitam Bhuri Tvaya Sita Patermahuhu. Here, this verse, which is picked up from a great Puran called as Bhagavat, speaks about the greatness of Valmiki. Here, Shukacharya, the son of Vedavyas, who was reciting this particular Puran, the great Bhagavat Puran, to the king called Parikshit, who was none but the grandson of Arjun, was not telling the word Valmiki. He instead said Tattvadarshibihi, one to whom the truth was known. So, this great Valmiki, who emerged from the anthill called as Valmikam, who had a great flashback, who had a great past that we have seen in the previous episode, did walk in the forest along with his pupils, along with his students. Of them, the most prime disciple was none but sage Bharadwaj. They lived in this great ashram and were doing their daily routine. That is, a person has to do certain rites and rituals every day. When I speak of rites and rituals every day, it's called as Nitya Karma. Karma is a duty and Nityam is daily. Nitya Karma means those duties that have to be performed daily. So, Valmiki, along with his students, would always perform his daily duties in the best of the manner. One day, while they were walking, amongst the disciples of Valmiki, the prime one was sage Bharadwaj. They were performing their daily duties, which is nothing but Nitya Karma. Karma is the duty, Nitya means daily. So they were performing their daily duties, which is Nitya Karma. One day, Valmiki in his ashram was contemplating on the supreme truth. While he was contemplating, he couldn't decipher it the way it has to be. While he was contemplating, there appeared Narada Maharishi yet again. When I say the word yet again, it already means that he was the one who was the torchbearer to Valmiki in his flashback, in his past history. Here, he appeared again in his ashram and he said, "Hey Valmiki, what are you contemplating on?" So this particular incident has been beautifully written in the form of a Sanskrit verse. Tapasvadhyaya niratam, tapasvi vagvidambaram, naradam paripapracha Valmikir Munipungavam. Tapasvadhyaya niratam. Tapa niratam. The word tapaha itself is beautiful. Tapaha, alochane dhatu, is the Sanskrit line. The root word of tapaha itself is to contemplate, is to think heavily. So, when we say the word tapaha, it means to contemplate. Contemplate on who? Vedas say you will have to contemplate on the Supreme Person, Brahman. So, tapaha has a beautiful history to it. In Bhagavatam, there is one interesting story. Brahma was created by Lord Vishnu, Lord Narayan. From Lord Narayan's Nabhi is that particular navel from which arose a stalk, a lotus. And on that lotus was seated the four-faced Brahma. Brahma, when he looked down, he couldn't see anything. All that he could see was a stalk. But he did not know where the stalk began. He contemplated on where the stalk could have actually begun. While he was contemplating, there came a voice which beautifully said, Sparsheshu yat shodasham yekam vimsham Nishchikinchananam ripa yat dhanam viduhu. Hey Brahma, if you would want to know the secret, if you would want to know the origin of this particular stalk, all that you will have to do is just bring two alphabets together. Two alphabets? Which are those two alphabets? The first is the 16th alphabet and the second is the 21st alphabet. The 16th and the 21st alphabet, what are they? In Sanskrit, ka, kha, ga, gha, nga. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cha, cha, ja, ja, nya. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ta, tha, da, dha, na. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Ta, tha, da, dha, na. 16, 17, 18, 19 and 20. So the 16th alphabet is ta. Which is the 21st alphabet? We have reached 20. Which is the 21st? Pa, pa, ba, bha, ma. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. The 21st alphabet is pa. The voice said, Hey Brahma, the four-faced Lord, bring the 16th and the 21st alphabet together. Ta, pa, the 16th and the 21st. So, the voice said, Hey Brahma, you will have to do contemplating. You will have to contemplate. To contemplate, the word is tapaha, hence it said, do tapas. Likewise, this verse in Ramayana begins, tapasvadhyaya niratam, one who is accomplished in contemplation, one who is accomplished in meditation. Tapasvadhyaya niratam, tapasvi vagvidamvaram, who is also eloquent. People may have the knowledge, but you need to express it in the right way. To express, you need to talk. To talk, you need to have eloquence. Tapasvi vagvidamvaram. Naradam paripapracha Valmikir Munipungavam. To that lion amongst all sages, before that Valmiki, appeared the illustrious sage called Narada Maharshi. Narada Maharshi was the brainchild of Brahma. Just now we saw a tale which spoke about the greatness of Brahma and why he contemplated. Here we see the brainchild of Brahma, who's none but Narada Maharshi. Narada asked, Hey Valmiki, you are such a learned person. What is that which troubles you? What are you contemplating on? What is your doubt? Now, Valmiki posed his question. The question was a very interesting question which had 16 important characteristics to a person. So, Valmiki asked Narad, Hey Narada Maharshi, can you please tell me of one single person who has all the 16 auspicious attributes? Now, our doubt is, what are those 16 attributes? Which are those 16 auspicious attributes which Valmiki talks about? which is that single person. Who is that single person who has all the 16 auspicious attributes? Probably he should be flawless, because each of us have a flaw, one or many. But when he says that a person has all the 16 auspicious attributes, he should be a flawless person. Let's see how Valmiki put this question, and let us also see what answer Narada Maharshi gave, in the next episode. Thank you. कोनस्मिन् साम्प्रतं लोके गुणवान् कश्च वीर्यवान् धर्मज्ञस्य कृतज्ञश्च सत्यवाक्यो दृढव्रतः चारित्रेण च को युक्तः धर्मभूतेषु कोहितः विद्वान् कः कः समर्थश्च कश्चैकप्रियदर्शनः आत्मवान् को जितक्रोधः द्युतिमान् कोनसूयकः कस्य बिभ्यति देवाश्च जातरोषस्य संयुगे. These were the 16 auspicious attributes that Valmiki posed to sage Narad, asking, "Hey Narad Maharshi, in this world, in the present world, is there some person, is there some human being who has all the 16 auspicious attributes?" So, what were the 16 auspicious attributes? Konasvin sampratam loke gunavan, one who has all the important qualities. Kascha viryavan, who's valorous. Dharmagyascha, one who follows dharma. Kritagnyascha, one who's grateful. Satyavakyo, one who always adheres to what he has said, what he has promised. Dridhavrataha, one who's steadfast. Charitrenacha koyuktaha, one who gives importance to the right character. Sarvabhuteshu kohitaha, one who thinks good for all living creatures. Vidwan, who himself is a scholar. Kahka samarthascha, one who is very smart. Kaschaika priyadarshanaha, one who is also very pleasing, very charming. Atmavan, one who has realized himself, one who has realized what is his swarupam. Atmavan, ko jitakrodaha, one who has won or had a victory over anger. Dhyutiman, one who has all the necessary qualities. Ko anasuyakaha, one who is never jealous of others. Kasya bibhyati devascha, one who is even feared by the gods. Jataroshasya samyuge. So with all these attributes, is there one person, he asked? Because it is very easy to find one person who is bestowed with one of these attributes. You can find people who are very grateful, you can find people who are great scholars, but those scholars might have not won over anger. People who have won over anger need not be scholars. So to find one single person who encompasses all these 16 attributes, that was a task. Remember one particular thing. When Valmiki asked all these questions, here comes another important doubt that comes in our hearts. Valmiki, who wrote the Ramayana, who recorded the Ramayana, who composed the Ramayana, was the one who lived after Ram, before Ram, or while at the time of Ram. The question can very well be answered in whatever verses I've stated. When Valmiki asked Narad, "Hey Narad Rishi, is there one single person who has all the 16 auspicious attributes in the present world?" He said, Konasvin sampratam loke gunavan. Sampratam lokam. Samprate loke means the present world. Now, currently, hey Narad Rishi, during my time, while you are here and while I am here, is there one person who has all the 16 qualities? Was his question. So, this very well answers our doubt that Valmiki was very much a person who lived during the time of Ram. Well, to substantiate the fact, I need to tell you two other incidents. When Ram, along with his wife Sita and brother Lakshman, are on an exile, they go hermitage after hermitage. They go ashram after ashram. They go to the hermitage or ashram of Sutikshna, Sharabhanga, while they also go to Agastya ashram, while they also go to the ashram of Valmiki Maharshi. Another incident happens in the last kandam of Ramayanam, the last canto of Ramayanam, which is called as the Uttara Kandam, where the pregnant Sita delivers her children, Love and Kush, in the ashram of Valmiki. So Valmiki very much existed, lived during the time of Ram. So while he asked this question to Narad Rishi, hey Narad, in this present world, in currently, Konasvin sampratam loke gunavan, kascha viryavan, dharmajnascha, kritajnascha, satyavakyo, dridhavrataha, charitrena chako yuktaha, dharmabhutesha kohitaha, vidwan kakkas samarthascha, kaschaika priyadarshanaha, atmavan ko jitakrodaha, dhutiman ko nasuyakaha, kasya bibhyati devascha, jataroshasya samyuge. So he said 16 auspicious attributes. You remember? In the previous episode, we spoke of the word tapa. Tapaha means to contemplate. Tapaha alochane dhatu. And for that word, I narrated a certain incident from Bhagavat where Brahma was created on the lotus and he started contemplating, and then a voice said, hey Brahma, contemplate on that particular alphabet, the 16th alphabet. The 16th alphabet is Ta, which is the first alphabet of the word tapa. Hence, to commemorate that particular tapaha with which Ramayana began, here Valmiki poses a person with 16 auspicious attributes. Fine. But now comes the question. Saint Ramanuja says that the Lord is a repository of innumerable qualities. He has countless number of qualities. Asankheya kalyana gunaganam. When it says innumerable, and here I say 16, which is a number, how do I bring the connection between the two? Though there are innumerable number of qualities to the Lord, to us, primitive mortals who know everything only with the count, here Valmiki brings the number to 16. Now, Narad Maharishi, instead of giving the instantaneous reply, he says, okay, now let me tell you the answer. Isn't this quite surprising? If he knew the answer, he should have said, hey Valmiki, me, who's Narad Maharishi, knows everything, and I'm going to tell you the answer immediately. He knew the answer, yet he said, and then he said the answer. Why? Because there is one interesting example which my Acharya would give it to me. I go to my friend's place. My friend has made great halwa. He gives me a plate full of halwa to me. I take it by a spoon, I taste it, I eat it. And then while I'm just about to taste the second spoon, he would ask, how is the halwa? I have made the halwa, how is it? And I would say, just give me a minute. It was very good. So when I would taste it, I would experience it first and then tell how it is. Likewise, though Narad Maharishi knew the answer, he said, I would want to experience that name first, and let me tell you. Hey Valmiki, I know that single person who has all the 16 auspicious attributes. Can I tell you? Ikshvaku Vamshav Prabhavo Ramo Nama Janaishrutaha. In the great clan of Ikshvaku is born the great son to Dasharath called Ram. Ikshvaku Vamshav Prabhavo Ramo Nama Janaishrutaha. Niyatatma Mahaviro Dhyutiman. So he is the one who has all the 16 qualities that you have said. Hey Valmiki. Valmiki was surprised. Oh, is it Dasharath's son Ram who has all the 16 auspicious attributes? Yes, undoubtedly. He is the only one to exist in this world who has all the 16 auspicious attributes. That's interesting, he said. And while Narad Maharishi gave this reply, he went away giving this reply. Yet, there was something that was troubling Valmiki from inside. He did not know how to express it. He expressed it once, Narad Maharishi gave the answer. Then, he went along with his students, of whom the prime disciple was Bharadwaj. They went. Instead of actually going to Sarayu Nadi, Sarayu river, where they would go and bathe, they went to this great river called as Tamasa. They went to this Tamasa river, and while they were going, Valmiki Rishi saw a beautiful tree. He was looking at the tree as if for the first time he was looking at the tree, and on the branch of that particular tree was seated a male bird and a female bird. While he was looking at the love-making scene of the male and the female bird, he saw that the male bird was shot with an arrow and it fell down. He saw the female bird weeping at this particular scene. This is a beautiful verse which reads, Satutiram samasadhya tamasaya munistada sishyamaha sthitam parshve drishtva tirthamakardamam. It started shedding tears. While the female bird was shedding tears, there is another verse which speaks about the same incident. Bharyatu nihatam drishtva rurava karunam giram viyukta patinatena dvijena sahacharina tamrasirshena mattena patrina sahitena vai. There are two meanings, or there are two interpretations to this particular verse. The first verse or the first interpretation is, while the female bird was separated from the male bird was killed, the female bird was weeping. It also means that the bird, Dvijaha, why is the bird called as Dvijaha? Interestingly, in Sanskrit, Dvijaha, the word means that which is born twice. Bird is born twice. How? The mother bird lays its egg, and the egg, from the egg hatches the little sibling. From the bird comes the egg, and again from the egg comes the little one. Why? The tooth is also called Dvijaha because it's born twice. You have the milk teeth, and the milk teeth falls at a certain age, and then you have the permanent teeth. So it's Dvijaha. Why? The three classes of people, the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, and the Vaishyas, all three of them are also called as Dvijaha because they are born from the mother's womb. At the age of 7, they undergo the thread ceremony. So it's regarded as a rebirth for them. Hence, they are also called as Dvijaha. The tooth, the bird, and the Brahmin, the Vaishya, and the Kshatriyas, they are also called as Dvijaha. This verse, which I said, speaks about this particular episode where the male bird was killed and the female bird was crying. So, the bird was crying and the male bird was dead, and the Rishi was sad about it. But commentators of Ramayana who came later speak of the implied meaning of the shloka. They say that the male bird, whose none but Ravan was killed, and the female bird, his wife Mandodari, wept over his death, and both of them had copper-like hair, tamrasirshena. And it also speaks that Ravan was a Dvijaha because he was the son of a Brahmin. Hence, he was also a Brahmin, and hence he was also a Dvijaha. Hence, this is the meaning of this particular verse. Valmiki, who was looking at the male bird die, the female bird weep, and the hunter having a nice time there by having killed the male bird, had so much of anguish in him. The sadness, the sorrow, that shokaha, when it reached his throat and then his tongue, it turned into a shloka. Shokaha, shlokatvam agataha. The shokaha, the sorrow, when it reached the tip of his tongue, turned into a Sanskrit shloka. Shokaha, shlokatvam agataha. With that sorrow which emerged as the verse, he looked at that hunter and said, Ma nishada yat pratishtham tvam agama shashvati samaha yat krauncha mitunad ekam avadhihi kamamohitam. O you hunter, I now curse you. Like how you have separated the male bird from the female bird, likewise, you will also be separated from your female bird, and you will also experience the same feeling as what this female bird or the male bird had. This was his curse. Hence he said, Ma nishada yat pratishtham tvam agama shashvati samaha yat krauncha mitunad ekam avadhihi kamamohitam. But after having uttered this particular curse on that particular hunter, Valmiki came back to his ashram and started contemplating. I, Valmiki, who's always so calm and composed, how did this anger after all come in me? How did this anger turn into a shloka? How did I even utter a curse on that hunter whom I do not know? It is after all a hunter's hobby and profession to hunt. And why did I get that particular sorrow? And after all, today, looking at this, and how did this curse come? While I have been seated here thinking on Ram to compose the beautiful epic on Ram, how come the first verse, how come the first uttering from my mouth be a curse? Why? Can't anybody solve this question? While he was contemplating and worried on how to resolve this particular curse, there appeared not Narad, but Narad's father, the four-faced Brahma, who appeared before Valmiki and said, Valmiki, do not feel bad that you have uttered a curse. This is not a curse, but this is a blessing. Valmiki was startled. He said, Brahma, have I uttered a blessing? Not at all. I have uttered a curse. How come you interpret this curse as a blessing? That time, Brahma said, just wait for my interpretation. What does Ma mean? Ma was the first alphabet of my curse. What does that Ma denote? Ma denotes Mahalakshmi. Yeah, Ma denotes Mahalakshmi. So you have begun with Mahalakshmi. Yeah, that's fine. Ma denotes Mahalakshmi, but it was a curse after all, Brahma. Not at all. Ma nishada yat pratishtantvam agamashashvati samaha yat krauncha mitunad ekam avadhihi kamamohitam. While you said Ma, it denotes Mahalakshmi. It also denotes the one who is the consort of Mahalakshmi, one who is the Shriyapati, one who is Narayan. You said that they will be separated. Yes, Narayan and Lakshmi would be born on this earth, they would be separated. And while their separation will lead to this great epic, then this will lead to people in the future generations praising how they lived. I didn't get your point, Brahma, said Valmiki to Brahma. That time Brahma said, Hey Valmiki, while Narayan will be born as Ram and Lakshmi will be born as Sita, they will be separated by a third person, a demon called as Ravan. And through this separation will emerge this great epic poem called as Ramayan. And this Ramayan is the one which will be praised for generation after generation, is the one that will be praised yuga after yuga. So don't ever worry. The first uttering that came from your mouth, the first verse was not a curse but a blessing. And while leaving that particular scene, Brahma blessed Valmiki. But what was his blessing? All that he said that his curse was not a blessing. All that he said was his verse is not a curse but a blessing. But what was a blessing that exclusively Brahma gave to Valmiki? Let's check for what was that blessing in the next episode. Thank you. This is a beautiful verse by Mahakavi Kalidasa in his magnum opus Raghuvamsham. He says, Kwasurya prabhavo vamshaha kvachalpa vishayamatihi titishu dustaram mohat udupenasmi sagaram. Sagaram, which is the sea, the ocean. Udupenasmi sagaram. Imagine a person stands on the shore and he says, I have a little wooden stick, and with this stick or log of wood I would want to swim across the entire ocean. Will that be possible? So it is as foolish as a person who says that with a little log of wood I will be able to swim across the entire ocean, if I, with a little log, a piece, a little iota, an iota of intellect that I have, and I say, with this little intellect, I am going to describe the legacy of entire Surya Vamsham of Ram. It is as foolish as that. So all that the poet says is, he will not be able to speak about the glory of this clan of Surya Vamsham because it's such a great clan. But why does he do it? After all, if Kalidasa and Valmiki and other great poets had ever thought that I would not be able to do it and let me not write, I would not be standing here and you would not be sitting before and listening to Ramayana. Though they agree that they will not be able to do justice to that part of elucidating and elaborating on the great legacy of Ram, yet they feel with the little efforts and sincerity that they have, they'll be able to at least attain 1% of it. Kwasurya prabhavo vamshaha vachalpa vishayamatihi titishu dustaram mohat udupenasmi sagaram. Remember the earlier episode where Valmiki was contemplating on the curse that he had uttered on that particular hunter and come back to his hermitage. At that particular point of time, it was not Narad, but Narad's father, the four-faced Brahma, who appeared before Valmiki and said, "Don't worry, Valmiki. The verse that came out of your mouth was not a curse, it was a blessing." And he gave the right way of interpreting that particular verse and said, "Now it's time for you to record each and every incident that happened in the life of great Sri Ram." And Valmiki agreed to it. But Valmiki was worried, just like how Kalidasa says, with mere intellect, how will I be able to cross the big ocean of Surya Vamsham? Likewise, here, Valmiki was worried that he will not be able to understand and write down all that happens in Ram's life. That time, Brahma says, "Don't worry, all that happens in Ram's life will be clearly known to you." And he says this particular verse, "Rahasyam cha prakasham cha yadvrittam tasya dhimataha tachapya viditam sarvam viditam te bhavishyati nate vaganruta kavye kachidatra bhavishyati." Like how you have a gooseberry in your hand and you cannot worry, how will I be able to consume the gooseberry, because the gooseberry is after all in your hand. All that you need is to just take that gooseberry near your mouth, eat it and chew it. Likewise, all that happens in Ram's life, be it rahasyam or prakasham, be it something that happens in a secret manner, that which happens inside the chambers and that which happens outside, both of it will be known to you, just like a person who has a piece of gooseberry in his hand and wants to eat it. So don't worry, all that happens in Ram's life will be clearly known to you, says Brahma to Valmiki. Now Valmiki has to start composing. Where does he start? So he sees the beautiful city of Kosala and he starts describing the city of Kosala. He says, "Kosalo nama nagari sfito janapado mahan nivishta sarayu tire prabhuta dhanadhanyavan ayodhya nama nagari tatrasi lokavishruta manuna manavendrena yapuri nirmita swayam Kosalo nama nagari." This beautiful province of Kosala is so beautiful, and even more beautiful is its capital, the Rajdhani, which is Ayodhya. Probably Manu, the father of mankind, let Vishwakarma design all the cities, and when it came to Ayodhya and the province of Kosala, he said, "Vishwakarma, you don't bother about the supervision. For this particular province of Kosala, for this particular city, the capital of Kosala called as Ayodhya, I will personally supervise." So this city was not built like other cities, but it was built under the supervision of Manu himself. That is why he says, "Manuna manavendrena yapuri," this Puri, this particular city, nirmita swayam, has been created or has been designed, says Valmiki. Interestingly, Ramayana is one epic that is to have had the maximum transcreations. Oh, we have heard of translations. What is a transcreation? The original work of Ramayanam is in Sanskrit, composed by the great sage Valmiki. It has 7 cantos, namely Balakandam, Ayodhya Kandam, Aranya Kandam, Kishkinda Kandam, Sundara Kandam, Yuddha Kandam and Uttara Kandam. All these 7 cantos put together comprise 24,000 verses. This is the original. This is the Moola Grantham. While there is the Moola Grantham in Sanskrit, there are many transcreations. When I say the word transcreation, I am very careful. So should you be. Because Tulsidas, who wrote a Ramayan called as Ramacharita in Hindi, is not the person who has translated Sanskrit Ramayan to Hindi. He wrote it in his own way with his poetic fantasy, not leaving away the important story, the important characters, the important incidents, the implied meanings, the most important meanings of it. All that he did was to transcreate it in Hindi. Likewise, you have the great poet in Tamil called as Kamban. Kamban was a person who wrote or transcreated Ramayan of Valmiki in Tamil. You have one Ramanuja Eluthachan in Malayalam. One you have in Kannada. You have a Banu Bhaktacharya who wrote it in Nepali. You have one in Gujarati. You have one in Marathi. You have one in Telugu. You have one in Bengali. You have one in Punjabi. You have one in Marwari. You have one in German. You have one in French. Be it a language, name the language, you'll have a transcreation of Ramayana in it. Let alone Sanskrit. In Sanskrit itself, you have Valmikis, you have Vedanta Deshikas, you have Kalidasas, so many transcreations. But each of it is interesting and beautiful in its own way. Now, while I was describing the beautiful capital of Kosala province called as Ayodhya, we should see how the Tamil poet describes it. The Tamil poet Kamban says, while having a bird's eye view of this beautiful city called as Ayodhya, it looks to me as if it is the face of a beautiful woman. It looks to me as if it is the kumkum which she applies on her forehead. It looks as if it's the auspicious thread which she sports called as Mangal Sutra. By all means, in any angle, this city, this province is so auspicious and so beautiful, says the Tamil poet. While he takes us to the beautiful city, Tulsidas reminds us of this beautiful river that flows by the province of Kosala called as Sarayu. He says, Kalikalusha Nasavani, that river which has the capability to remove the sins caused in Kali Yuga or committed by people in Kali Yuga, is this beautiful holy river called as Sarayu, says the great poet Tulsidas. Now, how will poets always take to the prosperity of a city? Here, the prosperity of Ayodhya has been described by the Tamil poet, who says that in every house, the woman would come to the forefront, take a huge pot, put the curd in it, and put the churning rod in it, take the rope, and would start churning. And the churning sound would be so rhythmic that you would hear it at the same time from all the houses. And the butter would be so fresh, and the butter would be applied on the walls in such a way to say that we have butter in plenty, curds in plenty, milk in plenty. All this is to tell that how prosperous the city was. A city is just not prosperous if the rule makers and the people who govern them are rich. Even the common man should be able to afford for all 3 meals in a day. There is another poet who says, if there be in India that a person is not getting his piece of meal, I will burn this entire world. But nobody is burning it as of now, even though there are lakhs of people who do not have food, even for, you probably say the 1 square meal. There are lakhs of such people. So it becomes very important that the person who rules people also shares whatever little he has with his people. So did Dasharatha do. Had he not shared, How would the poets even go to the extent of describing that every house had so much of curd, so much of milk? Because curd, milk, in those days you never had wealth in the form of gold or even cash. It was all in the form of dhanyam. It was all in the form of food materials. Now, this beautiful city has been described in such a way. But the beauty of the city does not lie with the king alone. It lies in the way he governs it. The people who have ruled Ayodhya for generations together have always been great administrators. There is one beautiful shloka which is written in this magnum opus of a Sanskrit poet called as Bhattadri, who says, Sandranandavabodhatmakam anupamitam kaladeshabadivyam nirmuktam nityamuktam nigamashata sahasrena nirbhasyamanam aspashtam dristamatre punaruru purusharthatmakam brahmatattvam tatta vadbhati sakshat gurupavanapure hanta bhagyam jananam. Hanta is a Sanskrit word that describes the ecstasy of a person. It's nothing but a sambodhanam, or a word that expresses surprise and excitement. Hanta is the word. Bhagyam jananam. How lucky are the people to live in a city. The administrators provide all the facilities to its masses, to its praja, to worship, to carry out their duties in the rightful way and give them their rightful dues. Such is great administration. I do not know how the administration is today, but when we speak about the administration in those days, Dasharatha was very much one of the best of the administrators. Hence, let's see what this city had, how the city had a great administrator. But the essence of life is, however accomplished a person is, yet there remains some sorrow in him. There remains something in him where he feels a void in his life. Dasharatha had everything. He was a good administrator. He was a good husband. But there was some sorrow in him. Let's check what that sorrow was and whether he could find a solution to it in the next episode. Thank you. Kvasuryah prabhavo vamshah kvachalpa vishayamatihi titirshu dustaram mohat udupenasmi sagaram. This verse by Kalidasa in his magnum opus Raghuvamsham talks about the mere intellect which Kalidasa had. That is, as a poet, he expresses his sorrow or anguish and he says, with my little intellect, how will I be able to describe the achievements of all the kings of Raghuvamsham? It is just like a person who says, with a mere log of food, I will be able to swim across the entire ocean. Hence, reflecting the similar thought, I feel that I will not be able to do justice to this great epic called as Ramayan. Yet, for the interest that I have towards our Sanskrit scriptures, our Sanatana Dharma, I would try to share whatever little I have been bestowed by my acharyas and by my preceptors. To talk about Dasharath, here are the verses which Valmiki says. Dirgadarshi Mahateja Paurajanaf Padaf Priyaha. Here are the beautiful verses expressed by Valmiki on this great king Dasharath. Dirgadarshi Mahatejaha Paurajanaf Padaf Priyaha Tasyam Puryam Ayodhyayam Vedavit Sarvasangraha Yatha Munir Mahateja Lokasya Parirakshita Tatha Dasharatho Maharaja Lokasya Parirakshita. Like how a mother and a father would take care of their children, likewise Dasharath was such a great administrator who did not think that his praja, the people, his subjects, were different from his children. He thought his subjects to be his own children and he ruled over them. He ensured that he always gave the right things to them at the right time. If they would commit mistakes, he would punish them. But if they would repent for what mistake they have committed, he would forgive. For people who would commit crime, he would be the poison. But for people who committed crime and later felt that what they have done is wrong, he would be their medicine. So being a poison and medicine, being a good administrator, being the one who grants people what they want at the right time, were the duties of a good administrator, and Dasharath was very much a good administrator. He had 8 ministers. It is very important that the person who rules always has people who guide him in the right way around him. The ministers should be as good as the king. Even if one minister is bad, he will see to it that there is a ruin in the kingdom. There were 8 ministers, very able ministers, ministers who thought the same like Dasharath, ministers who guided the king in the right way. They were 8 in number. Drishtihi, Jayantaha, Vijayaha, Surashtraha, Rashtravardhanaha, Akopaha, Dharmapalaha and Sumantraha. Sumantra was interestingly a minister as well as a good charioteer to the king Dasharath. There were 8 counselors, Vasishthaha, Vamadevaha, Suyagnaha, Jabalihi, Kashyapaha, Gautamaha, Markandeyaha and Katyayanaha. They were all the 8 counselors. There were 8 ministers in the court of Dasharath. Interestingly, there was one minister who was also the charioteer to Dasharath. He was Sumantra. Let's see who the other 7 ministers were. Drishtihi, Jayantaha, Vijayaha, Surashtraha, Rashtravardhanaha, Akopaha, Dharmapalaha, and of course the 8th one was Sumantra. There were 8 counselors. The counselors were none but the Brahmin priests who always used to guide the king in the right direction. Vasishthaha, Vamadevaha, Suyagnaha, Jabalihi, Kashyapaha, Gautamaha, Markandeyaha and Katyayanaha. They were the 8 counselors to King Dasharath. Why did he get the name Dasharath? It's very interesting. Dasha in Sanskrit means 10. Rathaha means the chariot. The king who could drive or ride his chariot in all the 10 directions. 10 directions? What are they? In our Sanatana Dharma, we speak of 7 worlds above. Bhuhu, Bhuvaha, Suvaha, Mahaha, Janaha, Tapaha, Satyam. These are the 7 worlds above. There are 7 worlds beneath. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Rasatala, Talatala, Mahatala, Patala. There are 7 above, 7 below. 7 plus 7 together constitute the 14 worlds we speak of. All these 14 worlds are in a cosmic egg called as Brahmandam. Now, when we speak about the 10 directions, we need to get into a little of the mathematics. There is the y-axis, there is the x-axis. This is 2-dimensional in nature. So, let's see what are the 8 directions in this 2-dimensional figure. There is the west, there is the east, there is the north, there is the south. There is the northeast, there is the northwest. There is the southeast, there is the southwest. East, west, north, south. Northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. Together you have 8 directions. And now when you think of the 3-dimensional plane, you have the x-axis, you have the y-axis, and you have the z-axis. So you have 1 above and minus z, which is 1 beneath. So you have 8 directions in the 2-dimensional plane, and you have 2 in the 3-dimensional, which is 1 above and 1 beneath. 8 plus 2, which is 10, and all these 10 directions is what I have described. Now Dasharath was a king who could ride his chariot in all the 10 directions. Hence, he is called as Dasharatha. How is it possible for one single person to drive in all the 10 directions? Surprisingly, people have also said that Dasharath was a king who could drive his chariot in all the 10 directions simultaneously. Simultaneously? All the 10 directions? How is it possible? Here, when we say the word simultaneously, it's nothing but an exaggeration of the fact that Dasharath was very capable of driving his chariot. When driving the chariot is an art, it is very important how the charioteer is actually able to take his chariot in the right direction. Dasharath was not only a king who could drive in all the 10 directions, but he was also a person who could guide his subjects in the right direction. But Dasharath, being such a nice king, he was not bestowed with a son. He was not blessed with a son. Now comes the question, why having a daughter is also as great a joy as a son? Why is it that you speak only of a son? See, the word putraha in Sanskrit is a very interesting word which denotes a son. Pun narakam trayati iti putraha. There is one particular netherworld, probably you can call it the hell, which is called as Pun Narakam. That particular Narakalok is called as Pun. It seems to a couple, when a son is born, the father, the one who has turned into a father, jumps into that particular lake or jumps into a pond, and after having known that he is now a father, the water that comes from his body splashes above. And when it splashes, it seems it reaches his forefathers. And his forefathers now say, you have now blessed us with a great progeny to this generation, and you have blessed us by not reaching this particular Naraklok called as Pun. Since this child prevents his forefathers from reaching a particular Naraklok called as Pun, he is called as Putraha in Sanskrit. So Putraha is a word which denotes Pun Narakam Trayati iti Putraha, the one who prevents his forefathers from reaching a particular Naraklok called as Pun, and hence he is called Putraha. Now may come a question, why a daughter is also as important and significant as a son? To which, why then say that it is only the son who prevents his forefathers from reaching the particular Naraklok called as Pun? Isn't it a daughter as well? To which all our forefathers have given one unanimous answer. They have said, only after the son is born will the father realize that the hell would have been a better choice than the son himself. So it is a daughter who is also as equivalent as the son in our Sanatana Dharma. Our religion, our Hinduism, our Sanatana Dharma never ever speaks of women of less caliber or importance as men. Probably it goes one step higher and says that women are greater than men. It is for that reason that in the sin sharing process in a couple between a husband and the wife, whatever sins are committed by the wife, half of it goes to the husband, and whatever punya, good deeds, the husband has performed or has accrued, half of it goes to the wife. It's not the vice versa. Half of the husband's sins do not come to the wife. Half of the lady's punya doesn't go to the husband. It is the other way. It is the husband's punya which goes to the wife, and wife's sins that go to a husband. So Vedas have always given more importance to women, and our Sanatana Dharma has always regarded women of greater caliber and importance than men. Here, when Dasharath worries that he has not had a son and why he did not have a daughter, comes a question. Please don't ever feel that he gave more importance to sons, because he already had daughters even before the birth of Ram. And it is one such daughter that he gets married to a sage called as Rishyashring. While Dasharath was contemplating as to why he did not have a son, his council of ministers said, why don't you perform a Ashwamedha Mahayagnya? To which the verse reads, Mamalalapya manasya sutartham nasti vai sukham tadartham hayamedhena yakshyamiti matir mama. Hey king, you need to perform the horse sacrifice, the horse yajna called as Ashwamedha Mahayagnya or Hayamedha Mahayagnya, and at the end of it you may see a certain sign of good hope that you may have a son. And Dasharath, who would regard the words of his ministers, now said, let me perform that yajna, and by God's grace I should be bestowed and blessed with a son. Let's see how he performed this yajna, whom he invited for this purpose, and how the child was born. Thank you. aham madrakshana bharaha madrakshana phalam tata namama shripatereve tatmanam nikshipet bhutaha. This is a beautiful verse from a great composition called as Nyasa Dashakam, which speaks about what one has to submit himself to the Lord. Wow, what a beautiful verse. What is submission? What is surrender? Our Brahma Vidyas, which are 32 in number, speak about a certain Vidya called as Nyasa Vidya. Nyasam means to surrender, to abandon things and submit oneself to the Lord. That is unconditional surrender. That's called as Sharanagati or Nyasam. Why am I talking about this while I have to deal with the Balakandam of Ramayan? We were talking about Valmiki, we were talking about King Dasharath, we were talking about how the administration was, we were talking about how great an administrator Dasharath was, we were talking about how he felt bad that he didn't have a son. He was talking about that to his ministers and counselors who advised him to perform the horse sacrifice. This is where we were. I should be talking about that now. Instead, I am talking about something called as Sharanagati. Isn't this irrelevant? Would be the doubt. Not at all. They are not irrelevant. A certain work, any piece of literature has to have a central objective. Likewise, should be a PowerPoint presentation. We speak of a certain subject and from start till the end, from the introduction to the place where we wrap up, we always speak about the central theme in that particular presentation. Likewise, what is the central theme to this entire epic called as Ramayanam? That's nothing but Sharanagati. Interestingly, our commentators, philosophers and speakers have gone so deep that they have actually researched on every aspect of Ramayana and arrived at beautiful works. One such work is called as Abhaya Pradana Saram. This is a beautiful work in a mix of Tamil and Sanskrit called as Manipravala language, which talks about the beauty of Abhaya Pradhanam, the act of giving. This is a work that talks about how one should perform surrender at the feet of Lord and how he is blessed with Abhayam. Bhayam is fear. Abhayam is fearlessness. The one who seeks surrender is bestowed by the Lord of fearlessness, wherein the God says, don't worry, rest assured, I'll take care. So this is a beautiful compendium which talks about Abhaya Pradhanam in Ramayana. Oh, so how is this surrender connected to Ramayana? How is this surrender connected to Ramayana? In Ramayana, there are 7 switches. The first switch is called Balakand, the second switch is called Ayodhya, third Aranya, fourth Kishkinda, fifth Sundar, sixth Yudh and seventh Uttarkand. If you click each of these switches, all that you get to see are certain points where Sharanagati, where the act of unconditional surrender was performed by one person and another person would tell him to be fearless. So, we are going to talk about the first act of unconditional surrender performed by the Devas. Who are these Devas? They are the celestial beings whom our Puranas and our epics speak of, people living in the Swargalok, in heaven. They were troubled by the acts, the atrocious acts by Ravan and his brother. Who's Ravan? Ravan is a demon who ruled over Lanka. He seized the kingdom of his stepbrother or half-brother called as Kuber, and he ruled over the city of Lanka. He had a brother called Kumbhakarna and another brother called Vibhishan. All the three performed penance invoking the blessings of Brahma, the four-faced God who's the creator. Brahma appeared before them and asked, "My dear children, what boons do you want?" That time, Ravan said, "I should be immortal." Brahma said, "I, myself, I am not immortal. I am a mortal. So where do I bless you something which I myself do not own?" Okay, then give me this boon that I should not be killed by a king. I should not be then then give me the boon that I should not be killed by the yakshas, the kinnaras, the devas, the danavas. He said everybody, but missed the human beings and the monkeys. Brahma was surprised. How did Ravan, who started listing down the people by whom he should not be killed, forgot the big category of human beings and other category of monkeys? Ravan always had this feeling that humans and monkeys were quite the same. Maybe true, because it is naraha in Sanskrit, which means human. It is va naraha, which means monkey. Probably that which differentiates us from the monkey is the tail. And tail is an added feature in a monkey. That's why the word naraha has an extra alphabet called as va, and that's why it's called vanaraha. Maybe true what Ravana had thought. Naraha and vanaraha, the category of human beings and the category of monkeys. How did he miss them? To Ravan, both these categories are the most useless of all creations, and he thought that I will never be killed by a human being and the killing will never be supported by a monkey. So I should not demean myself, I should not demean the boon, and I should not underestimate the person who's bestowing the boon on me, who's the four-faced Brahma, by asking that I should never be killed by a human being and a monkey. So he cleverly, to him he was clever. So he thought and he said, I'm a rational being, so let me now exclude the human beings and the monkeys out of my boon. So this was his boon, that he should not be killed by any category of creation of Brahma except the human beings and the monkeys. Next came Kumbhakarna. When Kumbhakarna was supposed to ask a boon, it is believed according to our Puranas that Saraswati Devi had pervaded in his tongue, and she provoked him to ask as Nidra. He was supposed to ask that I should not be killed by any deva. Nirdeva was his word, and instead by a slur of a tongue he said Nidra instead of Nirdeva. So he was always blessed with incessant sleep. You can even call it the slumber. Third came Vibhishan, who was also a brother, but look at what boon he asked. He said, O Brahma, if you were to bless me with a boon, if you were to confer a boon upon me, please do confer the boon that I should never ever move away from the path of righteousness, and that I should always adhere to the path of righteousness. If be it in my life that I do not fall in the path of righteousness, please give me the intellect that makes me choose that this is wrong and this is right. So follow the path of right. Do not follow the path of wrong. This was the boon of Vibhishan. But when we speak of three gunas, be the sattva, rajas and tamas, only one is to be followed and the other two are to be rejected. But that which is to be rejected is always more in number in life, and that which is to be accepted is always less in number. So when we speak of the three brothers, Ravan, Kumbhakarna and Vibhishan, the one who is to be accepted, which is Vibhishan, whose Vibhishan is just one in number, and the other two are more in number. So they outnumbered righteousness, and they started living and giving an administration of tyranny. They started torturing the devas. As a result, the devas go and perform the act of unconditional surrender called as Sharanagati or Nyasam at the lotus feet of the Lord in Vaikuntha. There is a beautiful verse by a Sanskrit poet who says, Sapta prakara madhye sarasijamukulod vasamane vimane kaveri madhyadeshe mrudutara panirad bhogaparyanka bhage nidra mudra abhiramam katinikatata pashvavinyastahastam padma dhatri karabhyam sarasijamukulod rangarajam bhajeham. There is another poet who describes the beautiful way in which the Lord reclines on his couch of serpent, who says, Antarjyotir kimapi yaminam anjanam yoga drishtéhe chintaratnam sulabhamihana siddhimokshanurupam deenanataha vyasana shamanam daivatam daivatanam divyam chakshuhu shruti parishadam drishyate rangamadhye. The Lord, who reclines on his serpent couch, reclines in such a beautiful fashion that the person who looks at it always feels that he should keep looking at it, the beautiful way in which he reclines. The lotus like eyes, the sesame flower like nose, the coral like lips, the conch like throat, the broad shoulders, the expanded chest, the constricted navel, the thin hips, the beautiful silk cloth that covers his thighs, and the red cloth that adorns him till his feet, and the beautiful anklets that support his feet, and the soft lotus-like feet, and the entire person resting on the soft and slithery serpent. What a beautiful scene to even think about. The Devas reached the abode of the Lord and they performed unconditional surrender, saying that, "Oh dear Lord, as you are aware and as you are omnipresent, you will be aware that we have been tortured by Ravan, his brothers and his army. So please give us protection and please see to it that these people who do not adhere to righteousness and who always follow the acts of tyranny are annihilated." To which the Lord said, "Now that you have asked me for Abhayam, I give you Abhayam. Don't worry. I will be born on this earth and I will be the one who is the son of Dasharath, and I will be born as Ram. He is the one on earth who is now feeling that he doesn't have a son. It is me who feels that I should be born to him. So don't worry. Time has come that I will be born to this king called Dasharath, and I will see to it that I wipe away all your sins since you have performed Sharanagati at my feet." Remember that this act of unconditional surrender, which is called as Sharanagati, which has been praised by all our Sanatana Dharma scriptures, says one thing for sure, that if you perform Sharanagati, the act of unconditional surrender at the lotus feet of the Lord, at the right time, for the right reason, there is no question whether the Sharanagati will fail. There is only one way, there is only one way out, that your Sharanagati will be successful. So let's see how Ram is born to Dasharath, and how Dasharath in fact finds the fruit of his sacrifice called as Ashwamedha Mahayajna. Who arose out of the fire, what did he give, and how did Dasharatha distribute the one that he received as a fruit of the sacrifice amongst his wives. Before that, we have stopped at one portion where Dasharath, after having listened to the words of his council of ministers, now decides that he has to perform the sacrifice of Ashwamedha Mahayajna and wants to invite Rishyashringa. Who is this Rishyashringa? Let's spot who this Rishyashringa is, how Dasharath was advised by his council of ministers that he has to perform a Ashwamedha Mahayajna, and how the Yajna Purusha arose out of it, gave the payasam, and how he distributed, and how Ram was born. Wait, prior to this we need to talk about who this Rishyashringa was. Who was this Rishyashringa? Why did he perform the sacrifice? Why did Dasharatha exclusively invite Rishyashringa for this? Let's seek the answers for these questions in the next episode. Thank you. Prayah prapadane pumsam paunaf punyam nivarayan hasta shriranga bharturmam avyad abhayamudritaha. This is a beautiful verse which tells how the Lord said that, "Hey Devas, be fearless. I shall offer you protection. I shall be born on this earth to the great king called as Dasharath, and my name shall be Ram." Such a beautiful verse which gives fearlessness not only to Devas but to us as well. What we have seen in the previous episode was the Devas took shelter under the lotus feet of the Lord in Vaikuntham. Like discussed before, there are beautiful transcreations to this epic poem called Ramayana. One is a Champu Kavyam. Champu Kavyam in Sanskrit literature is an interesting combination of prose and poetry. Bhojaraja in his Ramayana Champu describes the scene of how the Lord reclines on a serpent couch in the great abode of Ksheerabdi, the Milky Ocean. He says, "Ksheerambodher jataramabito dehabhasaf prarohaihi kalonmilat kuvalayadala daitaprapadayantam praptanvanam bhujagashayane kamapi kshaumamore Nidram Mudram Nikhila Jagati Rakshani Jagarukam. If you would remember the beautiful verse from another Sanskrit poet who has described the slumber or the sleep, it is in the sleep, but it is a yoga mudra by itself. He says, Saptaprakara madhye sarasijamukulod bhasamane vimane kaveri madhyadeshe mridutara panirat bhogaparyanka bhage nidra mudra viramam katinigatakataf parshvavinyastahastam padmadatri karabhyam sarasijamukulod rangarajam bhajeham. Another place he says, Antarjyotir kimapi yamina manjanam yogadrishtehe chintaratnam sulabhamihana siddhimokshanurupam Deenanatha vyasana shamanam daivatam daivatanam divyam chakshuhu shruti parishadam drishyate rangamadhye. How beautifully the poets have gone to the extent of describing the sleep of the Lord. Here the Lord said, Hey Devas, do not be worried about the Rakshasas. I will be born at the right time. Well, this is on the scene number 1. We need to check what was happening in Ayodhya. If you would remember, Dasharatha was a great administrator. He had his council of ministers, he had his council of advisors who would advise him the right way of administration. Nevertheless, there is some void that's left in everybody's life, and Dasharatha was no exception. He had everything in his life but a son. As said, the question should not arise whether he was worried that he did not have daughters. He had daughters. Or the only thing that was left, that was he did not have a son. So, seeking a good son was the duty of every king in those days, because they wanted a son not for them but for the kingdom. They wanted a son not for their pleasure but for the pleasure of his subjects. Hence, he sought the advice of his council of ministers, who said, Hey Dasharath, you need to perform an Ashwamedha Mahayagya or a Hayamedha Mahayagya. Hence, to perform this yajna, they advised Dasharath that they should be inviting a certain rishi called as Rishyashrang. Rishyashrang was the grandson of sage Kashyap and the son of sage Vibhandak. He was a person of great austerities. He was a person who would always immerse himself in deep meditation. He would contemplate on subjects that would ensure the welfare for the mankind in total. The beautiful verse that reads about his history is, Kashyapasya cha putrosti vibhandaka iti shrutaha rishyashrunga iti khyata tasya putro bhavishyati. Hence, Dasharath walked all the way to the hermitage, the ashram of Rishyashrang, and said, Hey Rishi, it is you who has to come to Ayodhya, perform the Ashwamedha Mahayagya, and thereby help me bless with a son who would be an able administrator, an obedient son to the parents, a dutiful brother to his siblings, and after all, a good human being. Rishyashrang immediately accepted the request and said, Hey Dasharath, please do not worry, I shall be in your kingdom at the right time. And he reached Ayodhya and along with his disciples started performing the horse sacrifice called as Ashwamedha Mahayagya. And this sacrifice, this Ashwamedha Mahayagya, according to Ramayan, went for over a year. It reads, Sambatsarante Diksheta. And at the end of that particular Ashwamedha Mahayagya, arose a Yajna Purusha in this particular great Mahayagya. The verse that reads is, Krishnam Raktam Baradharam Raktasyam Dundubhiswanam Shubhalakshana Sampannam Divyabharana Bhushitam Shaila Shrunga Samutsedham Driptashardula Vikramam. This Yajna Purush, this person or this deity from this sacrifice arose with a beautiful vessel. As per Srimad Ramayan, he arose with a vessel which was gold covered with a silver lid. And some interpret that it could also have been a silver vessel with a golden lid. Whatever be it, people who always find a relationship between science and religion have said that the payasam, the milk that came in that yajnam, which was in the vessel, had to be distributed amongst the wives of Dasharath. And the payasam couldn't be too hot, nor could it be too cold. To come at probably the room temperature, as what we call, it has to be neither too warm nor too cold. Silver was always used in cooking vessels to retain the heat, whereas gold used to be installed in the middle of a silver plate to let off the heat. It was a silver vessel with a golden lid, or it was a golden vessel with a silver lid, quite meaning the same. It was just to ensure that the content of that particular vessel was neither too warm nor too cold. Wow, science did find a place in religion, and religion should always find a place in science, because religion and science cannot walk separately. Only when they walk on parallel tracks there can be a connection, and that would make total sense for people who believe that logic and emotion can always go together. Hence, this particular verse in Srimad Ramayan that speaks about how the vessel was, speaks about the relationship between religion, that is Sanskrit literature here, which is Srimad Ramayan, and science as well. Now the payasam was received by Dasharath. The Yajna Purush who arose out of the Yajna said, "Hey Dasharath, you need to distribute the payasam amongst your wives." So he said, "Kausalyayai narapatihi payasardham dadau tada." Of the payasam that came out in the vessel, ardham, half of it was given to the first wife called as Kaushalya. Kausalyayai narapatihi payasardham dadau tada. Ardadardham, halves, half, which is 25 of 50, which is ardadardham dadau chapi sumitrayai naradhipaha. 50 was given to Kaushalya, 25 was given to Sumitra. The leftover was 25. Half of it was given to Kaikeyi. Kaikeyi chavasishtardham dadau putrartha karanat, seeking son. Half of that remaining half was given to Kaikeyi, which is 12.5. So 50 was given to Kaushalya, 25 was given to Sumitra, 12.5% was given to Kaikeyi, and the remaining was another 12.5. Now Dasharath started contemplating on whom to give this particular 12.5%. He said, "Pradadau chavasishtardham payasasya mrutopamam anuchintya sumitrayai punareva mahamatihi." The intelligent person, the able administrator, the smart human being Dasharath thought for some time as to whom should I give this 12.5% to. And then he said to himself that I need to give this 12.5% yet again to Sumitra, who was none but a character of immense knowledge and the right mature form of it. So he gave it. Interestingly, our commentators have gone deep into these shlokas and commented on certain words of it. Here, Valmiki says, "Pradadau chavasishtardham payasasya mrutopamam." The 12.5 which was remaining in the vessel is the sesham, the remaining. Payasasya mrutopamam. It seems the nectar of the payasam itself used to lie or was lying in the 12.5 that was remaining. Interestingly, I have something to share with all of you. I remember in my childhood when my grandmother used to feed me with food. She would gather so much of porridge and food for me, where at the end of it I would say, "Please stop, I don't need it anymore." And she would say, "There's only little left, and that little is just one scoop of it. And remember, if you have the one scoop, the last one scoop of your food, that will taste the best of it." Probably she would have been inspired by these words of Valmiki, which says, payasasyamritopamam. The remaining of the payasam, which was 12.5% in the vessel, was the one which was nectar-like. Let's see what happens to these queens of Dasharath, namely Kausalya, Kaikeyi and Sumitra, after having consumed the payasam. But wait, we need to wait for all of these answers to these questions in the next episode. Thank you. Kujantam Ramarameti Madhuram Madhuraksharam Aruhya Kavitashakam Mande Valmiki Kokilam Valmikir Munisimhasya Kavita Vanacharinaha Shrinvan Ramakathanatam Konayadi Paramgatim. These verses, as said earlier, describe the great contribution of sage Valmiki towards our great Sanatana Dharma. The way in which he has intertwined the nectar-like words in Ramayan is matchless, and Ramayan can find no match in this world, for it is a treasure house of important morals and values. What we have observed in our last episode was Rishyashring, the grandson of sage Kashyap and the son of sage Vibhandak, was invited by King Dasharath to his kingdom called as Ayodhya. In the province of Kosala was the capital called as Ayodhya, and Dasharath invited sage Rishyashringa so that he could perform the Ashwamedha Mahayajna, and the yajna was performed for a period of 1 year. At the end of it arose a yajna purusha from the yajna, and he gave a beautiful vessel with the payasam, the condensed milk in it, and said, "Hey Dasharath, distribute the payasam amongst your wives." We who have read Ramayan time and again have observed one thing, that these three wives of Dasharath, namely Kaushalya, Kaikeyi and Sumitra, these are the three names that we are frequented with. But if you observe the Moola Ramayanam, the Adikavyam of Valmiki, which is Srimad Ramayan, closely in Ayodhya Kand, which is the second canto, Dasharath is said to have had 350 wives. Isn't that quite surprising? First, the question may come, is there a reference? Yes, it is in Ayodhya Kand, wherein all the 350 except Kaikeyi, that is 349 wives of Dasharath, weep when Ram leaves to the forest with Sita and Lakshman. So there is proof. Now comes the second question. How did he manage the 350 wives? For the first question, where you asked for the source, all that I could say was it is in Ramayan. If you would ask me how he managed the 350 wives, that is one question which I can not answer, except for Dasharath in this world is the only person who can answer. Well, why did he marry those 350 wives is another important question. Interestingly, before Ram was born, there was another Ram. Who was this Ram? He was Parashuram or Bhargav Ram. Parashuram was the son of a great sage called as Jamadagni. Parashuram's mother was a lady of great penance and powers. Her name was Renuka Devi. To Renuka Devi and Jamadagni Rishi was born sage Parashuram, who is also regarded as an Aveshya avatar, an induced incarnation of the Lord, not as a Purna avatar, not as a complete incarnation, but an induced incarnation. Parashuram's father Jamadagni was killed by a Kshatriya king called as Kartyaviryarjun. Since he was killed by Kartyaviryarjun, Parashuram took a vow that he would kill all the Kshatriya kings on this earth. And hence, it is said that he is to have killed over 21 generations or races of Kshatriyas. While he was killing, he did make one exception. He said, if the Kshatriya king was celebrating his first anniversary of marriage, then Parashuram said that he would not be killing that Kshatriya king. Dasharath, who was also a Kshatriya, now thought for some time, I should not be killed. So, how do I protect myself? Well, Parashuram himself had given the exception. So, he married every lady and turned her to be his queen every year. And every year Parashuram would come, he would check that Dasharath was celebrating his first year of wedding anniversary, and it seems he did not kill Dasharath. Hence, as a result of it, Dasharath was left with 350 wives. But if there were 350 wives, why are only 3 people concentrated in Srimad Ramayan? That's another question we need to answer. The answer is quite simple. Ramayan, by itself being an epic, is huge. Quoting about the 3 wives itself was too much. And if Valmiki would begin quoting all the 347 remaining wives, when would Ramayan begin and when would it end? So, to make things simple, lucid, unambiguous and short, Valmiki concentrated on these 3 wives. Dasharath, who received the payasam or the condensed milk from the sacrifice through the Yajna Purush, the sacrifice deity, distributed amongst his wives. 50% of the payasam was given to Kaushalya. 25% of the payasam was given to Sumitra. 12.5% of the payasam was given to Kaikeyi. The left was 12.5% again. Now, the great administrator, the smart human being, the intellect that Dasharath was, it seems he thought for some time and said, to whom shall I give this nectar-like remaining portion of the payasam, which is 12.5? And he said, I need to give this to the great lady Sumitra, and gave it to her. We just saw this till yesterday, but we didn't see why Dasharath chose Sumitra after all. Because Dasharath is said to have had more liking and inclination towards Kaikeyi. He is to have given it to Kaikeyi, 1, or considering the option that Kaushalya was the first wife, he should have given it to her. Leaving Kaushalya, leaving Kaikeyi, why did he give the remaining 12.5% of the payasam yet again to Sumitra? It seems, though Kaushalya and Kaikeyi were great in their own respects, Kaikeyi would have fought with Dasharath had he given the remaining to Kaushalya yet again. Had it been given to Kaikeyi, Kaushalya would have said, I, as the first wife, have all the rights to seek the husband's property first. Why should it be given to Kaikeyi? But Sumitra was such a non-controversial character in the entire Ramayan that if Dasharath had chosen Sumitra to be given the remaining, Kaikeyi and Kaushalya would have never fought. So, it was given to Sumitra, considering the fact that if it was given to Sumitra, the other two wouldn't fight. Point number 1. And it was called as payasopamam, that is, the remaining percent of the payasam, which was payasasyamritopamam, that remaining percent of the payasam, that remaining portion of the payasam, which was like nectar, like amritam, was given to Sumitra. Why it was given to Sumitra was seen. There is another big reason behind this. Dasharath was a very intelligent person. He knew that if payasam was given to Sumitra again, she would be blessed with an other child, whereas Kaushalya and Kaikeyi will be left only with 1. Now, it is not the number of children that a mother or a father have to boast about. It is about having few but good. Like how they say, friends should be few but good. What is the use if the set of parents, the mother and the father, have 20 children, and all the 20 children are people who have not adhered to the path of dharma. Instead, it is always better to have one child. But if given a choice that there should be more children, all the children to the parents should adhere to the path of dharma. Dasharath knew for the very fact that as a mother, Sumitra would raise her children in the right path of dharma, how many ever children she had. Hence, he thought that the remaining percent of the payasam, which was also to guarantee a child, should go to Sumitra. And interestingly, the son who was born of the remaining percent of the payasam was also a person like his very mother Sumitra. Sumitra was a person who always wanted to help people going out of her way, like how she sent her son Lakshman along with Ram to serve him during the exile. Likewise, she wanted to ensure that the child who was born as a result of the last portion of the payasam was a person who would always engage himself in service, and such a person was Shatrughna. Here, Sumitra, who was a lady of great intellect, was bestowed or was given the last portion of the payasam. And she was also chosen for the very fact that the other two wives wouldn't fight. Why did he have to think again? Anuchintya Sumitrayai. Why did he have to think again is another important question. Sumitra would ensure that if she had two children, one son would be going for the service of the Lord, and the other child would be engaged in the service of the mankind, that is the devotees of the Lord. Hence, Dasharath chose that the remaining portion should be given to Sumitra herself again. Now getting to the point, how long these queens of, say, King Dasharath were pregnant. It is said that they were pregnant for a period of 12 months. Hence, while they were pregnant for a period of 12 months, were born children. Let's see who were all born. Tatascha dvadashe mase chaitre navamike tithau nakshatre aditi daivatye svocha samstheshu panchasu graheshu karkate lagne vakpata dinduna saha prodhyamane jagannatham sarvaloka namaskritam kausalya janayadramam divyalakshana samyutam. What a beautiful verse. Ramayana is not beautiful only for the story which is intertwined in it, but it is beautiful for the beautiful words that are written in it. Look at these words. Tatascha dvadashe mase. After or at the end of 12 months, Chaitre Navamike Tithau, in the month of Chitra, on the Tithi of Navami, that is the 9th day, and when the great nakshatra Punarvasu was there, presided over by Aditi Devi, was born this great son to Kaushalya. How was Ram born? Tulsidas describes it in his Ramcharitmanas, wherein he says, Naumi Tithi Madhu Mas Punita Sukala Pach Abhijit Hari Prita Madhya Divas Ati Sita Nadhama Pavana Kal Loka Bishrama. He was born in the daytime, though it was severe summer, the time at which Ram was born. The afternoon on which Ram was born was neither too hot nor too cold. Ati Seet na dhama. There was the gentle breeze that was blowing, and on that Navami Tithi, with the nakshatra, the star of Punarvasu, was born this great son who was born to redeem the entire mankind of its sins, was born to move or remove the worries of the great administrator Dasharath, was born to the gentle intellect and a very pious lady called Kaushalya. And this child was born. The next day was Pushya Nakshatra and was born Bharat to Kaikeyi. And the third day was born Lakshman and Shatrughna to Sumitra. Now let's see how these kids were named. Oh my goodness, I have already told their names. That is Ram, Bharat, Lakshman and Shatrughna. While they were born, it was Vasishtha, the family priest, who was engaged in the christening of the children. Why did he choose those names? That's an important question. Let's check why he chose those questions in the next episode. Thank you. वेदवेद्ये परे पुंसि दासे दशरथात्मजे वेदः प्राचेतसादासीत् साक्षात् रामायणात्मना. While the essence of all Vedas was born as Sri Ram, it was the Vedas which were born as Srimad Ramayana. In the last episode, we did see how Kaushalya, who was pregnant for a period of 12 months, delivered the great son who would redeem the mankind of all its sins, called as Ram. While Ram was born to Kaushalya, we may also need to check what kind of an experience Kaushalya had while carrying Ram in her womb. Well, Valmiki has not gone to that extent of describing what great blissful experience she had. Nevertheless, we need to refer to Bhagavatam, which is one of the greatest Puranas that talks about how Devaki was pregnant with Krishna. Well, there, in that work as well, Shukacharya, the son of Vedavyasa, has not elucidated to Parikshit on what kind of an experience Devaki had. Then, where do we seek such experiences? Yet, there is another philosopher in the Vaishnav Sampradaya, in the cult that talks about Bhatti, total devotion towards Vishnu. And in that, a great philosopher called Vedanta Deshika, in his great epic poem called as Yadavabhyudayam, Abhyudayam means growing together. Yadava means one who has come from the Yadus race. Krishna, who came from the Yadus race, grew. And the poet says, let's grow with him. So this work was called as Yadavabhyudayam. In this Yadavabhyudayam, in over 2,500 verses, this philosopher and poet par excellence, called as Vedanta Deshika, also dedicates a complete chapter on how or what kind of a blissful experience Devaki had while carrying Krishna. Devaki, who was a very emotional character, would always have tears in her eyes and would start weeping if any of the words that used to be so harsh and used to be pointed like the trident used to get uttered from the mouth of her brother Kans. While she was pregnant with 7 other children, because she had 6 deliveries, and the 7th kid, the 7th fetus was extracted or was pulled. Karshanam. Karshanam means to pull. And it was transferred to the womb of another wife of Vasudev called as Rohini, and she delivered the child. Since the child was pulled and transferred, he was called Sankarshan, and he was none other than Balaram or Baldev. The 8th time she got pregnant was with Krishna. Devaki, who would always sob, saying that why have I to be the victim of the wrath of my brother who acts in such a barbaric way? She would always sob, she would always feel, she would always weep. Now that she has lost all her 6 children and the 7th child has also been transferred to another womb, she would always cry. But the same Devaki, the same emotional Devaki, when she was pregnant with Krishna, she had a different feeling, says the poet. What was the different feeling? Since she was languishing in the jail with her husband Vasudeva, while she would look to the watchmen while she would look to the security men, she would look in a way as if she is going to consume them all by her sight itself. They were quite startled. This Devaki, who keeps sobbing, who keeps crying, why is she looking at us like this? The poet says, it is not her. It is not her intention to look at them like that, but it is the one who's inside who's looking at them like that. So, the one who's looking at is making use of Devaki to look at that. And Devaki would always say, Vasudev, can you please get me some water? Can you please open this window? Can you please keep the pot there? Her husband Vasudev was himself surprised. Devaki was a character who would always do work by herself. Why is she become so commanding all of a sudden? The poet says, when she has the commander for the entire universe inside her womb, will not that quality of commanding reach an iota to her tongue as well? So, while she would walk, she would always feel that she was flying on a bird. At times, when you keep traveling in the flight for a long time and when you're back home, you always have the inertia as if you were traveling. When you get onto a bus and you've been traveling for hours together, say 10 to 15 hours, at the end of that particular journey, when you come back home, you feel that you're still traveling. Since she was having Krishna, the Lord, inside her womb, she felt that she was sitting on a bird and she was traveling. While she would lay down for a sleep, she felt that she was reclining on a soft, slithery couch. And it was none but the snake itself, because the Lord reclines on the serpent. So this was the experience that Devaki had while she was pregnant with the Lord, while she was pregnant with Krishna. It is the same Lord who is now going to incarnate as Ram to Kaushalya. Though Valmiki has restrained himself on describing what kind of a blissful experience Kaushalya had, nevertheless, we need to try to extrapolate whatever has been said about the experience Devaki had with Krishna to what Kaushalya would have had with Ram. It's said by a great poet in the south called Thiruvalluvar. He has composed a set of 1330 couplets called as Thirukural, which is a Tamil word that denotes a treasure house of good moral values and virtues. There he says, a mother finds 100 times more joy when she hears people say that your son is a very good human being, even more than the joy that she would have had while she delivered him. If the joy that a mother has in delivering a son is X, then when the same mother hears people say that your son is a very good human being, a very intelligent person, a very helpful person, a very magnanimous person, a very true human being, she finds 100 times more joy than it. So that was X and this is 100X. Here, interestingly, the person who has composed this virtue or spotted this value says, a mother finds 100 times more joy when she hears people say that your son is a great human being, rather or more than the joy that she would have had while delivering him. Simple. So, it means that the joy a person has in delivering a son, a mother has in delivering a son, is very much different than the time when she hears people say that your son is a good human being. But the poet Valmiki says that Kaushalya had the same amount of joy while a mother can hear people say that your son is a great son while she was delivering Ram herself. Why? Because while Ram was born, he accomplished whatever a person has to accomplish. Because while Ram was born, the very minute the people of Ayodhya were relieved that they would have a great administrator. He removed the worries of his father that he would be a very good administrator after him for him to succeed. He removed the worries of the Devas, saying that by being born on this earth, he would remove the worries of the Devas by annihilating all the demoniac forces on earth. While being born as a son to Kaushalya, he also told his mother that I am your son. You don't have to worry that you're childless from now on. I am your son. So he removed the worries of so many people, his mother, his father, the subjects of his kingdom, the Devas, at the same time the moment he was born. So, with the moment he was born, people started exclaiming that, hey Kaushalya, you've got a great son. So the poet goes to the extent of saying, that the mother Kaushalya had the same amount of joy while she would hear years later that people would say that your son is a great son the moment he was born itself. So, Kaushalya delivered Ram. While I am saying the word Ram, still the children haven't been named. I just hope all of you who are listening to this would have just forgotten what these kids' names are. Now, the family priest, the Purohit, who was a Vasishta, he was no ordinary person. He is regarded as one amongst the Sapta Rishis, the 7 revered Rishis of Sanatana Dharma. He is said to be the great-grandfather of sage Vyas. He is the grandfather of sage Shakti. Vasisht was no ordinary person. He was a person of great austerities and immense meditation. He was the great-grandfather of sage Vyas. He was the grandfather of sage Parashar. He was the father of sage Shakti. And he was the husband to the very great renowned Arundhati. Vasisht was invited by the king Dasharath to christen his children. Vasisht went and he said, "Give me that child, the beautiful child, the resplendent child, the child with the halo to me." And he took the child of Kaushalya, put the child on his lap and said, "This child is nothing but a sign or embodiment of all auspiciousness. What do I call him?" And he thought for some time. While he was thinking, Mahakavi Kalidasa in his magnum opus Raghuvamsham writes a beautiful verse. Rama ityabhiramena vapusha tasya choditaha namadheyam gurah chakre jagat prathama mangalam. If you would list down all the auspicious things in our Sanatana Dharma, people say that lotus is an auspicious thing, for from it arose Brahma, the son of Vishnu, and the lotus is the one that reminds us of the lotus feet of the Lord, the lotus hands of the Lord, the lotus face of the Lord, the lotus eyes of the Lord. Turmeric, haldi, is also auspicious. Medicinally, that is one of the best things that could have happened. And when you talk about Sanatana Dharma, it also reminds about the color of the Lord, because Chandogya Upanishad says, Hiranyaya Purusho Drishyate. Hiranya means gold. Gold-like person is seen. The spice which reminds us of the gold is turmeric, and it is auspicious. Kumkum is auspicious. Likewise, we have so many objects which are signs of auspiciousness. Here, Ram is regarded as a sign of auspiciousness, and it is not the Ram, the human being that we are talking about. The name of Ram itself is very auspicious. Ram ityabhiramena vapusha tasya choditaha namadheyam gurah chakre jagat prathama mangalam. If one were to list down the auspicious things in the world, he would say the most auspicious amongst them all is Ram's name. Likewise, now we need to understand why was he called Ram. Ramayati iti Ramaha. When you would utter his name, the simple name, the word which has 2 aksharas, 2 alphabets, which is Rama, then we are just reminded of how beautiful the name is. Names need not have to be complicated. Names need not have to come after thousands of search on the Google. Names need not have to come after referring to thousands of books with millions of pages with a zillion and billions of names. Names could be simple. Names could be beautiful. Names could just be sweet. And if you would ask for one such example, why think? The only answer is Ram. Since the name brings so much of joy, so much of happiness, so much of ecstasy, so much of great experience, the experience of complete bliss. Hence, this name is so sweet to the tongue, hence it's called Ram. Ramayati iti Ramaha. Since the child was looking so sweet, since the child was an embodiment of all auspiciousness, Since the child would remind of only goodness and goodwill in the world, Vasishtha said, "Hey Dasharath, let your child be called Ram, and Ram will be nothing but a person. Ram will be a person of great joy to all kinds of people, be it the young or the old, be the rich or the poor, be the Kshatriyas or Brahmanas, be the Vaishyas or the Shudras, to all classes of people, across caste and across gender. He'll be the only sign and the only hope of goodwill and enjoyment." But all that we have seen today is how beautiful the name Ram is. Even more beautiful are the names of his brothers Bharat, Lakshman and Shatrugna. For that, we need to wait for the next episode. Until then, thank you. Shri Rama 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 iti Rame Rame Manorame Sahasranama Tat Tulyam Ramanama Varanane. The beautiful 1,000 names, set of 1,000 names called as Vishnu Sahasra Nam. Sahasram in Sanskrit denotes 1,000. Namam denotes name. Sahasranamam denotes a set of 1,000 names. Vishnu Sahasranamam denotes a set of 1,000 names of the Lord Vishnu. Though many Vishnu Sahasranams are found in our Puranas, the only Vishnu Sahasranam that is known worldwide is the Vishnu Sahasranam that was recited by the great devotee Bhishmacharya on the battlefield of Kurukshetra during the war of Mahabharata. In these 1,000 names, Bhishmacharya experiences the different incidents that invoke the blessings of the Lord, at the same time talk about the beauty and the mahatmyam, the greatness, the vaibhavam of the Lord and his auspicious attributes. At the end of reciting these 1,000 names, there was a conversation that happened between Lord Shiv and his wife Parvati Devi in their abode of Kailash. Parvati Devi, understanding the constraints of mankind, posed a question at Lord Shiv. Parvati Uvacha, Parvati said, "Kena upayena laghuna Vishnor nama sahasrakam Pathyateir panditeir nityam shrotumichhamyaham prabho." Hey Prabhu, O my Lord, Lord Shiv, shrotumichhami, I would like to hear. What would I like to hear? I would like to hear which is the short way, the shortest of the routes and the best of the routes in receiving the fruit of all the 1,000 names to a devotee who is in the world. Kena upayena laghuna. Laghu means short, small. Upayena laghuna, the shortest means, the shortest ways. Vishnor nama sahasrakam, to the 1,000 names of Vishnu, which is the shortest way. Pathyateir panditeir nityam shrotum ichhami, be the learned or not. How do they find the shortest ways? At that point of time, Lord Shiv said, "Shri Rama Ram Ram iti Rame Rame Manorame Sahasranama Tat Tulyam Ramanama Varanane." Hey Parvati, there is one way, the only way to find a solution, or the shortest way, or the shortest means, or the shortest route to reciting the entire set of 1,000 names is by reciting a Ram's name. She was startled. How can the Ram's name, how can the name of Ram be the shortest route or shortest means to reciting all the 1,000 names? Here, our preceptors, our predecessors, our purvacharyas have found a very interesting and a very convincing solution or an answer and a reply to this question. In Sanskrit, we have the alphabets. It starts from A, and then we have the other set which starts from K. So we have K, K, G, G, Ng. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The first way of counting is saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. That is one way. The other way around is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, K, K, G, G, Ng. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Ch, Ch, J, J, Nya. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, T, T, D, D, N. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, T, T, D, D, N. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, P, P, B, B, M. Now look at this. Which was the alphabet that came as M? In Ra, Ma, there are two alphabets, Ra and Ma. Though it is Ra, still the root is Ra. There is Ma. There is one Ra, which is Ra in the plainest of the alphabets, and Ma. So there are two alphabets, Ra and Ma. What was the number for Ma? Pa, Pa, Ba, Bha, Ma. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 was the number for Ma. Which is the number for Ra? Ya, Ra, La, Va. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ra is 2. So in Ram, Ra corresponds to 2, Ma corresponds to 5. 2 5s are 10 in simple mathematics. What did Lord Shiv tell Parvati? Shri Ram, 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 iti Rame. Hey Rame, the one whose face is like the newly bloomed lotus, hey Parvati, the shortest of the routes, the shortest of the means, the shortcut to reciting the entire Vishnu Sahasranam is Ram Nam. But he said it thrice. Shri Ram, 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 iti. What was the number for one Ram? Ra, Ma. Ra is 2, Ma is 5, 2 5s are 10. Shri Ram, 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 10 into 10 into 10, which is 1000. So 1000 names of Vishnu corresponds to that name of Ram. Hence, Lord Shiv said, Shri Ram, 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 iti, Rame, Rame, Manorame. As I have said, that this name has the essence of all the 1000 names. Hence, it is said, Sahasranama Tat Tulyam, the equivalent of 1000 names, Ramanama Varanane. It resides in the beautiful name of Ram. So, is this beautiful shloka which describes the beauty of Ram's name, the name of Ram. Why was he called Ram? There is another interpretation to it. Ramante sarve janaha gunaihi asmin iti Ramaha. This name would always bring welfare to all the subjects, to people, to the masses. It would also cause so much of joy to them. This is a beautiful verse from Ramakarnamritam, where the poet describes the beauty of Ram's name. Kalyananam nidhanam kalimalamathanam pavanam pavananam patheyam yan mumukshoho sapadi parapada prapaye prasthitasya vishramasthanamekam kavivaravachasam jivitam sajjananam bijam dharmadrumasya prabhavatu bhavatam bhutaye ramanama. The name Ram is the one that brings auspiciousness to anybody who recites it. What is auspiciousness? Auspiciousness is always bestowed on a person if the Lord comes to his rescue at the need of that particular hour. With this particular meaning in mind, the great Tamil poet Kamban, in his transcreation of Ramayan in the language Tamil, says, the Lord who came to the rescue of the helpless elephant Gajendra when it called for help, when its leg was caught in the jaws of a crocodile, is the same Lord who is now born to Kaushalya and Dasharath to redeem the sins of people. to help the people out when they are in distress. And hence, he uses this particular name of the Lord to denote that he is the one who is to protect his devotees at that particular need of the hour. Well, there is another poet in the Madhva Sampradaya, in that particular cult of Vaishnavism, where Madhvacharya from Karnataka was leading it. This particular poet, called as Narayan Pandit, says the importance of Ram's name, the name of Ram. Ramaha sarvabhiramatvat, the one whose beauty is unmatched. Ramaha atma ramatvat, one who is the Paramatma, one who is the supreme personality of Godhead. Ramaha maragata shyamaha, one who is dark-hued. Ram was dark in color. The Lord himself is dark. The supreme personality of Godhead, in whichever incarnation be he is always invoked in the dark-hued form. Ramaha maragata shyamaha. Maragatam in Sanskrit denotes the green stone, which is the emerald. Nityam Ramabhi Sambandhat, one who always has the companionship of the mother of this entire universe, who's Sri Devi, who's Sri Mahalakshmi. Danashrihi, the one who's generous. Ramanam Hridya Bhavatvat, one who expresses the innermost feelings and emotions and joy of one's heart, is Ram. So Ram is a person of great valor. Ram is a person who's very generous. Ram is a person who's very true to one's heart. Ram is a person who's of unmatched beauty. Ram is a person who always adheres to auspiciousness. Ram is a person who always adheres to righteousness. Ram is nothing but an embodiment of all dharma. That's why another poet says, Dharmo vigrahavan adharma viratim, one who has come to annihilate adharma, that is, people who do not adhere to righteousness, and one who himself is an embodiment of all righteousness. Well, Ram's beauty, Ram's name, the glory of Ram's name has been described in detail. I did say that I'll be talking about the other brothers as well. Let's see how great they were. Bharataha. Bharat was born in the next nakshatra to which Ram was born on the next day. Bharato nama kaikeyam jagnye satya parakramaha sakshad Vishnos chaturbhagaha sarvaihi samudito gunaihi. He was the one who had all the qualities like Ram. He was the one who had all the great attributes that Ram had. He was born to serve Ram. But what did Bharataha mean? Bharataha meant Bharataha Rajya Bharanat, one who would always support the kingdom. Bharat supported the kingdom. It was his mother Kaikeyi who wanted her son Bharat to become the king. She did fight with her husband Dasharath and fetch the kingdom for her son Bharat. But Bharat did not rule the kingdom. So if Bharat did not rule the kingdom, which kingdom did he rule to get the name Bharat? Because Bharataha, the name in Sanskrit says, Bharataha Rajya Bharanat, one who rules the kingdom. He didn't rule the kingdom. Which kingdom did he rule? But to get the answer to this question, you need to wait for the next episode. Thank you. Ramaya Ramabhadraya Ramachandraya Vedhase Raghunathaya Nathaya Sitaya Pataye Namaha. This particular verse in Sanskrit describes the way in which Ram, along with Sita and his brothers, bestow blessings on his devotees. This particular verse describes how Bharat was born to Kaikeyi. Bharato nama Kaikeyam jagnye satya parakramaha sakshad Vishnos chaturbhagaha sarvaihi samudito gunaihi. And the next verse describes how the two sons to Sumitra were born, namely Lakshman and Shatrughna. Atha Lakshmana Shatrughna Sumitra janayat sutau virau sarvastra kushalau Vishnor ardha samanvitau. This beautiful verse describes how these two sons were born to Sumitra. Now, we have checked the beauty, the glory of the name Ram, who was the son of Kaushalya. But here we need to check what is the beauty of Bharat's name and Lakshman's name and Shatrugna's name. Who was Bharat? Bharat was the son of Kaikeyi. Why was he called Bharat? Bharataha Rajya Bharanat, one who lifts the burden of the kingdom, or one who holds the kingdom. What kingdom did he hold? If one would check the beauty of Ramayan, they will come to know that Bharat was not running any particular kingdom. Even the kingdom of Kosala with its capital of Ayodhya, which was fetched by Kaikeyi by fighting with her husband Dasharath, when it was given to Bharat, he said, I will not be ruling the kingdom, for I am not the right person to rule it. It is my elder brother Ram who has to rule it. These were the words of Bharat. So, he did not rule the kingdom. How can he be called Bharat? How can it be said that Bharataha Rajya Bharanat? So, what kingdom did he rule? To decode this particular secret, our Purvacharyas, our predecessors have given an excellent explanation. They have said, Bharataha Kainkarya Rajya Bharanat. Kainkaryam in Sanskrit means the attitude of serving, which is servitude in itself. This particular servitude was ensued by Bharat towards his brother Ram. Hence, it is said that Bharat owned the kingdom of Kainkaryam or servitude, and hence he was called Bharataha. Well, there is another beautiful explanation which another Acharya gives in his commentary. One thing that we fail to accept is our mistakes. If I have committed a mistake, it takes a lot of courage from me. It takes a lot of maturity in me to tell people, yes, I have committed the mistake. So, to agree upon something that I have committed itself is a question of big ego. So, where does come the question of me agreeing to a mistake that I have not committed? To get back, to bring some more clarity, all that I said was agreeing that I have committed a mistake itself is a big thing, quite next to impossible. Where will a situation arise where I agree that this is a mistake committed by me when I have actually not committed? So, this is human mentality. But Bharat was not responsible for sending his brother Ram to the forest. He was not responsible for sending his brother Lakshman along with Ram to the forest. He was not responsible for tormenting his dear father Dasharath with those two boons. Hence, Bharat is regarded as the one who is said to have ruled the kingdom of those mature people who had the act of accepting those mistakes even which they have not committed. Hence, Bharat was called as Bharat because he supported the kingdom of servitude, which is Kainkaryam. Hence he was said, Bharataha Kainkarya Rajya Bharanat. Now, why was Lakshman, the son of Sumitra, called Lakshman? Lakshmanaha, Lakshmi Sampannaha, one who is endowed with the goddess of prosperity. Lakshman, was he endowed with a goddess of prosperity who is Lakshmi? Where was he prosperous? After marriage, after a period of 12 years, when Ram was banished to the forest, he was also the one who left on exile to the forest. He did not make use of those comforts. So when he was not prosperous enough, why is he called Lakshmanaha? Because the word Lakshmanaha means Lakshmanaha, Lakshmi Sampannaha. So what was the prosperity he had? Again, a beautiful interpretation given by our predecessors and Purvacharyas and our preceptors is Lakshmanaha, Kainkarya Lakshmi Sampannaha, one who was endowed with the prosperity or the wealth of servitude, of serving the Lord and his devotees. Fine. Lakshman was the one who served Ram and Sita. He did rule the kingdom of servitude. Fine. He did have that wealth. Hence he was called Lakshmanaha. The most interesting of all, which is Shatrughnaha. Why was he called Shatrughnaha? Which Shatru, which enemy, which foe did Shatrughna kill? Because in the final battle that ensued between Ram and Ravan, Ram was the one who killed Ravan. Ram was the one who killed Kumbhakarna. Ram's brother Lakshman was the one who killed Indrajit. While Ram and Lakshman did all the killing of those demoniac forces. Where did the name of Shatrughna emerge to say that he was the one who killed those Shatrus? Never. Never does it emerge. So which Shatru did Shatrughna win to gain that title of Shatrughnaha? For this, the interpreters and commentators have given yet another interesting explanation. Remember, to agree that the Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is all-pervasive, is omnipresent, is all-powerful, is not something new, is not something to be wondered. If I am going to stand before a huge mountain rock, there is no wonder if I would say that weighs heavier more than me. There is no wonder if I would say that if the rock, a huge piece of rock would fall on me, I would get crushed. What is the big deal in saying such things? Because that's visible. When it's visible, when it is a fact, there is no big deal in agreeing to the fact. But imagine me saying that the person before me is greater than me. Why? Because the person is not as huge as the rock. The person is not as heavy as the rock. The person is not as strong as the rock. He's just like me. Yet, I say that he's stronger than me. Likewise, agreeing that the God is all to me is not something to be wondered. But agreeing that the devotee to the Lord is everything to me is something that needs to be regarded and respected. Ram is the all-pervasive, omnipresent God, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Two brothers, Lakshman and Bharat. Lakshman, son of Sumitra, Bharat, son of Kaikeyi, were serving Ram, who is the Lord. They, agreeing that the Lord is everything to me, Ram is everything to me, is not something great, because God is always treated as all-powerful. And agreeing that the all-powerful person is the greatest of the lot is not something to be wondered at. But agreeing that a human being who just looks like me, saying that he is greater than me, he is more intelligent than me, he is more generous than me, he is more intelligent than me, is something to be wondered, because praises are very rare from a human's mouth. Shatrughna, the brother of Lakshman, agreed that Bharat, who was a devotee of the Lord, who was a devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Sri Ram, was greater than him. If Bharat took the joy in serving the Lord Ram, Shatrughna took the joy in serving the devotee of Ram, who was Bharat. If Bharat was engaged in servitude, kainkaryam, to Bhagavan, who was Ram, it was Shatrughna who took joy in serving kainkaryam to the Bhagavat, the devotee of the Lord Bharat. So, if Bharat regarded Bhagavan as all to him, Shatrughna was the one who regarded Bharat as everything to him. So, the Shatru, the enemy to regard that a devotee is everything to me, is the devotion to God. You have still not got it? The meaning is to attain that particular stage where I agree that a devotee is greater to me, I need to cross the particular barrier called as God. Agreeing that God is powerful is not great. Agreeing that a devotee who is as equivalent as me is greater than me is greater. So, to attain Bhagavata Bhakti, to attain devotion to devotees, it is very important that you win over the devotion to the Lord. So, the Shatru which Shatrughna, the brother of Lakshman, had won was not any external foe. It was an internal foe wherein he won Rama Bhakti to attain Bharata Bhakti. He had won the devotion to Ram to to attain the devotion to Bharat? Well, there is another interpretation given, that the foes, the enemies that lie are not external, are internal, which is nothing but anger, excessive passion, over-expressive emotions or fears, and so on and so forth. Shatrughna is one such character or person who is said to have won over all of them. That is why he is called as Shatrughnaha. Hence, we have seen the importance of the name Ram. We have seen the importance of the name Bharat, who was a son of Kaikeyi. We have seen the importance of the name Lakshman, who was a son of Sumitra. And finally, we saw the meaning of the beautiful name Shatrughna, who was the brother to Lakshman and son of Sumitra. With all these brothers in hand, let's see how the brotherhood was something that bloomed between them, how the poets and literature people have gone to the extent of praising the fraternity that existed between the brothers in the next episode. Thank you. Jayatya santrasa dhvanta vidhvamsa nodayah prabhavan sitaya devya paramavyoma bhaskaraha. The one who was none but the son to the entire clan of Surya Vamsham, the one on whose birth the lotuses of that particular Vamsha, the race, bloomed. Hey Sri Ram, I offer my salutations to you, is the meaning of the verse that I have recited now. Ram was born to Kaushalya. Bharat was born to Kaikeyi. Lakshman and Shatrughna were the sons of Sumitra. The beautiful line of Valmiki reads, Balyat prabhriti susnigdaha. Right from the birth, they were also attached. There is one interesting phenomenon that we can observe. The payasam or the condensed milk that came in the vessel with the Yajna Purush was given to Dasharath, who distributed the payasam amongst his wives. He gave 50% to Kaushalya, 25% to Sumitra, 12.5% to Kaikeyi, and the remaining 12.5% to Sumitra yet again. So the order was Kaushalya, Sumitra, Kaikeyi, Sumitra. So, the birth of the children should have been Ram, Lakshman, Bharat and Shatrughna. But it was not so. The payasam was distributed in that order of Kaushalya, Sumitra, Kaikeyi, Sumitra. But the children were born in a different order. It was not Ram who was born to Kaushalya, and then it was not Lakshman who was born. It was Ram, it was Bharat, then Lakshman and Shatrughna. Now, the attachment of the brothers is observed by a very great Nepali poet called as Bhanubhaktacharya, who says, Payasake anusarale. What is Payasake anusarale? Though the children were born in the order of Ram, Bharat, Lakshman and Shatrughna, the attachment did not grow in the way in which they were born, in the order in which they were born, but the attachment was the way in which payas was given. It was Ram, Lakshman and Bharat, Shatrughna. Just imagine a simple example. Even if we have to utter the names of those brothers, we don't say Ram, Bharat and Lakshman and Shatrughna. We say Ram, Lakshman and Bharat, Shatrughna. This is the way that we have been practiced, and this is how we have been living for years and millenniums and yugas, all these years, for we are all devotees of Ram, and we have all relished the great epic poem Ramayana. Right from the birth, they were also attached. Kalidasa, in his magnum opus Raghuvamsham, says, if somebody would ask for Ram, Lakshman would also come along. If somebody would ask for Bharat, Shatrughna would also come along. If Lakshman was always there with Ram, Shatrughna was always there with Bharat. It doesn't mean that Bharat did not like Ram, All the 4 brothers were extremely attached. There is one interesting incident, though not found in Ramayan, but a hearsay which has been quoted by a great preceptor, a great acharya who lived in the 20th century. He gives this particular anecdote. It seems the 4 sons who were born to Dasharath were crying one day. Dasharath was so worried. He felt, if the children would cry this long for the entire day, I do not know even if these sons would survive. So he called his family priest Vasisht to say, hey Vasisht, could you please find a solution to the crying of my children? I'm so worried. I just feel like crying. My sons are crying right before me. They are just newborn children. Vasisht came there and noticed a certain phenomenon. He said, all these 4 kids, all these 4 newborn sons of yours have been put up in cradles. Ram in a cradle, Lakshman in a cradle, and between Ram and Lakshman's cradle was another cradle with Bharat, and next to Lakshman's cradle was a cradle of Shatrugna. So the order was Ram, Bharat, Lakshman, Shatrugna, each of them in one single cradle. Now, Vasisht said, the order is wrong, Dasharath. So he pulled out the cradle of Bharat, put the cradle of Bharat next to Shatrugna, and the cradle of Lakshman next to Ram. Now, it seems the intensity of crying by those newborn babies or sons reduced by half, but still they were crying. Now, Vasisht said, hey Dasharath, remove those 2 cradles of Lakshman and Shatrugna. Dasharath said, hey Rishi, hey Vasishtha Mahamuni, if I would remove the cradles of Lakshman and Shatrugna, where do I keep Lakshman and Shatrugna? That time, Vasisht said, please put Lakshman in the same cradle as that of Ram. Please put Shatrugna in the same cradle as that of Bharat. And when Dasharath followed the words of his family priest Vasisht, the children stopped crying and they started smiling. The moral of this anecdote is just to say the brotherhood and the fraternity which these kids and these sons enjoyed. It is tough to find this kind of a thick bonding amongst brothers in the other Puranas as well. Well, when we talk of 2 epics and 2 itihasas, Ramayana speaks about the brotherhood and fraternity that existed. Why? Talk about the other scripture which is Mahabharata, which just talks about the fights and the Mahabharata war itself which ensued between the brothers because there was no brotherhood amongst them. So you can never find such a thick bonding anywhere else in our Puranas except amongst Ram, Lakshman and Bharat, Shatrugna. They were so attached. While they were attached, there occurred an interesting incident. We hear of something called as Krishna Leela. We have all heard of it because the entire Bhagavat Mahapuran, the 10th canto, the 11th canto and partly the 12th canto in Srimad Bhagavat, which is a Mahapuran, talks about Krishnavatar, the incarnation of Lord Krishna. There, within the age of 12, by the age of 12, Krishna did so many activities. He killed Putana, he killed Shakatasur, he killed Keshi, he killed Pralamb, he killed Vatsasur, he killed Trinavarta, he danced over the serpent called Kaliya, he lifted the beautiful mountain called Govardhan. He was the one who killed his maternal uncle who was torturing the innocent called as Kans. He was the one who killed the atrocious elephant called as Kuvalaya Peet. He was the one who was to have won over those 2 great gym trainers called as Mushtik and Charnur. While he did all this within the age of 12. But what did Ram do within the age of 12? We can spot something as Krishna Leela, but never something as Ram Leela. Still, people keep wondering why is it called Ram Leela Maidan in Delhi when Ram did no Leela? No. There is interestingly one Leela that he did, and even that one Leela that Ram did resulted in a disaster. Oh my goodness, Krishna committed so many Leelas and performed so many Leelas and that did not result in disaster? And Ram just did one and did that result in disaster? Yes. Ram was supposed to be coronated as the next heir for the entire province of Koshala with its capital as Ayodhya by Dasharath. But the entire coronation was stopped by a lady with a hunch called as Manthara. Why did she stop? Will be a question that we'll answer later. But there's an interesting incident that happened in Ram's childhood, boyhood. Ram, with his brothers, would stand with the little bow and the little arrow. And that little arrow would have a little mud ball. Mud. The clay used to be clumped together, dried under the sun, and used to be attached to those little arrows. And Ram used to aim those little arrows at people. And they would enjoy this as a childish prank. But what did Manthara do? When the little mud ball used to hit her hunch, she then thought, Ram, even being a boy, you have this anger on me. You do not know to respect me. You have insulted me. Become that right moment. And at that right moment, I will see to it that I take vengeance on you, and I'll see to it whatever you have attained or whatever you're going to attain shall not be attained. So this was the only little childish prank he performed. Look at the consequence that he had to bear against Lord Krishna, who would keep on killing people, yes, to enjoy all the luxuries and comforts. Probably this is very true in life. We see so many people around who commit so many crimes, yet they are quite happy. But we may not commit even one, may not even think of one, yet we suffer a lot. So the only answer to this is karma. We have been destined to enjoy this. We have been destined to live like this. So let's live with it instead of even questioning. Because life is too short to contemplate and ponder upon things for which we may not seek answers, at least from us or at least from people around. The only way is to lead by enjoying Ramayana and these kind of episodes. Now we need to enjoy and we need to understand what Ram did. Ram, with his brothers, went to the hermitage of Vasishtha, who was the family priest. In those days, it was very mandatory for a Kshatriya, Brahman, and the Vaishya, the three classes of people, to undergo the thread ceremony at the age of 7. Ram, along with his brothers, underwent the thread ceremony. After the thread ceremony is over, which is regarded as a rebirth to the three classes of people, for which they are called as Dvijas. Dvijaha means one who's born twice. Since they are born from the mother's womb once, and again born from because of the thread ceremony, they are called as Dvijaha. These kids of Dasharath, namely Ram, Lakshman, Bharat and Shatrughna, underwent the thread ceremony. The next process was to go to the hermitage of Vasishtha, the family priest, a very learned person, to learn the Shastras, the Vedantas, and the Shastras that are required for a Kshatriya, that is Astra Vidya and Shastra Vidya. So they reached the hermitage of Vasishtha, lived for the Gurukula Vasam there, and learned all the Shastras that need to be learned by an able administrator and a Kshatriya, and came back. While they came back, Dasharath was one day seated in his court. He was contemplating, oh my goodness, my sons have come to the right age. I need to now think where to get them married. Who will marry them? How will I get them married? Who will be the girl? How should the girl be? How able are my children? How will I find a solution to all of this? Well, this is a worry that occurs in parents who have girls and boys. But the age at which those kids were, just imagine at what age they could have been. Ram was at the age of 12, and that time Dasharath thought where to get my son married. So does that denote that parents have to worry about their children's marriage right from their children's age of 12? No. In those days, getting married early was a custom. Though we are not following it as of now because we abide by the law, let's at least respect the emotions of what would have happened in those days. What is required for marriage is one important question. A lot of the counselors and a lot of the intellectuals say, marriage is not about age. Marriage is not about qualification. Marriage is not about culture. Marriage is not about tradition. above all, marriage is about the maturity, the level of maturity to which both the bride and the groom are. Probably Ram was mature since his birth, and at the age of 12 itself he was so mature that his father Dasharath thought that I should get my son married. If the parents of these days are not thinking about getting their children married even at the age of 30, it simply denotes that they are so sure that the level of maturity in their children has not reached that particular extent. So respecting that particular custom and tradition, let's see how Dasharath found a solution to this particular worry where to get his sons married, especially Ram, who was close to his heart. Thank you. Shri Rama 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 iti Rame Rame Manorame Sahasranama Tattulyam Ramanama Varanane. This beautiful verse describes the glory of Ram. Now, we were in that particular scene where the great king Dasharath was worried where to get his sons married. While he was worried where to get his sons married, at that particular point of time, Vishwamitra entered the assembly of the council of ministers of Dasharath. While he entered, Dasharath, who arose from his seat, went closer to Vishwamitra and said, "Hey Rishi, we have been blessed by your presence. It is indeed our fortune where we see and where we are able to have a glimpse of such a great person of great austerities. You are kindly welcome to our court in Ayodhya in the province of Koshala. Please do tell me, O Vishwamitra Maharishi, who is a Brahma Rishi, as to what is that which I, a servant of yours, can do for you." That time, Vishwamitra said, "Hey Dasharath, I know how great an administrator you are, how great an intellectual person you are. So all that I can say is, for me, who's a poor Brahmin, who's a poor Brahma Rishi, what will I seek? I know that you are generous enough to give what we ask for." That time Dasharath said, "Hey Vishwamitra Maharishi, please don't worry. Whatever you ask for, I shall be able to give it to you." Listening to these words of assurance from Dasharath, Vishwamitra said, "Thanks a lot, Dasharath. Now that you have promised to give whatever I ask for, I just ask for one thing." "What do you ask, Rishi?" "Swaputram Rajashardula Ramam Satya Parakramam Kakapaksha Dharam Veeram Jeshtham Me Datumarhasi." I would seek one thing from you, Dasharath. I would seek your son Ram, who is as dark as the feathers of a crow. Kakapaksha Dharam Veeram, who's valorous, who's courageous, who's an embodiment of courage. Jeshtham, one who's the eldest of your sons. Datum arhasi, give it to me. Give him to me. Swaputram, your son. Rajashardulam, one who is a tiger amongst all Kshatriyas. Ramam, Satya Parakramam, he for sure is valorous and courageous." When Dasharath heard this, he was surprised and startled, because he always thought of his son as a little boy, a little kid playing childish prank, going here and there. He could never imagine him giving his son to a rishi and that rishi taking his son and walking him all along the forest that had thorns and stones. While he hesitated, Vishwamitra continued, "Aham vedmi mahatmanam Ramam Satya Parakramam Vasishthopi Mahatejaha Yeche Me Tapasi Sthitaha." Hey Dasharath, I am completely aware of how great your son is. Aham vedmi Mahatmanam Ramam Satya Parakramam. I know for the very fact that your son is capable. I know for the very fact that Ram is the tiger amongst all men. I know for the very fact that he is a great Kshatriya. I know for the very fact that he is an embodiment of all courage and valor. Give him to me. Why? I am saying this, even your family priest Vasisht will agree to what I say. Vasishthopi Mahatejaha, even Vasisht, Mahatejaha and et al, the others here in your code, Yeche me tapasisthitaha, they are great in austerities and meditation, and they will also understand the implication of my statement when I ask for Ram. Interestingly, Vishwamitra said, even Vasishtha. Why is that, even Vasishtha? He could have said Vasishtha will also agree. Why should he say even Vasishtha will agree? It is seen from the experience between Vishwamitra and Vasishtha in the past that whatever Vishwamitra says, Vasishtha will disagree. And whatever Vasishtha says, Vishwamitra will disagree. This has been an ensuing battle like that between a snake and a mongoose, a snake and an eagle. So is between Vishwamitra and Vasishtha. There is one little tale that I would like to tell from Mahabharata. In Mahabharata, Kunti, who was unable to secure a son from Pandu, invokes the blessings of different devatas, different deities, and secures a son. She initially prostrates before the feet of Dharmaraj, the deity for all righteousness in the world, and she gets a son and is bestowed with a son called as Yudhishthir. She prays to the wind god called as Vayu and is bestowed with a son called Bhim. She prays to the lord of all deities called as Indra, and she is bestowed with a son called Arjun. While Arjun was born as a little boy, the rishis and sages who lived in the forest where Pandu and Kunti lived knew for the very fact that this Arjun is the incarnation of Nar, and he is the one who is the most fortunate enough to be listening to the essence of all Upanishads put together called as Bhagavad Gita. Sarvopanishado gavaha dogdha gopalanandanaha partho vatsaha sudhir bhokta dugdham gita amritam mahat. The essence of all Upanishads was Bhagavad Gita, and that was churned by the cowboy called as Krishna, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and those beautiful nectar, honey-like words from Lord Krishna flowed to the ears of Arjun. So the sages who were in the forest knew for the very fact that one day Arjun will be the most fortunate one. To have a glimpse of the little boy Arjun who was born to Kunti, people, the sages, came from all corners to have a glimpse of that little boy Arjun. That time, to list down the people who had visited Arjun's birth, Vyas, who composed Mahabharata, writes a shlok. That time, he lists down the name of all rishis. Kashyapaha, Jaiminihi, Suyagnaha. While he keeps listing down, he has to mention Vishwamitra and Vasishtha. Both these names start with V. V for Vishwamitra, V for Vasishtha. So these names should come together. That's how the attendance order is also taken in schools. The attendance order in schools is taken according to the first alphabet, right? So Vasishtha and Vishwamitra should be the order. But Mahabharata was composed by Vyas, and Vyas was so worried that this book which I am writing as a compendium, which is nothing but a great itihas that describes the big war, the big yuddha that happened between Kauravas and Pandavas itself is talking about the war. And in that particular compendium, if I write a particular shlok that has Vishwamitra and Vasishtha, the words will start fighting. The book itself talks about the war. And imagine the book having a verse in which the words will fight amongst each other. If Vyas had put Vasishtha and Vishwamitra next to each other, it seems the word would have started fighting. So, to ensure that there was no battle amongst the words in the verses, he said, Vishwamitro Jamadagnir Vasishtaha. He introduced one person between Vishwamitra and Vasishtha between the words so that there was no battle. So, this particular enmity and this kind of a misunderstanding that existed between Vishwamitra and Vasishtha was known to all of them. When Vishwamitra requests Dasharath that please give me your son Ram to me, He says, Vasishtopi Mahatejaha, even Vasisht. What does that mean? It implies, hey Dasharath, you know for the very fact that whatever Vasisht says, I mostly disagree. And whatever I say, Vasisht disagrees. Even the person Vasisht who disagrees to whatever I say will agree for one fact, that Ram is the greatest of all. Since Ram is the greatest of all, even the always disagreeing Vasisht will agree with me. That is why he said, Vasishtopi Mahatejaha Yeche me tapasi sthitaha. Moreover, this particular verse, what Vishwamitra recited to Dasharath saying, Aham Vedmi Mahatmanam, I am very well aware of the fact. What does that mean? For this, the commentator has taken all the pain to bring the beauty of this particular verse. It seems Vishwamitra said, hey Dasharath, you are a person who always lives with comforts. You will not understand. I am a person who has abandoned all comforts. I can understand. Aham Vedmi, I alone can understand. You are a person who is always interested in the kingdom. You are a Rajya Kameshti. You are the one who is always interested in the kingdom and mundane benefits. Whereas I am a Rishi who is interested only in moksham, which is salvation. So I understand, I alone understand, Aham Vedmi. You are a person who always has a sword, a spear, a bow and a quiver of arrows in your hand. You will not understand. I am the person who has the kusha grass and the kamandalu of jal, water in my hand. I alone understand. Aham Vedmi. You sleep on that bed which is so soft and covered with the feathers of the best of the birds. Whereas I sleep on the ground which is filled with thorns and stones. I alone understand. Aham Vedmi. You are a person who is always interested in kamam. Out of the four purusharthas, you have dharma, artha, kama, moksha. You are interested in kamam and artham, which is wealth and love. Whereas I am interested in dharma and moksha, which is righteousness and salvation. I understand. I alone understand. Aham Vedmi. Hey Dasharath, you are not the person who keeps interacting with people of great intellect. You always talk about administration, attacking, war. You will not understand. I always live with all the flora and fauna in the forest. I live in complete synergy with my environment. I understand. I alone understand. Aham Vedmi. Hey Dasharath, you are a person who has never ever meditated upon the Supreme Personality of Godhead and His lotus feet. You will not understand. Right from the minute I turned Brahma Rishi, that very second, that very minute, I have been meditating on the lotus feet of the Lord. And I understand. I alone can understand. Aham Vedmi. So when I have all these reasons to support that I know that your son is the tiger amongst men, the best administrator, the best of the persons, please, even the Vasishta who disagrees upon whatever I say will agree upon the very fact that if I am going to take Ram, it is going to be his benefit. It is for his benefit that I am going to take. And don't think of your son as a normal person. He is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Please do send Ram along with me. Kakapaksha dharam viram jeshtham me datumarhasi. Hearing these words of Vishwamitra, Dasharath swooned at that particular place, wherein Vasisht came forward and said, hey Dasharath, please get up. Get up from your unconscious mood. Don't worry. I know for the very fact that your son is a very capable person. He will be a very valorous Kshatriya. And if Vishwamitra, who himself is a person of great austerities and meditation, is asking for your son, it is for his benefit. As a family priest, as your Acharya, as your Guru, as your teacher, I would strongly recommend that you send your son Ram along with Vishwamitra to the forest. Dasharath convinced himself and sent. Interestingly, Dasharath, who is an important character of Ramayan, has had a great character sketch made by yet another person who lived in the 20th century. His name was Right Honorable V.S. Srinivasa Shastri. Srinivasa Shastri wrote a beautiful book called The Lectures of Ramayan, where he says, Dasharath was a person who would always promise in haste and repent in leisure. He will always promise people something hastily, something very hurriedly. And whenever he is in leisure, he will start repenting, why did I give that promise? This was the first one wherein he promised Vishwamitra, don't worry, whatever you ask, I'll give. And when he asked for Ram, he repented, why did I give that promise? Later, there comes an incident where he had given 2 boons to Kaikeyi in hurry. And later when she asks for 2 boons, then he repents, why did I give those 2 boons? So comes a statement, Dasharath was the character in Ramayan who would always promise in haste and repent in leisure. What is the moral that we need to know? We have to be very careful before we commit ourselves to somebody, and if we commit, we have to live with it. So to live, we need to promise. To promise, we'll have to be very careful, because Dasharath is a character who's a befitting example before us as to not give any boons in haste. Let's see how Dasharath agrees upon the words of Vasisht and sends his son Ram. And does he send him alone? No, he sends Lakshman. Why is an important question. Let's check the answers for all these questions in the next episode. Thank you. Jayatya Santrasa Dhvanta Vidhvamsanodayah Prabhavan Sitaya Devya Paramavyoma Bhaskaraha. Dasharath addressed Vishwamitra, Hey Rishi, it is really a fortune for me that you have arrived at my court. How can I help you? I promise that I shall give you whatever you ask for. Vishwamitra said, in that case, we are all very aware that your son Ram, the eldest son Ram, who is as dark in complexion as the feathers of a crow, who is nothing but a tiger amongst men, who is so valorous, who is an embodiment of all courage, I seek that son of yours. Swaputram Rajashardula Ramam Satya Parakramam Kaka Paksha Dharam Veeram Jeshtham Me Datumarhasi. Aham Vedmi, I am aware. Mahatmanam, even the great Mahans, Ramam Satya Parakramam. Even Vasishta, who disagrees to whatever I say, Vasishtopi Mahatejaha, Yeche me tapasisthitaha, please give me your son Ram. He swooned, Dasharath, because Dasharath, if he existed on this earth and if people would ask him, who is your soul? Where is your soul? He should be pointing it inside. But he wouldn't do that, it seems. He would say, my son Ram is my soul. To me, my soul is no different from Ram. Ram is the only name that I breathe in and breathe out. Ram is the only name that I keep thinking. So he swooned. He got up from that state and said, Hey Vishwamitra, how did you ask for my son Ram? Unashodasha varsho me Ramo Rajiva Lochanaha Na Yuddha Yogyatamyasya Pashyami Saharakshasaihi. Dasharath said, Hey Vishwamitra, take me with my army. I am there for you. I shall help you out. Vishwamitra said, I asked for your son and you're saying that you will be coming with your army? I never asked for you. I never asked for your army. I just asked for your son, Ram. Yeah, but my son is too young. He's still a little boy who does not know to take that arrow from his quiver and put it inside his bow and shoot at a person. He's still a little boy. He's still a little boy? In which year are you, Dasharath? Tell me what's your son's age. That time, Dasharath should have told how old Ram was. He said, Una Shodasha Varsho me. He's not yet 16. He's not still 16. Is this the way that you would address somebody and tell the age of a person? Suppose somebody would come and ask, Hi sir, good morning. How old is your son? You would say he's 16, 18, 32, 40, 50. You would never say, he's not 20, he's still not 40, he's still not 60. That isn't the way to say. So, how such an intellectual person be a king like Dasharath say that my son is not even 16? Una shodasha varshome. And he said he is not 16. If he says that he is not yet 16, it could mean he is 15 years and 9 months, 15 years and 6 months, 15 years, 14 and a half years, 13 years, 13 and a half years. Anything less than 16 is still less than 16. So he said, Una shodasha varshome. He is little short of 16. Why did that 16 number come in this conversation? Because Vishwamitra said, Hey Dasharath, tell me the age of your son. This was to ensure if Dasharath had said 16, then Vishwamitra would have said, your son is already 16. Then he has the license to fight as a Kshatriya, because in those days, to go and fight as a Kshatriya in the war field, you should be 16 years of age. And that was the license, like how we have 18 for driving license. 16 was the age for fighting. So, if Dasharath had said, my son is 16 or above 16, Vishwamitra would have said, your son is very, very eligible for fighting, send him along with me. That is why Dasharath said, my son is still not 16. Una shodasha varshomi. Now comes the question, what was the exact age of Ram at that particular point of time when Vishwamitra sought the help of Dasharath and especially asked Dasharath's son Ram to be sent along with him? Now there are many interpretations to it. The commentator has taken into account all the age details that have been put forth in Srimad Ramayana. Let us go one evidence after one so that we try to conclude or probably understand what age was Ram when Vishwamitra sought the help of Dasharath. There is the first evidence where when Ravan comes in the disguise of a sannyasi, comes in the disguise of a recluse, to the hermitage where Ram, Lakshman and Sita lived, he addresses Sita and asks, who are you? Sita says, I am the daughter-in-law to King Dasharath and I am the wife to the great person Ram. And then she starts giving the little history of whatever happened since marriage. She says, Ashtadashahi varshani mama janmani manyate bharta mama mahateja vayasa pancha vimshakaha. O you sannyasi, while we were married and lived in Ayodhya, we received an order to leave to the forest for 14 years. At that point of time when we left to the forest, I was at the age of 18 and my husband had just begun his 25th year. That means he was 24 completed and she was 18. So the difference between Ram and Sita was 6 years, and while they left Ayodhya to the forest, she was 18 and he had completed 24 and just begun with 25. This is the first evidence. Next, Sama dvadasha tatraham raghavasya niveshane. These are the words of Sita to Hanuman. In Sundarkand, when Hanuman goes in search of Sita to Lanka, he spots her in Ashokvan, wherein Sita tells Hanuman, you know Hanuman, after my marriage with Ram, we lived happily in Ayodhya, the capital of Kosala province, for 12 complete years. So, Sita and Ram's age difference was 6. Sita and Ram lived happily together in Ayodhya before coming to the forest after their marriage for 12 years. Here comes the third evidence. Balo dvadasha varshoyam kritastatrascha raghavaha. These are the words of Marich, the uncle to Ravan, who comes in the form of a golden deer to Ravan. When Ravan comes and seeks the help of Marich, his uncle, saying that, you uncle, in the abduction of Sita, it is you who has to transform or come in the disguise of a golden deer and help me in the abduction. That time he says, hey Ravan, you do not know, when Ram was at the age of 12, he shot an arrow at me. At that point of time, he was not even married to Sita. He did not have the moral support of Sita. Even without the moral support of Sita, when Ram was at the age of 12, he shot an arrow, and by that effect, I have fallen 800 miles away. Now if I go as a golden deer and he shoots an arrow at me, I do not know where I will go and fall, because at that age of 12 itself, he had such a great courage. So, this is the third evidence that states that while Ram shot an arrow at Marich, Ram was at the age of 12. Now let's go to the fourth evidence. Dasha saptacha varshani tavajatasya putraka asitani prakankshantya maya dukkha parikshayam. These are the words of Ram's mother Kaushalya to Ram when Ram has been asked to go to forest. She now tells her son Ram, "Hey Ram, did I have to work all these 17 years after your birth to actually send you to the forest? To actually see you walk in the rugged terrain of the forest? I can't imagine me doing this, hey Ram. I am your mother. And I can't imagine. So I'm so worried, Ram, that you will be walking in the forest. Did I give birth to you to see you face all these hurdles in life? Have you been born to enjoy the comforts, or have you been born to enjoy or bear the brunt of somebody else's boon-giving sin?" She repents. At that point of time, she says, "Ram, 17 years after your birth." But when I put this sentence along with the previous other years, it hits me. I'll tell you how. Sita has said that while she left to the forest, she was 18 years of age and Ram had completed 24. She also said that after marriage, she lived very happily for a period of 12 years. That means, at the age of 12, Ram got married to Sita, and Sita was at the age of 6. So Ram was 12, Sita was 6. They got married and lived happily for 12 years in Ayodhya. So Ram got married at the age of 12. If you add 12 to it, it becomes 24. And if you add 12 to Sita's age of 6, it becomes 18. So 18 years was Sita while she left to the forest, and Ram had completed 24. Perfect. That is why Sita tells Hanuman that we lived happily for 12 years. So the statements of Marich to Ravan, statement of Sita to Hanuman, statement of Sita to Ravan makes complete sense. But this statement of Kaushalya to Ram, that after 17 years of birth, do I have to see you suffer like this, doesn't match. Because while Ram left to the forest, he was 24. So Kaushalya should have actually said, after 24 years of your birth, do I have to see all this? Instead she said 17 years. So there is some mistake somewhere. Let's try to resolve this age issue in the next episode. Thank you. ऊनषोडश वर्षो में रामो राजीव लोचनः न युद्ध योग्यतामस्य पश्यामि सह राक्षसैः. These were the words which Dasharath had uttered towards Vishwamitra. When Vishwamitra came to Dasharath seeking his help by providing Ram, his eldest son, with him so that he could destroy the Rakshasas or the enemies, Dasharath said, "Unashodasha varsho me Ramo Rajiva Lochanaha na yuddha yogyatamyasya pashyami saharakshasaihi." My son, who is not even the age of 16, will not be able to accompany you, hey Vishwamitra, and I feel that he is not adept enough to destroy those enemies. Well, after hearing these words, the interpreter or the commentator has now ensured that there was a conversation between Vishwamitra and Dasharath. Dasharath said, "Why don't you take me along with my army?" To which Vishwamitra said, "I asked for your son Ram, and why are you coming? I don't want you. But my son, he is too young enough that he can't even lift the bow and the arrow and I don't know whether he can handle." Vishwamitra said, "How old is your son?" He should have told him the right age. But he said, "My son is not yet 16 years of age." That put us to confusion. And so we had to verify what Ram's age was. Sita told Ravan that while we left Ayodhya, I was at the age of 18 and Ram had completed 24 and turned 25. She also told Hanuman in Sundarkand that we lived happily for 12 years after marriage in Ayodhya. Marich had told Ravan that while he was shot with an arrow in the forest, Ram was at the age of 12. With all these statements, we now come to a conclusion that Ram was at the age of 12, Sita was at the age of 6 when both of them got married. They came back to Ayodhya, lived happily for 12 years. Ram turned 24, Sita turned 18, and at the turning of 25 to the 25th year beginning, Ram left to the forest. But there was one statement that was not reconciled with the other statements which Kaushalya makes. Kaushalya tells, "Hey Ram, now that you are leaving to forest, is it for 17 years that I have waited after your birth to see you go to the forest?" She should have actually said that at the age of 24, why should I see you go to the forest? Instead, she said at the age of 17. So how did the 17 come? To her, her son had taken birth after the thread ceremony. If you remember, the first birth is from the mother's womb, and the second birth is when the thread ceremony happens at the age of 7. So, at the age of 7, when Ram underwent the thread ceremony, it was a rebirth for him. So, Kaushalya has started counting his age from the age of 7. So, if you add 7 to 17, you will get 24. While Ram left Ayodhya with Sita, he was 24. And while Vishwamitra came to Dasharath asking for his help, Ram was at the age of 12. Now getting back to the shlok, where Vishwamitra asks, "Hey Dasharath, you are saying that your son is not adept enough to accompany me to kill those enemies in the forest. What age is your son?" Dasharath should have said, "My son is at the age of 12. He said, "He's still not 16, because in those days, for Kshatriyas to fight in the battlefield, they had to be of the age of 16. Now, Vishwamitra said, "So what if he doesn't look like 16? I know he has all the valor for a person who has to be 16 years of age. But Vishwamitra, can you see some facial hair or moustache in him? That doesn't denote a person. It is only his valor and characteristics which speak for the valor of a person, and it is not the moustache and the beard, Dasharath." That's fine, but I do not know whether he'll be able to manage with those enemies and demons. Don't worry about that. How do you say, Vishwamitra, that being a father I should not worry? Probably you have mistaken, Vishwamitra Maharshi, that my son's name is Ram. Because you know that Parashuram was another Ram who lived. Probably you might be thinking that my son will be such an angry young man like Parashuram who would come for any battle. My son is not Parashuram. He is Ramachandra. He is like the moon. And he is not someone who is always ready for battles and wars. So probably you have mistaken. No, I am not mistaken, Dasharath. People here know how great your son is at archery. People here know how valorous he is. People know how courageous he is. Because you are being a father, you are forgetting to see the better part of it. Yeah, but probably my son, his eyes are like the lotus. So what if it is like the lotus? You know, Vishwamitra Rishi, that the lotus blooms with the sunrise and closes with the sunset. So in the night time, my son would sleep like every other human being. But you are taking my son Ram to fight with the demons, the Rakshas, who are awake only during the night. So how will the lotus-like son of mine work in the night where he will actually sleep? Don't worry about that. He can fight even during the daytime. And I know for the very fact that your son is capable of even being awake in the night. That is fine. But you know very well that my son always adheres to dharma, righteousness, and he will always fight the right way. But you're taking him to fight with those rakshas who will always fight in the unrighteous ways, the adharmika ways. How will one son, how will this dharmavan, how will this lotus-like eyes-bearing son of mine fight with those adharmikas who are many in number? You don't worry about that. I will take care of that. When Brahma Rishi is asking for help from you, I know how to counteract all those obstacles or constraints which you are mentioning. Send him along with me. But Rishi, I am really worried whether my son will be enough. I have heard enough from you. I do not want any more explanations from you. Mithya pratignya kakutstaha sukhi bhava suhrid vritaha. Mithya pratignya. One who has promised, but the promise is nothing but a bundle of lies. You Dasharath, who claims to have come in the clan of Kakutstha, who claims to have come in the Surya Vamsha. I tell you, you are nothing but a person who promises a bundle of lies. Mithya pratignya Kakutstha. But I will not curse you. I'll just tell you, be very happy. Be very happy with your family. I'm leaving. Now comes the question. When Vishwamitra has not got what he really wanted and he blesses and goes, is that really a blessing? No, it was actually a curse. But it's a very intelligent way for eloquent people to actually talk like this. When he said, Dasharath, live happily, it actually implies that you will not live happily. A great Brahma Rishi is not supposed to utter such words which do not denote auspiciousness. So he said, Sukhi bhava suhrid vritaha. It actually means you will not be happy. The family priest Vasisht got up from his seat and said, Vishwamitra Maharishi, please wait. I shall talk to Dasharath. And he went, Hey Dasharath, don't you know that Vishwamitra himself has the capability of killing all those demons who are causing so much of hurdles to his sacrifices? Don't you know that he is being blessed with all the powers? Yet, he is not doing it. And if he is not doing it and he is asking for your intervention by sending your eldest son Ram, it is only for Ram's benefit. So I, Vasisht, your preceptor, your guru, I am saying, send your son Ram with him. Dasharath now found some logic. He said, yes, Vishwamitra is a great person. And my guru Vasisht is asking me to send Ram. So let me send. And he said, hey Vishwamitra Rishi, please forgive me for all the mistakes that I have done. I shall send my son Ram. And he said, please bring my son Ram. Those people informed Ram, and Ram came with his bow and his quiver of arrows. Along with Ram came Lakshman. Ram sat on the lap of his father Dasharath. Dasharath kissed on the forehead of Ram and said, my dear son, it's a call for you. It's a call wherein you will have to keep up the name of your father, your clan. This great Vishwamitra Maharishi needs your help. So please go with him. These were the words of Dasharath. Ram left. And it's interesting to know that while Ram was asked as a request by Vishwamitra to Dasharath, Ram went with Vishwamitra. Surprisingly, Lakshman also went with Ram. When we speak of 1 + 1 offers these days, is it something that if you ask for Ram, you get Lakshman for free? Not at all. So what is the big reason behind why Dasharath sent Lakshman along with Ram? To this, the commentator makes an interesting remark. He says, while the body walks on the street, the body never requests the shadow of his to say, oh my dear shadow, please accompany me. Even without asking, it is the duty of a shadow to always follow the body. Likewise, it was the duty of Lakshman to always follow Ram even if he was not asked. Hence, Lakshman is no different from the shadow of Ram, because he was only reflecting the thoughts and the intentions of Ram. With such an understanding between the brothers, and that which ensured so much of a strong fraternity between the two, both of them walked quietly behind Vishwamitra, and Dasharath wished them all success in their journey. Vishwamitra led the team with Ram and Lakshman behind him. Here, Valmiki, the interesting poet of Sanskrit, remarks that it looked as if the great trident was walking with its two other pointed edges on two sides. And it also looked like a three-headed serpent that was walking with a single body. Vishwamitra, along with Ram and Lakshman, reached the banks of river Sarayu that was flowing across Ayodhya. Now, Vishwamitra turned towards Ram and said, Rameti madhuram vanim Vishwamitro abhyabhashata. Vishwamitra experienced the glory of this beautiful name Ram, thought for the name for some time, and madhuram vanim, in a sweet nectar honey-like voice, addressed Ram. Why did he ensure that such a great rishi of such a ripe old age turn his voice so sweet and talk to Ram? Because everybody can just imitate the original. Whatever original is always the original. Ram used to speak in such a beautiful way, which has been depicted by a Telugu poet in India called Tyagaraj, who says, Sudha madhurya bhashana sudha madhurya bhashana sudha madhurya bhashana sudha madhurya bhashana sudha. With such a melodious, honey, nectar-like voice, if Ram could speak, Vishwamitra wanted to imitate the voice, and he said, Rameti madhuramani. He said Ram in a sweet-like voice. Now, why did he take such a long time to even utter the word Ram? He could have said that before. Vishwamitra always had a long happening battle with Vasishtha. Whatever said and done, this name to this boy, this eldest son of Dasharath called Ram, was given by Vasishtha. So Vishwamitra was thinking for a very long time, how can I utter that name which Vasishtha has given? So he thought for some time and then came to the conclusion, however atrocious be Vasishtha, the only good commendable achievement that he has in his lifetime is to give this beautiful name Ram. And with all this time he took to contemplate, he finally said, Rameti madhuram vanim. In a beautiful honey-like voice he said, Hey Ram, this name is a name that your father Dasharath has always been calling. I am now fortunate enough to call you with this name which your father used to call. So I am no different from your father. Please look at me, he said. After looking at Vishwamitra, let's see what conversation they had, what happened later in the forest, what achievements of Ram could actually be attributed to that of Vishwamitra. Let's look and seek for all these answers to these questions in the next episode. Thank you. Chaturmukheshwara mukhaihi putrapautradi shaline namasita sametaya ramaya grihamedhine. This verse says that to that person who keeps thinking about the great attributes, the auspicious attributes of Ram, Sita, Lakshman, is blessed with prosperity, wealth and good health to the entire family. Ram had left with Lakshman at the advice of his father Dasharath along with the great sage Vishwamitra. They arrived at the banks of river Sarayu, had a bath in it, and then they crossed that particular river. Now, they had reached the middle of the forest, and now Vishwamitra called both Ram and Lakshman and said, "Hey Ram, hey Lakshman, you will have lots of deeds to be performed in the forest, not only now, but for many years together from now. So, it becomes very important as human beings that you have some good powers that protect you against the poisonous plants that are there in the forest. I should also teach you how to overcome fatigue, hunger and thirst, because there will be days where you will be wandering forest to forest, hilltop to hilltop, without food, without water." So, these days you find a lot of the children from our generation going abroad for their higher studies. And when they go abroad for higher studies, they are ensured that they take a list of vaccinations given by the doctor. So, when vaccinations are important these days, Vishwamitra knew for the very fact that Ram along with Lakshman would be going to the forest. And as a Kshatriya, he needs to win over fatigue, hunger and thirst. Hence, to ensure a great journey ahead, Vishwamitra provided two good vaccinations called as Bal and Atibal. So these are the verses that denote what kind of vaccinations Vishwamitra provided to the duo, Ram and Lakshman. Mantragramam grihanatvam balam atibalam tatha na shramo na jvaro vate na rupasya viparyayah na cha suptam pramattam va dharishyanti narittaha na bahoho sadrisho virye prithivyam asti kaschana. These are the lines that describe what kind of Bala and Atibala mantras which Vishwamitra taught the duo, Ram and Lakshman. It was night time, all of them slept. The next morning at 4, which is the start of Brahma Muhurtam, Vishwamitra got up and looked at Ram, the beautiful way in which he was reclining. He said, "Kausalya supraja Rama purva sandhya pravartate uttishta narasharadula kartavyam daivamanhikam." Hey Kausalya's son Ram, the tiger amongst men, get up. It's high time that you get up and perform your duties. This particular verse is one famous verse from the entire Ramayana that has been used in another great composition called Suprabhat, which is a composition sung in most of the Vishnu temples early in the morning to wake up the Lord, which is called Suprabhatam. There, this verse has been used. Kausalya supraja Rama purva sandhya pravartate uttishta narashardula kartavyam devamanhikam. Kausalya. Now, remember, Vishwamitra is waking up Ram, not Kaushalya. So he should have said, Rama uttishta. He should have begun the verse with Ram. Instead he says, Kaushalya supraja Rama. Why does he begin it with Kaushalya? According to Shastras, a mother has more rights on her son than the father. So, Kaushalya had more rights on Ram than Dasharath. But Dasharath, who was having lesser rights than the mother Kaushalya, stopped Ram from going with Vishwamitra. He caused all possible hurdles to Vishwamitra when Vishwamitra sought the help of Dasharath by asking his eldest son Ram. Dasharath was the one who said, I will not send my son Ram with you, Vishwamitra. But Kaushalya did not open her mouth, come in the front and say, Vishwamitra, I will not be able to send my son Ram. When Dasharath agreed, even Kaushalya agreed. So, Vishwamitra was very grateful to Kaushalya, saying, Hey Mata, you who have more rights than the father Dasharath, did not stop Ram from coming with me. I am very grateful to you. As a sign of gratitude, as a sign of gratefulness, where do I put your name? Well, I shall put your name in that particular verse which will be famous throughout the world and in the entire universe. And he said, Kaushalya Supraja Rama. Hey Ram, who's the son of Kaushalya. Why did he put the mother's name and not the father's name? Because it is the mother who has been praised by the Shastras first. Upanishad says, Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava. Though Ma comes after Pa. Pa, Pa, Ba, Bha, Ma. Ma comes after Pa. So it should have been Pitru Devo Bhava, Matru Devo Bhava. Even then they have put Matru Devo Bhava first because Janani, Janma Bhumischa, Svargadapi Gariyasi. That is why you never say fatherland. You always say motherland. You never say father's tongue. You say mother tongue. So everywhere it is the mother which comes first. Hence he said, Kaushalya Supraja Rama. While Ram was still lying, Vishwamitra should have said, Hey Kaushalya's son Ram. So he should have said, Kaushalya Praja Rama. Instead of putting the word Praja, he said, Kaushalya Supraja Rama. Why did he put the prefix Su? So Supraja means good son. Does that mean we are all bad sons? That is a question that we need to answer to ourselves, which I will not be able to comment upon. But why has he put the word Supraja? It means even the posture in which you sleep denotes what kind of an organized or disorganized person you are. When Ram was sleeping, he was sleeping in such a beauty that he looked even more beautiful while he was asleep. He was not sleeping like any of us, probably me, with legs apart, with mouth open, with little saliva coming out from my mouth and that has been dried up, with little drops of water that would come from my eyes and get dried up, and with my eyes open or closed or half closed. His eyes were completely closed. He had that little smile on his face even while he was asleep. His one hand was as a handrest to his head, and the other hand was to his hip. Saptaprakara madhye sarasija mukulod basamane vimane kaveri madhyadeshe mrudutara panirat bhogaparyanka bhage nidra mudra viramam katinigatataf parshvavinyastahastam. That is how he was sleeping. So the posture in which he was sleeping itself was indicative of how great a good son he would be. Hence Vishwamitra said, Kaushalya Supraja Rama. That name which is capable of giving all the four purusharthas, be it dharma, artha, kama, moksha. That name which is the quintessence of all Upanishadic meanings. That name which has been uttered by Lord Shiv towards Parvati, saying that this is the crux of all the 1,000 names of Vishnu. That name called Rama, Ram, was uttered by Vishwamitra, who said, Kaushalya Supraja Rama. Hey Ram, you need to get up. It's already time for the sun to rise. And we have a lot of duties to perform. You are the tiger amongst men. Wake up. And when he said, Kartavyam Daivamanhikam, did Vishwamitra remind the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Sriman Narayan, who has now incarnated as Ram, saying, Hey Ram, it's time for you to perform your duties? Never. What he intended was, as a Brahmin, now as a Brahma Rishi, I perform the Sandhya Vandhan. I get up in the morning, take a vessel full of water, stand before the sun in the east, raise my foot little above, and then raise my hands, raise the vessel, turn it down, and put the water called as Arghyapadyam. I do the Arghya Pradhan of water right from the top to the feet, looking at the sun. What do I utter? I say, ध्येय सदा सवित्र मंडल मध्यवर्ती नारायण सरसिजासन सन्निविष्ट केयूरवा नकर कुंडलवन किरीटी हारी हिरण्मय वपुः धृत शंख चक्रहा श्री द्वारका निलयाच्युत गोविंद पुंडरीकाक्ष Rakshamam Sharanagatam, the one who resides in the middle of the sun system, the solar system, the one who is the indweller of the entire sun. Hey Bhagavan Narayan, I offer this water to you. This is what I have been telling all these years, Ram. But I am so fortunate that the person to whom I was offering argya every day is now next to me, that is you. So, it is not I who is reminding you to perform your duties. Only if you get up and stand, I will be able to offer the argya not to the Surya, but to you, Ram, because the one who is inside the Surya is no different from you. Kartavyam devamanhikam. Ram got up, so did his brother Lakshman. Let's see what Vishwamitra had to tell to both of these brothers, because Vishwamitra was very good a storyteller. He was not as bad as me. He was much, much better to me. Let's see what kind of little and big stories Vishwamitra has to offer to Ram. Because Vedanta Deshik, a poet par excellence, says, Kushika Sutta Kathitha Vidhita Nava Vivida Katha. Kushika Sutta. Vishwamitra was also called as Kaushik. Hence he said Kushika Sutta. Kathitha, he narrated Vividha Katha, different stories, but in a very new fashion. So he says, Nava Vividha Katha, because something that is old is never relished. Whereas, if there is a new version to it, probably what we call it as a remake to it, then it is relished much more. So he says, Nava Vividha Katha. Let us listen to those new, good, different versions of stories from Vishwamitra, what he had to narrate to Ram and Lakshman in the next episode. Thank you. Yavat sthasyanti girayah saritascha mahitale tavad Ramayana katha lokeshu pracharishyati. This beautiful verse tells us that the fame and the importance that is associated with this holy scripture, that is Ramayana, will be stable in this world or will last in this world till the mountains exist and till the rivers are filled with water. This verse gives us the confidence that however be it, our scriptures will never lose their value. Now, we are in that particular scene where Vishwamitra, the great sage, has accompanied the two illustrious sons of King Dasharath called Ram and Lakshman to the forest. Early in the morning, Vishwamitra recites this beautiful verse which is still famous in this world. Kaushalya supraja Rama purva sandhya pravartate uttishta narashardula kartavyam daivamanhikam. The tiger amongst men. The good son to the lady Kaushalya, rise, for I have to perform my duties, and so should you. Wake up, my dear little Ram. This particular verse was followed by their walk. There, Vishwamitra teaches the holy mantra of Gayatri. While Ram and Lakshman had already got their thread ceremony done, nevertheless, Vishwamitra, the learned person, teaches them the meaning of Gayatri. Gayatri is the name of that mantra which is very famous. Most of them who do not know the contents of Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavatam, Vishnu Puranam, etc. still know the importance of Gayatri. Nevertheless, this is one opportunity where I can share the importance of Gayatri mantra. Gayatri is the name of a meter in Sanskrit. In English, we speak of poems and the different kinds of poetry that is associated. You call a sonnet, you call it by some other name. Likewise, you have a Japanese haiku. Likewise, in Sanskrit, different meters are associated with a particular verse. Generally, a verse in English, normally a verse in Sanskrit should have 4 padas. Each padam should have 8 letters. So 8 fours are 32. So these 32 letters together make a meter called as anushtup. If there are 3 padas only, that is, each pada has 8 letters, and if there are only 3 padas, so we have 8 threes are 24, not 32. If it was 32, then you would call it anushtup. If it has 24, you call it Gayatri. So Gayatri in Sanskrit, with respect to mantras, is not the name of any particular lady. It is not the name of any particular hymn. It is the name of a meter. Now let's get into detail what this meter is. We see the sun rise in the morning. Lord Surya's charioteer is called Aruna. Aruna was the elder brother to the mighty eagle bird who was the carrier to Lord Vishnu called Garuda. Aruna was born out of the egg that hatched prematurely because of the hastiness of his mother called as Vinata. Aruna, since he was born prematurely, he was developed from his head to his abdomen. He did not have his thighs. He was Anuru. Uru in Sanskrit means thigh. Anuru means one who doesn't have thighs. All the more, he was red in complexion, which means Arunam. Since he was red in complexion, he was called Aruna. And since he was handicapped, the great Lord of this universe offered that he should be the charioteer to Suryadev. Hence, Aruna, who was red in color, became the charioteer. Interestingly, we speak of cars, people who sit at the back, and we speak of the drivers who drive the car. It is always observed that you always see the driver first. I still remember a very good anecdote which my grandfather used to say. It seems there was a high court judge who was also adhering to the practices of Sanatana Dharma. So he would have a shikha, he would have the turban above it, he would have a stick and would sit at the back. The driver was dressed so well, with a cap, with neatly pressed uniform. He got out of the car. The people who were welcoming the judge in those days had no access to internet. So they couldn't see who the person they were inviting was. So they thought the person who was getting out of the car first was the judge, and they offered the garland to the driver. Later, the person who was the owner of the car, the judge, he got down and immediately they took the garland out of the driver's shoulders and again put it back to the High Court judge's shoulder. So this reminds us of the fact that anybody who sees a vehicle sees the driver first. Likewise, when we see the great sun god rise in the morning, tato yuddhav parishrantam samare chintaya sthitam Ravanam chagrato drishtva yuddhaya samupasthitam Daivataischa samagamya drashtum abhyagatoranam Upagamya abhravidramam agastyo bhagavan rishihi Rama Rama Mahabaho shrunuguhyam sanatanam Yena sarvan naveen vatsa samare vijayishyasi Aditya hridayam punyam sarvashatru vinashanam Chinta shoka prashamanam Ayurvardhanam uttamam Rashmi mantam samudhyantam devasura namaskritam Pujayasya vivasvantam bhaskaram bhuvaneshwaram Bhaskaraha Ravikara vikasita Ravi. These beautiful names denote the sun god. That is why early in the morning, even before the sun rises, it is called as Arunodayam. Even before there could be the rise of the sun, which is Suryodayam, there is Arunodayam. You see the charioteer first. That is why before the sun could rise, you see the redness that is associated with the charioteer who was Aruna. most of you who would have seen the idol of Lord Surya would see Surya seated at the back, with the charioteer Aruna seated in the front, having 7 horses. The 7 horses are held by their reins. Each of these reins is a meter in Sanskrit. Brihati, Pankti. Likewise, there is one particular rein which is called as Gayatri. That is why early in the morning, the person who has undergone the thread ceremony should stand with a pot of water and raise his foot above the ground, raise his hands and offer water towards the sun god. It's called as Argyam. Why is this done? This is done so as to facilitate the sunrise. Facilitate the sunrise? How does the water in a pot help the sunrise? This is a very logical question. Our Puranas answer this fact. It seems that there are certain demons who do not want the sun to rise. Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita speaks about what are the qualities of a demon versus what are the qualities of a deva. He says that a person who's jealous of somebody else's success is a demon. I don't know, including myself, how many of us are demons? Yet, there are certain people who depict themselves as demons. This is even better. You still know that he's a demon. So these demons do not let the sun rise because they are jealous. If the sun rises, it facilitates the plants grow. If the plants grow, people who are dependent on that particular plant or harvest, they try getting money out of it and they live happily with their family. So, causing sadness or sorrow to others' families is the first quality of a demon. So they do not want the sun to rise. So they prevent the sun from rising. Whereas, the person who has undergone the thread ceremony, when he drops this water, uttering the holy mantra of Gayatri, the pranavam which is associated. When I say the word pranavam, please be sure that I am saying the omkara in it. Why am I not saying omkara and calling it as pranavam? Because om in Sanskrit is called pranavam. Above all, nobody should recite the omkara out in public. That is why I am using the synonymous word to it called as pranavam. When the person who has undergone the thread ceremony rises and drops this water with uttering that particular mantra, each of the water droplet translates into a vajrayudam, a thunderbolt, and attacks those demons, and those demons who are preventing from the sun rise, and it kills all of them and lets the sun rise. This is the importance of Argyam. Now coming back to our verse, we were talking about Gayatri. Gayatri is one of those reins that is held by the charioteer to Lord Surya called as Aruna. So it is as holy as that. There is one more status given by the Vedas. Vedas declare Gayatrim Chandasam Mata. Gayatri, this particular meter, is the mother of all meters in Sanskrit. Gayatrim Chandasam Mata. Well, there is another meaning to it. Well, you can call this the Gayatri episode because I'm talking only about Gayatri. Gayantam Trayati Iti Gayatri. That particular mantra which protects those who recite it is called as Gayatri. Gayantam Trayati Iti Gayatri. The person who recites it is protected by the Gayatri itself. So this is the importance of Gayatri. Well, when I'm talking about the importance of Gayatri, I also need to tell you that Gayatri has a secret in it. Secret? You have already said that it has 24 alphabets, hence it is called Gayatri. You have already said that it is one of those reins held by the charioteer to Lord Surya, and hence it is called Gayatri. You have already said that it is the mother of all meters, and hence it is called Gayatri. You have already said that by reciting this particular Gayatri mantra and by dropping that particular Argyam to the ground, this particular mantra helps drive away those demons who prevent the sun from rising. Well, I have said all of this, but I have not told you that there is a particular secret hidden in Gayatri mantra. Second, there is some particular niyamam, a regulation that is associated with the Gayatri Mantra, and I have not told you how this Gayatri Mantra is associated with the topic of our discussion, which is Ramayana. Because we were discussing about Ramayana, suddenly I have deviated to Gayatri Mantra. So the viewer should not feel that this is irrelevant to the topic. Not at all. There is complete relevance of Gayatri Mantra to Ramayana. But for all of this, you need to wait for the next episode. Thank you. Gita, Ganga cha Gayatri, Govindeti Hridisthite, Chaturgagara Samyukte, Punarjanmana Vidyate. This beautiful proverb or saying called as Subhashitam tells us that the four Gakaras, Gakaram in Sanskrit means those words which begin with Ga. Gita, the holy book, Bhagavad Gita. Ganga, the holy river, Ganges, Ganga. Gayatri, the holy mantra, which is Gayatri. Govinda, the holy name of the Lord, Govinda. Gita, Ganga, cha Gayatri, Govindeti Hridisthite. If they are firmly established or stable in one's mind, to that person, Chaturgagara Samyukte, if these four Gakaras together are firmly held in one's mind, Punarjanmana Vidyate, to him, to that person, there won't be a Punarjanma, there won't be rebirth. That is why Adi Shankara in his beautiful hymn called as Bhajagovindam says, Punarapi Jananam, Punarapi Maranam, Punarapi Jananam, Punarapi Maranam, Punarapi Janani, Jathare Shayanam. So this is a vicious circle where there is birth, you are born, so you grow up, you live, you experience all kind of sorrows, probably it is interspersed with happiness, and you die, and again you are born. So this is a vicious circle. So this cycle of birth and death and birth and death is called as Jani. The one who cuts this circle off for a Jivatma, for a sentient soul, is the one who cuts it. He ardhanam. Ardhanam in Sanskrit means to cut. So he cuts this vicious circle of birth and death, which is called as Jani. Since he cuts this particular cycle, he is called as Janardhanaha, one who cuts this particular cycle of Jani. So the one who cuts this particular circle is called Janardhanaha. He is also called as Govinda, and if that particular name is recited, there won't be rebirth. Well, in the last episode, we have seen the importance of Gayatri Mantra. We have seen that Gayatri is the name of one of the meters in Sanskrit. It is one of the reins held by the charioteer to Lord Sun, Surya, and this charioteer is called as Aruna. He holds all 7 horses. Each of the horses connected with a rein, and one of the reins is called Gayatri. The other reins are Anushtupa, Trishtupa, Udaki, Pankti, so on and so forth. But Gayatri is the one which has 3 padas generally. A Sanskrit verse has 4 padas, each pada having 8 alphabets, so it has around 32. Whereas in Gayatri there are only 3, so 3 8s are 24. So hence it is called as Gayatri. We have also seen the importance of Gayatri being associated as the mother of all meters. Gayatrim Chandasam Mata. Gayatri is also the mantra which is recited by a person who has undergone the thread ceremony. In the morning, he recites this particular mantra, lifts his foot and lifts his hands, and then drops the water in his pot to the ground, looking at the sun. So this particular water gets translated to Vajrayudham, which is thunderbolt, and prevents the demons who do not want the sun to rise. Well, I have told you there's a secret associated with it. Gayatri Mantra is the essence of all Vedas, which all of us know. Vedas were restricted only to 3 classes of the people. Vedantako Brahmanasyat, Kshatriyaha Vijayi Bhavet, Vaishyodhanaha Samriddhasyat. So these 3 classes, the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas and the Vaishyas, those people who have undergone the thread ceremony at the age of 7, are the only ones who can recite Gayatri. It is the men who can undergo the thread ceremony. It is the 3 classes which can undergo the thread ceremony. Hence, Gayatri is restricted to those men who have undergone the thread ceremony. So, women can't recite. People who do not belong to any of the first 3 classes cannot recite. Well, isn't this bias? Isn't this prejudice? Why should there be such a distinction and demarcation, and why should somebody be discriminated for their birth? Could be the question. The only answer that has been given by all our realized souls of this Bharata Bhumi is, the Lord does not distinguish or differentiate based on the Atma. To all, the Atma is the same. The Jivatma is the same. So, the Jivatma which is in me is identical as the Jivatma which is in you, which is also identical in the Jivatma of some other person you know. So, by Jivatmas we do not differ. It is only by the covering, it is only by the Shariram, this particular body, that we differ. Hence, to a person who is born in the Brahmin class, who has undergone the thread ceremony, can recite this. Well, in that case, wouldn't the punyam, the fruit that is acquired by reciting it, go to only the men who belong to 3 classes? What about men who are born in the 4th class? What about women from all the classes? They will not get an opportunity to partake the fruit of this particular Gayatri mantra by reciting it. When they cannot recite it, they cannot accumulate the punya. When they do not accumulate punya, they will get pap. And when they get pap, what will happen to their births? Will be the question. Well, please be attentive. Here, when Vedas declare that Gayatri mantra can be recited only by the 3 classes, only by men, it does not say that the fruit that is acquired by reciting it goes to them. Never. Generally, reciting Vedas is never associated with a fruit. It is the duty of a particular person to recite. We don't brush early in the morning considering that this brushing is going to benefit me. It has become a practice for us to brush. Likewise, to a person who has learnt Vedas, who has memorized Vedas, it is nothing but a practice for him to recite. Even if there is punya associated with it, what is the question? Dharma Shastras declare that if the husband, if the man of that particular house does any particular act of good, the fruit which is associated with it is divided or split into 2. One half goes to the man and the other half goes to his wife. Whereas the same is not applicable in vice versa. Suppose the woman of the house does some good deed. The punya that is associated with it is not split into half, and the man of that house will not get half. So in punya, half of what is acquired by the man goes to the woman. Whereas it is the other way around in pap. For example, the lady of the house commits a certain particular sin. Half of that fruit of the bad deed will go to the husband. And if the husband commits, half of it will never go to the wife. See, Shastras have always been so partial towards women when they have said it. So Gayatri mantra doesn't ensure that the person who recites it will get heaven and the person who does not recite it will go to hell. Nothing of that sort. It is the duty of a particular person who has read the Vedas to recite. So even by listening to the recitation of Gayatri, or even by knowing the meaning of Gayatri, the person gets the same amount of fruit as much as a person who's reciting it. Hence, it is a request or an appeal from all those people who relish and regard Vedas as the ultimate source of knowledge, that Gayatri mantra should not be made the ringtone of your cell phone, should not be made to recite in all kind of tea stalls and any kind of supermarkets. Gayatri mantra is a holy mantra which is to be kept sacrosanct. Anything which is sacrosanct should be recited by that particular person who has the right and the eligibility to recite at that particular right point of time in the right way. It cannot be recited by anybody and everybody. If everybody does a particular act, wouldn't that act become cheap? Wouldn't that act lose its value? Mantram itself in Sanskrit means that which is to be protected. once it is declared outside with a loudspeaker and a mic, it will no more remain a mantra. So Gayatri mantra should be recited only after Upadesh, only after you have been told to be recited this way. If it is not received in the direct means, or it is not received in that particular means which our Shastras agree, that particular mantra will not bear any fruit. Above all, we as Hindus who regard our Sanatana Dharma and Vedas as a source of knowledge are ourselves trying to degrade the importance of it. So it is an appeal, a humble request that Gayatri mantra should be recited only by people who have received Upadesh, only by people who have undergone the thread ceremony. Now, I have undergone the thread ceremony, I have got the Upadesh. Can I go and pick up the microphone and recite? No. It is to be recited inside. When I say inside, the person who's seated before you shouldn't even know that you're reciting. That is mantram. Gayantam trayati iti gayatri. How is it possible that I am reciting a particular mantra without opening my mouth? Is a question. Look, when we go to a certain shop, we look at a dress. We think it's beautiful. Do we have to open our mouth and then think? Do we have to think aloud saying that this dress is beautiful? The sentence, this dress is beautiful, is an inner feeling. When that inner feeling can speak inside your heart, even without you talking it out with your mouth, why can't a mantra come from the inside? So it is only by sheer practice and respect and regard that you have for your scriptures that mantras can be recited. Na gayatriyat paramam japam. There is no bigger meditation than reciting the Gayatri mantra. Now, coming to the importance of Gayatri in Ramayana, Ramayana has a secret in it. You may be wondering, just now you said that Gayatri mantra should be protected in a sacrosanct manner. It should not be recited in public because it is a secret. But now you're telling that Ramayana has a secret. Are you going to tell the secret? And if you would tell the secret, wouldn't it be that you're a hypocrite trying to tell that others should not let out a secret, but whereas I can? Nothing like that. There is a statement in English, this is an open secret. It is a secret, but yet it can be known to people. What is the secret? There are 18 secrets which are hidden in this holy scripture called Ramayana. And one such secret is Gayatri mantra arthaha idam Ramayanam. In Ramayana, you can see the importance or the meaning of Gayatri mantra. How can that be seen? Valmiki, he composed the entire Ramayana starting from the first canto till the last. Balakandam, Ayodhya Kandam, Aranya Kandam, Kishkinda Kandam, Sundara Kandam, Yuddha Kandam, Uttara Kandam. All these cantos with their constituent Sanskrit verses put together make 24,000 shlokas. So, in Gayatri mantra, we have 24 characters or alphabets, and in Srimad Ramayana by Valmiki, we have 24,000 shlokas. There is 24 there is 24,000 here. Well, there are 3 more zeros to the number 24. How does it make it a secret? No, there is a secret. We have 24,000 shlokas. So there is a first set of 1,000 shlokas, second set of 1,000 shlokas, third set of 1,000 shlokas, fourth set of 1,000 shlokas, likewise 24 different sets of 1,000 shlokas. So each set of 1,000 shloka will have a first shloka, and every first shloka will have a first alphabet. So we have extracted the first verse of every set of 1,000 shlokas. So we have 24 alphabets. For example, the first shloka is Tapasvadhyaya niratam tapasvi vagvidamvaram naradam paripapracha valmikir muni pungavam. This is the first verse of the first set of 1,000 shlokas in Ramayana. Likewise, you have got the second shlok, that is the first shlok of the second set of 1,000. So you have got 24 sets, 24 verses, first alphabet of every verse. So you have got 24 alphabets. If you jumble them, put them in the right order, you get the entire Gayatri mantra. So this is the secret of Ramayana. Now the person who has written it, composed it, Adi Kavi, Valmiki, why has he hidden this beautiful mantra in it? It is to tell that the importance or the meaning of this particular mantra has been exemplified or elucidated in Ramayana. At the same time, when a great mantra is revealed, it will be against the Shastras. Hence, he has coded it this way, and our preceptors have been so humble and so nice to us that they have decoded the secret from Ramayana. So the importance of Gayatri is known to us. It is also known that Gayatri should be recited by certain people in a certain way, because it is the essence of Vedas, and Vedas cannot be sung the way you want. For example, la 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 na 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 na. This is the tune to which Gayatri mantra is generally sung. This is not the tune. It is a tune which the music directors of movies have composed for this mantra. Whereas the Vedas declare a certain way. It's called as Udattam, Swaritam, Dirghaswaritam. For example, in certain places you will have to recite it Sahasra Sirsa Purushaha Sahasrakshas Sahasrapat Sabhumim. It has to go up. See, it goes up. Certain places it comes down. Certain places it is in the middle. So this is called as Udattam, Swaritam, Dirghaswaritam. Likewise, Gayatri mantra, which is the essence of Vedas, has a certain way in which it has to be recited. It cannot be tuned and composed to the tune we like. So Gayatri mantra should be recited by certain people in a certain manner. This is the message we have got. But wait, we have left Ram far behind. Let's see what Ram and Lakshman, along with the great sage Vishwamitra, do in the next episode. Thank you. Gita Ganga cha Gayatri Govindeti Hridisthite Chaturgagara Samyukte Punarjanmana Vidyate. The meaning of this particular verse was explained in the previous episode. Nevertheless, we have just seen the importance of Gayatri and the presence of Gayatri mantra in Srimad Ramayana. Well, the other three Gas, which is Gita, Ganga and Govind, all the three and their importance appear in Srimad Ramayana. Ganga, the Utpatti of Ganga, how Ganga and what is the origin of Ganga is also being detailed in Balakand of Ramayana. Govinda, one who is the protector of the cows, Gavam Indraha. Krishna was called Govind. Nevertheless, Ram was also called Govind, because Govind in Sanskrit also means one who's eloquent, one who's a good speaker. Ram was an eloquent speaker. He was a sweet speaker. His words were sweet, filled with meaning, and he would always speak at the appropriate time. So he's Govind. Well, along with this, we also need to understand the importance of Gita. Gita, though it was narrated or recited by Lord Shri Krishna to Arjun on the battlefield of Kurukshetra in Mahabharata, the life of Gita was led by Sumitra, who is the mother to Lakshman and Shatrughna. Thereby, the importance of Gita, the importance of Gayatri Mantra, the importance of Govinda Nam, and the importance of all the above Ganges has been mentioned in Srimad Ramayana. Vishwamitra, along with Ram and Lakshman, was walking by this great ashram called as Siddhashram. That time, Ram asked, "Hey Rishi, hey Vishwamitra, please tell me the importance of this particular hermitage called as Siddhashram." That time, Vishwamitra said, "Hey Ram, listen to this. It is believed that once Parvati Devi wanted to marry Lord Shiva, so she undertook penance. The fruit of that penance was benefited by Parvati when Lord Shiva said, 'Hey Parvatavardhini, hey the daughter of Himalaya, I will come and marry you the right way, in the Vedic way.' They married. While they were married, it is believed that the Devas, who wanted to bring an end to the Asuras, wanted a son from Shiv. But Shiv was engaged in penance. To instill the feeling of love in him, they called Manmath, who was Ananga, the one who didn't have a body, and said, "Hey Manmatha, please ensure that Lord Shiv gets the feeling of love in him." Manmatha, along with his wife Rati Devi, danced before Lord Shiv, who was engaged in penance. When Lord Shiv did not open his eyes, Manmatha took his quiver of arrows, and the arrows were made of different kinds of flowers. It is only the smell of flowers which could probably intoxicate a person, was the feeling of Manmatha, and he shot an arrow at Lord Shiv. Lord Shiv, by receiving that arrow, was frustrated, agitated and angered, and he opened his third eye, and Manmatha was reduced to ashes. So he was left without a body. Without a body in Sanskrit means Ananga. Hence probably that Desham, that particular region, is called as Anga Desham. And Anga Desha was later ruled by Karna, the elder brother to Pandavas during the times of Mahabharata, and that Ang became Bang, and that Bang became Bengal, is the belief of great people who have studied history. Well, that particular place where Manmatha was burnt to ashes was called as Siddhashram, because the great Siddhi person was Lord Shiv, and he reduced Manmatha to ashes, and any act of the Lord's is always believed to bestow and bless the devotees with auspiciousness. Hence, that particular ashram or hermitage was called as Siddhashram. It is only in this Siddhashram that Aditi and Kashyap had the Lord as their son. The Lord was born as the younger brother to Indra, and hence he was called Upendra. He was too short, he was dwarf in nature, and hence he was called Vaman. This Vaman Murti, called as Upendra, the son of Aditi Devi and Kashyap, also lived in Siddhashram. Well, these are stories, don't believe I'm telling you. These were the stories that were narrated by the great Kushika Sutta, who's Vishwamitra, to Ram. Kushika Sutta Katitha Vividha Nava Vividha Katha is the beautiful line in Sanskrit by the poet par excellence, Vedanta Deshika, who says, Ram, who listened to these great stories filled with moral values in a new way by this great sage Vishwamitra that day. What does this tell us? Through these lines, or through this incident of the narration of stories by Vishwamitra to Ram, what does the poet Valmiki wish to convey to us? He says that it is the young age at that point of time where your brain is actually fresh. It is at that point of time when you can actually grasp things better. So as parents, I would request all you parents who are watching to kindly enrich your children with good stories, with moral stories in their childhood. Because if that particular age or stage is lost, it can never be got back. So it is at that particular stage wherein stories with their description and moral values reach children. When you have to narrate a story, you don't have to tell the moral of the story at the end. If the story was good, if you have done the narration, which is the most important part of a storytelling, in the best way, the child will himself or herself be able to tell you what the moral is. So, reciting stories is the duty of every parent. Now, considering this modern age wherein the mother and the father, both of them work, where is the time to recite? Where is the time to narrate? Where is, after all the time with the household responsibilities to actually manage household responsibilities and narrating stories to children? Then, I would request the grandparents to do it, because if this stage is lost, it is lost forever. Well, Ram never had that particular opportunity where he lost this particular stage. Even if Dasharath and Kaushalya had not narrated stories, Vishwamitra thought that as a good rishi, as a good guru, it is my responsibility to narrate, and he narrated the great story of how Manmatha was burnt to ashes by Lord Shiv. He also narrated how Aditi and Kashyap were blessed with the incarnation of the Lord called as Vaman or Upendra. and hence he told the importance of this particular ashram called as Siddhashram, and along the path of Siddhashram they walked further into the forest. Well, it was the time when Vishwamitra wanted to accomplish why he had brought Ram and Lakshman to the forest. Now he said, "Hey Ram, I need to tell you the history of a certain woman," and he started telling. It seems that there was a demon called as Suketu. He had a daughter, the ogress, who was very powerful since her birth, and her name was Tataka. Likewise, there lived another demon called as Jambha, and Jambha had a son called as Sunda. Sunda was very much like his father, an uncivilized, barbaric, very, very cruel person who would torture people. Birds of the same feather flocked together. Sunda, who was the son of Jambha, and Tataka, who was the daughter to Suketu, both of them resembled in many ways. They were both uncivilized. They were both people with a barbaric nature. They were people who wanted to torture the rishis. They wanted to always see people suffer. So these people married, and imagine how their sons would be. They had two children. One was Subahu, the other one was Marich. Like father, like son. Like mother, like son. Like parents, like children. So these two kids of Sunda and Tataka, namely Subahu and Marich, were totally barbaric and uncivilized, and they would always be an obstacle to the sacrifices or havans that were performed by the rishis in the forest. Tataka and Tataka's husband Sunda, once they went and attacked the hermitage of Agastya, who was a great rishi. Agastya was always a very calm and a composed person, but he said, "Hey Tataka, if this is the case with you, then I shall curse that your husband should die in a war," and Sunda was dead. "And Tataka, you and your son will be the most feared ogresses in this particular forest, and you will be brought to death by a great Kshatriya with the advice of a great Brahman." And this was the curse that was ensued on them, and he left the place. Tataka and her children, who were roaming in the forest, would always trouble the rishis. And while they troubled Vishwamitra is when Vishwamitra thought, "I should seek the refuge of this great Dasharath and his son Ram." And he went to Dasharath, sought the help, and brought Ram and Lakshman to the forest. With this history in mind, Ram was standing next to Lakshman and Vishwamitra in the forest when Tataka approached them. Let's see how she approached and how she met her end in the next episode. Thank you. Ramaya Ramabhadraya Ramachandraya Vedhase Raghunathaya Nathaya Sitaya Pataye Namaha. Let us worship the lotus feet of Ram, who is the husband and the consort to the great Sita. Ram and Lakshman were in the forest with Vishwamitra. Vishwamitra was narrating them various stories with different morals, and he, in between, spoke about the history of Tataka. Tataka had lost her husband Sunda, and she had two sons, Subahu and Maricha. Mother, with her two sons, were so much unlike Sumitra with her two sons. Sumitra, the mother, and her two sons, Lakshman and Shatrughna, were engaged in the service of great people, whereas Tataka and her two children, Subahu and Marich, were engaged in activities that would always ensure that people are tortured. The innocent people always bear the brunt of such an uncivilized and a barbaric attitude. Here, while Vishwamitra was giving the life history of Tataka to Ram, Vishwamitra said, "Rajyabhara niyuktanam yesha dharmas sanatanaha adharmyam jahi kakutstha dharmohimsyam navidyate." Hey Ram, you need to kill this particular Tataka, for she does not leave any iota of dharma, auspiciousness or righteousness in her, you need to kill her. Ram said, "Hey Rishi, this is the first time I'm facing, and while I'm facing, is it right to kill a woman? Isn't it something which ensures that there is only sin by killing a woman? Why should I kill a woman? Why should I? And this is the first time I'm facing somebody. I don't feel that it is the right thing to kill a woman. Ekasmin atra nidhanam prapite dushtakarini bahunam bhavati kshemaha tasyaf punya pradovadaha." Has there been any particular incident in our history wherein people have killed women? That time Vishwamitra, who was an eloquent speaker, said, "Hey Ram, yes, there have been two incidents. I shall tell you the first one. The first one is with respect to the daughter of Virochan. Hiranyakashipu's son was Prahlad, and Prahlad's grandson was Bali Chakravarti. Prahlad's son and Bali's father was another king called Virochan. Virochan had a daughter called as Manthara. She wanted to destroy this earth because she thought it was this earth, Bhumi Devi, was the one who went and sought the help of Lord Vishnu and got one of her ancestors called as Hiranyaksh killed. So she wanted to take revenge on this mother earth, and she wanted to destroy this earth. To ensure that there is only good and welfare for people, and to ensure that criminals are taken away from the scene, Indra, he killed this particular daughter of Virochan called as Manthara. So Vishwamitra thereby, by narrating this incident, told Ram, "Hey Ram, the god of gods called Indra himself killed a lady called as Manthara." So this is the first incident I'm telling you, Ram. Shruyate hi pura shakraha virochaina sutam nrupa prithuvim hantumichanti mantharam abhyasudayat. So this is the first incident. Then he says, I'll give you another incident here, Ram. Bhrigu's wife, who is also the mother to Shukra. Shukracharya, one of the 9 planets, is called as Kavyakhyata. Since this Bhrigu's wife was the mother to Kavyakhyata, she was called as Kavyamata. Bhrigu's wife wanted to bring an end to the Devas by deceitfully killing them all and their mothers. Hence, Vishnu killed her. So, Bhrigu's wife, also Shukra's mother, was killed by Vishnu. Hence, Vishwamitra cites this as the second example. Vishnunachaf purarama bhrigupatni pativrata anidram lokamichanti kavyamata nishudita. Then Ram said, "Though you have given me these two incidents, hey Vishwamitra, is it still right on our part to kill a woman?" That time Ram said, "Hey Vishwamitra, but I have 3 reasons to kill her." Vishwamitra said, "Hey Ram, all this while you were telling that you will not be able to kill this woman. You were trying to tell that she is a woman and she should not be killed. And now you are saying that there are 3 reasons for which you cite saying that you can kill her. What are these 3 reasons?" Ram says, the first reason, "Hey Maharishi, go brahmana hitarthaya deshasya cha hitaya cha tavachaiva prameyasya vachanam kartumudhyataha." To bring welfare to the cows. When they say pashuhu, pashu in Sanskrit doesn't mean only the cow. It means those animals which have 4 legs. So he says, to bring welfare to the animals and to bring welfare to the Brahmins, I need to kill. This is what Dharma Shastras say. Because it was believed in those days that Brahmanas were those class of people who would always think welfare for this world, who would not interfere with others' lives. Now comes the question, if a Brahmin does that, he ceases to be a Brahmin. So, to bring welfare to this world and to ensure that there is welfare to the animals, which is the fauna, to the flora, which is the environment around us, and to Brahmins, I will kill her. This is what the Dharma Shastras say. When we say, Swastif prajabhyaf paripalayantam nyayena margena mahim mahishaha go brahmanebhyah shubham astu nityam loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Let the world be happy And to ensure that there is happiness in the world, I need to annihilate the evil forces. Hence, I will kill her. This is the first reason he cites. The second reason he says, Hey Vishwamitra, Dharma Shastras say, Matradevo bhava, Pitradevo bhava. The mother is your God. Father is your God. My father, King Dasharath, sent me to the forest with the hope that I would follow every word of yours. If I would disobey you, it means that I am disobeying my father. And if I would disobey my father, why is this incarnation after all? Hence, I would follow your words. Bachanam kaushikasyeti kartam avishankaya. These were the words of my father when he said, Vachanam kaushikasyeti kartavyam avishankaya. Hey Ram, follow every word of Vishwamitra. Adhere to what he says. Do not fall astray. These were the commanding words of my father. Hence, I need to follow you. The third reason, hey Vishwamitra, you yourself, you are an exponent in Vedas and you have been contemplating on the Supreme Personality of Godhead all this time. And if I disrespect your words, I mean, when I say that I will not follow what you say, I actually try moving away from the path of Vedas by not following you. So for all these three reasons, hey Vishwamitra, I'll kill her. Vishwamitra says, hey Ram, I have got a better reason for you. You said that you will not be killing a woman at any cause. Listen, she is first of all not a woman. Ram was startled. All this while I was saying and justifying that she is a woman, and you were agreeing to what I said, and suddenly you are saying that she is not a woman. Vishwamitra said, yes, she is not a woman. Ram said, justify, hey Vishwamitra. Vishwamitra said, a woman is one who is a personification of all binding affection, incessant love and great care. When she is the one who has been destroying the newly born fetuses, newly born children, how can you ever say that she is the personification of all affection? When she has lost all the affection towards children who have committed no crime against her, she ceases to be a woman. She might still have the identification marks of a woman, but yet the intrinsic and the inherent quality of a woman is lost in her, and she ceases to be a woman. And justice should prevail whether it is a man or woman. So what if she is a woman? Yet she still commits crime, and to the criminal there should be no kind of mercy which is generated saying that he is a man or a woman. Hence she needs to be killed. Interestingly, the Tamil poet who has co-created and recreated this entire version of Ramayana in Tamil says, it seems Tataka was so huge. To say that a particular object is huge, you need to bring an analogy. He says, a huge elephant, when it is killed and stripped off all the flesh, all that remains is its skeleton. Imagine 1,000 such elephants are killed and stripped off of their flesh and blood. So you have 1,000 skeletons. You take a huge rope, bind each one of these skeletons and make a garland out of it. You can't imagine to how many miles and kilometers this garland would stretch. This Tataka, the wife of Sunda, mother to Marich and Subahu, daughter of Suketu, was wearing that particular garland made of those 1,000 skeletons of elephants, and it seems the garland was reaching only her navel. So imagine to how many kilometers would have been the height of that particular ogress. Well, this is a description which is given to us not to say that Tataka was so huge. It is to tell us that she was none but a poacher. She had killed 1,000 elephants, so many fetuses, and she had performed all those acts which were against the Rajya Dharmam or administration. Will we in our country leave away poaching? Will we say that poaching is right? If poaching is wrong, the person who has done that particular act has also committed an evil act. So that person has to be punished. Ram, who was a representative of the administrator Dasharath, was performing his duty, and hence an accusation which has been posed by many people who believe that Ram was not flawless but was a person with many flaws, say that he had killed a woman. So killing a woman will be a crime if she was killed without any justice, whereas Ram ensured that there was lot of justice done to her after having examined her case in the court of Vishwamitra and then gave justice to her. This was no act where Ram was trying to prove that he was a coward. This was no act where he was trying to tell people that he will punish women. This was no act where he was trying to tell that male is always superior to the female. This is nothing but a simple act where an administrative representative was always trying to annihilate the evil forces in his country. So Tataka's death should remind us as to how justful Ram was and how justful Vishwamitra was in facilitating Ram to annihilate the evil forces. Now that Tataka was standing right before Ram, Ram took an arrow from his quiver, fitted in his bow, and shot that particular arrow. This was the first test to the Tamil poet Kamban, who says, it seems the arrow that went from the bow of Ram went at the speed at which the words would come incessantly from a person's mouth even without his control. That hit the diamond-like body of Tataka, who was as strong as the mountain of diamond. It pierced through her chest, came out from the back, and still went further, like how a good person, a person who always lives by values and virtues in his life, calls a person who does not live by any of it and says, you need to live like this, you should not live like that. And that the speed at which this person would taken from this ear and let out in the other ear, it seems the arrow went at that particular speed. All this is just to tell how great our poets were in trying to describe little scenes like this. Tataka was killed. She fell, and by falling, she fell on so many trees, killing so many animals, but Vishwamitra thought, at least now, today, there has been an end to her, and the rishis in the forest can live happily, and so can the animals. So, this way, Tataka's death was bought by Ram. Let's see in the next episode as to what happened and how did the Yajna Samrakshan, the protection of the sacrifice, take place. Along with, we also need to see what kind of further stories Vishwamitra narrated to Ram and Lakshman. Thank you. Jayatya Santrasa Dhvanta Vidvamsa Nodayaha Prabhavan Sitaya Devya Paramavyoma Bhaskaraha. Ram, along with Lakshman, was walking in the forest with Vishwamitra. He came across this ogress called as Tataka. Vishwamitra said, Hey Ram, she is to be killed. She has been doing all uncivilized and barbaric acts against the innocent. It is high time, as a representative of Sanatana Dharma, as a representative of Rajya Dharma, you need to kill her. Ram sought clarification from Vishwamitra, who was the learned, and finally said, for 3 reasons I need to kill her. 1, she is bringing trouble to the animals and the Brahmanas. 2nd, I need to follow the words of my father who said, Hey Ram, you need to follow every word of Vishwamitra. And above all, Hey Rishi, the 3rd reason is, you yourself, you're a learned person, and there will never be a thing that comes out of your mouth without a reason or without meaning. So I need to follow, and to annihilate the evil forces, let me kill her. So he killed Tataka, and after killing Tataka, they were walking in the forest. That time Ram said, Hey Rishi, you have never told me the story of Bali Chakravarti and Vaman. While you saw Siddhashram, you said that Vamanamurti, who is the incarnation of Lord Vishnu, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, was born to Aditi and Kashyap. But you never told me the story of it. Please do tell me. Well, in one of the previous episodes, I did make a mention that it is the duty of the mother and the father and the grandparents to narrate stories to children at that particular stage when they are inquisitive and interested to listen to it. And morals will actually flow from them, the way water can flow out of an open dam. Well, it is also the initiative from people of my generation and the younger generations to actually question in stories and get the reasons and answers out. See, Ram, who is the one who was incarnated as Vaman, always took the step to go to Vishwamitra and say, "Hey Vishwamitra, please tell me the story." Now, when he's asking the story of Vaman, he is not asking the story of a third person. He's asking Vishwamitra to tell the story about himself. Yet, what is to be appreciated is Ram, who is omnipresent, who's all-pervading, and who's all knowledge personified, yet questioned Vishwamitra to remind us of the fact that all the knowledge that should be within us is always bestowed by our acharyas. Knowledge which comes out of self is never appreciated. Knowledge which always is taught and felt and realized and practiced is what is appreciated. Now, Vishwamitra said, "Hey Ram, there lived this great-grandson to Hiranyakashipu, grandson to Prahlad, and son of Virochan called as Bali. Bali was a generous person, yet he always took pleasure in defeating his own brothers who were the Devas. He wanted to secure their abode, the heaven, and he performed a sacrifice. Devas sought the refuge of Lord Narayan, who incarnated as Vamanamurti or Upendra to Aditi and Kashyap. He was so short, it is said by our preceptors, that he was so short that the dwarfs in this world themselves felt if there was any shorter person than this Vaman, hence he was called Vaman Murti, he took a little kamandalu, a little pot of water with the kusha grass and an umbrella and walked to the Yajnavatika, the place where the sacrifice was being performed by Bali Chakravarti. He said, "Hey Bali, I need something from you." Bali said, "This is the time for me to help out people who are asking for alms. What do you want, hey Vaman Murti?" Vaman said, "I just need 3 pieces of land." Bali Chakravarti laughed. He gave a guffaw and he said, "This little dwarf is asking for 3 steps measured from his little foot. Take how much ever you want." This reminds us of the fact of how in lectures of Ramayan, Right Honorable V.S. Srinivasa Shastri talks about Dasharath. He says Dasharath was a person who would always promise in haste and repent in leisure. So it is very remindful of us that we need to commit only after we feel that we can live up to the commitment. Bali Chakravarti never thought that this little boy, little dwarf Vaman would grow up to a size that the world has never imagined. He never thought this Vaman Murti will become the Trivikram Murti, but he said, "Oh little dwarf, what do you want? Ask for whatever you want." And when he asked for the 3 pieces of land, he said, "Granted." And it is at that point of time that the Lord grew in size. Antar bahischatat sarvam vyapya narayana sthitaha. One who has pervaded from the inside and the outside grew to such a huge form that the stars in the universe felt as if they were like a garland to his chest. Then imagine at what rate and at what height he would have grown. There is a little question from the youngsters who ask, while Vaman Murti grew up to Trivikram Murti, didn't the dhoti that he was wearing tear? Right? It is a very logical question. But here our preceptors have mentioned of this very fact that every object which is associated with the Lord has the same qualities of the Lord. If the Lord can expand and contract, so can his ornaments and dress also. This is the beautiful fact that has been illustrated by our Vedas. Vedas and Vedantas talk only of science, but we need the collyrium brush of wisdom to actually decode the science that is there inside it. Well, this is the story of how Vaman Murti grew up. He measured the earth with his 2 steps and the heaven as well, and asked for where to keep his 3rd step. And Bali Chakravarti said, "Hey Lord, please keep the holy foot of yours on my head." And he pushed Bali Chakravarti to a world which is believed as Patalam. We have 7 worlds below. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Rasatala, Talatala, Mahatala, Patala. That is the 7th world below. So he is sent in there. Now again a question will be raised. When he measured the heaven and the earth with 2 of his steps, with the earth he covered all the trees and all the sentient souls and human beings and animals on it. Bali Chakravarti was also a part of it. So how can he offer something which is already measured? His head and himself was also measured in the 2nd foot. How can Bali Chakravarti say, "Hey Lord, keep your holy foot on my head," when he is already a part of the earth? Now, this is a question that comes in us. But Bali Chakravarti offered his head and the Lord kept his foot on his head. So there was no doubt when he kept his foot on Bali's head. So where is our question logically incorrect? Our question is logically correct. But what the Lord did was also logically correct. This will add to the confusion of the listener. How can both be right? Only one has to be right. Both of them are right. While the Lord measured the heaven with one of his foot and the earth with the other, the earth included all the flora, all the fauna, all the environment, all the trees, all the 5 elements you see, inclusive of the human beings, except Bali. How is that possible? It seems Bali thought, though he was on this earth, he was very much different from them. He always had the feeling that I am superior to others. So when the Lord measured the earth, he never had the feeling that the Lord was also measuring him. So he said, "Hey Lord, when you were measuring this earth, I never felt that I was a part of it. I never felt inclusive in that particular set. Now I have realized that I am also a part of it. While I did not offer my head while you were measuring this earth, I now offer to you my head, which is nothing but a personification of arrogance, ahankara, mamakaram," and he offered it. Well, this is the beautiful story that was narrated by Vishwamitra to the duo, Ram and Lakshman. Any story that is narrated inside a scripture will always have a meaning. What is the implication or importance of this particular shlok is our question. To this question, I need to give you another example from Mahabharata. In Mahabharata, which is nothing but a great magnum opus of 1,25,000 shlokas distributed into 18 parvas, the first parva is called Adi Parvam, the first parva, the first chapter. This particular story, which comes in the Adi Parva of Mahabharata, tells about Garuda. It's called Garuda Upakhyanam, the story of Garuda. There were 2 wives to the sage called Kashyap, Kadru and Vinata. Kadru wanted to have a servant maid. Where will she go for one? So she thought, why not make Vinata my servant maid? Will Vinata agree to be her servant maid when she also enjoys the status of a wife? So she said, "Hey Vinata, what do you see above?" Vinata said, "I see a white horse that is traversing the sky." Wow, that isn't an entirely a white horse. It is a white horse with a black tail. Kadru said. Vinata said, "No, it is a white horse." That time, Kadru said, "If it is a white horse, totally, I will be your servant maid. And if it is a horse, white in color, with a blackened tail, then you should be my servant maid." This was a challenge, a wager. And Vinata agreed to this particular challenge. The next day, when they saw the horse, it was seen as a white horse with a black tail. And hence Vinata became a maid to Kadru. How did she become? Because Kadru's children were the black serpents, the snakes. And Kadru had ordered her black snakes, the children, to turn into black hair on the white tail of the horse, and it turned black. So it was by a scene of deceit, duping and cheating her who's Vinata, that Kadru won over the wager. And Vinata had to serve as a servant maid until her son Garuda was born, who ensured that he would remove the slavery of his mother Vinata by going to the heaven, bringing the pot of ambrosia or nectar back to her. Now, why is this story of Garuda recited before the great story of Mahabharata, which talks about Pandavas and Kauravas? Because it is the same story of deceit and duping that Pandavas faced. It is the same way Kadru cheated Vinata. It is the same way in which Kauravas, with the help of Shakuni, cheated Pandavas. Like how Garuda was responsible for removing the slavery of Vinata from the hands of Kadru, it was with the help of Lord Krishna that Pandavas were able to come out of the slavery and the deceit which Kauravas had performed on them. So, the story which is stated before in Mahabharata is nothing but a replica, or a replica in moral values, that tells us what is going to come further. Likewise, the story of Bali Chakravarti, which was narrated by Vishwamitra to the duo, had a reason in it why Ram was hearing to it. But we need to check for the secret of why he was hearing to it in the next episode. Thank you. Kujantam Rama Rameti Madhuram Madhuraksharam Aruhya Kavita Shakham Mande Valmiki Kokilam. This particular verse tells us that the great cuckoo, who was not saying cuckoo but saying Ram Ram, and these sweet nectarine-like words may ring in my heart, and from this let emerge the beautiful scripture or itihasam called as Srimad Ramayana. All that we have been seeing this while is the death of Tataka by the hands of Ram. And while he was coming along with sage Vishwamitra, Vishwamitra was narrating him the incarnation of Vamanamurti of the Lord, and how he suppressed the arrogance of the king called Bali Chakravarti, who was the grandson of Prahlad. Now, I mentioned that this story narration was not without a cause, but for a reason. What is the reason? Ram was the one who was born to annihilate the evil forces, and one who was leading that particular team of evil forces was Ravan. So Ravan was to be killed by Ram. But that would happen later in the 6th canto, which is Yuddha Kandam. Vishwamitra, who was a Brahma Rishi, who could see the future, wanted to motivate Ram. Hey Ram, you will be the one who will be protecting the innocent. You will be the one who will annihilate the evil forces. Paritranaya sadhunam, vinashaya cha dushkritam, dharma samsthapanartaya. Thus, you will be the one who will be establishing righteousness, dharma. To motivate Ram, he has to tell Ram in the right way. And if you would tell a Kshatriya that you will be very strong, you will win, that may actually be a sign of how you're being sarcastic at his valor. So he had to tell him the story, at the same time bring out the reason. So he said, Bali Chakravarti's arrogance was won over by Narayan. Well, there is a little tale in another version of Ramayana called as Ananda Ramayana. And Ravan found that Bali Chakravarti was playing the game of dice with his wife. While he saw Bali Chakravarti playing, he was surprised. Such a great king, Bali Chakravarti, is here. Nevertheless, even I am a great king. And while I am here, why shouldn't he be there? To bring down the arrogance of Ravan, what Bali Chakravarti did was, instead of rolling the dice onto the board where he was playing with his wife, he threw the dice at a faraway place and said, the one who's standing there, go get that piece of dice for me. It was Ravan who was standing there, and it is believed that Ravan tried lifting up that piece of dice and he couldn't do it. So Bali Chakravarti said, now your simple act of lifting a dice cannot be done. How can I believe the claim that you have lifted the mountain of Kailash? So, hey Ravan, your arrogance should be suppressed. And it is believed that Bali won over Ravan. Well, let's go to the story. Bali Chakravarti's arrogance was won over by Ram, who is none other than Narayan. Bali Chakravarti won over the arrogance of Ravan. So Ravan's arrogance was won over by Bali. Bali's arrogance was won over by Narayan. Narayan is the one who was incarnated as Ram. So Ram has won over Ravan. To remind Ram of the fact that you will be the one who will annihilate Ravan. You will be the one who will always establish Dharma. This particular story was narrated by Vishwamitra. Vishwamitra, as an act of gratitude, there's a beautiful saying in English, gratefulness is an act which should never be overlooked if we would like to raise ourselves in the world. To probably exemplify this great saying, Vishwamitra, as a sign of gratitude, paropakara vismritirna yujjate managapi apakriyatu tatkrita tadaiva vismritavara, is another saying which says that you should never ever forget that little act of help, always be grateful. So to be grateful, Vishwamitra said, I may not have the best of the riches with me, I may not be a wealthy person, but my wealth is the Shastra Jnanam that I have got. Hey Ram, I'll teach you the Astra Vidya, and he taught him. Vajramastram, Narasreshtha, Shaivam, Shulavaram Tatha, Astram, Brahmashiraschaiva, Aishikamapi Raghava. He taught him all the kind of astras. What is an astram and what is a shastram? Shastram in Sanskrit denotes a weapon. A knife is a shastram. A spear is a weapon. Bow and the quiver of arrows, they are also weapons. So they are all shastram. But when I would infuse them with a mantra, then it becomes an astram. The same arrow, if it is infused with the mantram of Vayu, it is called Vayavastram. Then if it is done with the Agni mantram, it is Agneyastram. If it is done with the Brahmas mantram, it is called as Brahmastram. If it is done with Shiva's mantra, it is called as Pashupatastram. If it is done with Narayan's mantra, which is the highest of all, then it is called as Narayanastram. So all kind of astras were taught by sage Vishwamitra to Ram and Lakshman. Along with this, Vishwamitra taught a special kind of astram called as Aishikam. What is this Aishikam? Aishikam is that particular strategy in archery wherein if the person who always deals with the quiver of arrows and the bow is left with none. There can be cases in the war where the person who's fighting does not find arrows in the quiver, does not have the bow is broken. Then what does he do? So he can use a little blade of grass which is on the ground, do the mantra ucharanam on it, and that will turn into an astram and that will go hunting that particular person. So it's called as Aishikam. Why did the sage Vishwamitra teach Aishikam to Ram? This is another act which Vishwamitra did very cleverly, because he knew that at a certain point of time Ram would be sent on an exile to the forest along with wife Sita and his brother Lakshman. There will be a point of time when Ram has to shoot a crow that had committed an obscene act at Sita. So at that point of time, Ram may not find his quiver of arrows and the bow next to him. He will just find lots of grass next to him. And at that point of time, Ram may need to pick up a blade of grass, infuse it with the mantra and let it out as Brahmastram against the crow. So thinking of what would happen in the future, Vishwamitra taught this particular act called as Aishikam to Ram. Now Ram and Lakshman, after having learned the Shastrartham and especially the Astra Vidya from Vishwamitra, after having killed Tataka, left to Vishwamitra's ashram. Vishwamitra said, Hey Ram, whenever I start performing a sacrifice, whenever I perform a havan, it is then that the sons of Tataka and Sunda, namely Maricha and Subahu, always obstruct my sacrifice by throwing things, flesh and pots of blood into the havan, which will destroy the entire act, and I will have to start the yajna all over again. Hey Ram, please protect my sacrifice. Ram said, Hey Maharshi, you should never request to this slave of yours. You should just command an order. You are the Acharya and I am the Sishya. You are the great king and I am your subject. I need to be commanded and you need to command. So don't worry. I, along with my brother Lakshman, shall ensure that you perform the sacrifice without any obstacle. Ram, he made Lakshman stand at one spot and Ram went around the Yajna-vatika, the place where the sacrifice was performed, in a pradakshina fashion. Dakshinam in Sanskrit means south. Dakshinam in Sanskrit also means right. Always keeping your right towards the center where you are doing the circumambulation, you keep your right towards it. Since the right is called as Dakshinam, you keep the right side of your body towards the Garbhagriham. Garbham means fetus or the uterus. Griham means house. Since the mother's womb is dark in color and compact for the fetus, likewise the idol of the Lord is always housed in that particular sanctum sanctorum, which is as protective as a mother's womb, like the uterus. Hence it is called as Garbhagriham. And towards the Garbhagriham, when you are doing the circumambulation, you always keep your right. The right side of the body is called as Dakshinam and the left is called as Vamam. Since the Dakshina part of the body is kept towards the Garbhagriham, that particular act is called as Pradakshinam. That is why you say Pradakshin karke aavo. Pradakshin means always keep your right. You should never keep your left. Then it becomes Pravamam. Pravamam is not allowed. It is only Pradakshinam which is allowed. So Ram did the Pradakshin around the Yajna-vatika while keeping Lakshman constant. Here a beautiful analogy is given by Valmiki, who says that it was like the pair of eyes which was protecting the eye. How is that possible? Your lower eyelid is always constant if you observe. Your lower eyelid is constant and that which is inside the eye is protected by the upper eyelid. So the lower eyelid is constant. It doesn't have to do any particular act. It just has to be there. And the upper eyelid opens, closes, opens, closes. So this is constant. The lower eyelid is constant, whereas the upper eyelid is a variable. That is what we learn in algebra, right? Variables and constants. So Lakshman was made to stand in one place. He didn't have to strain. He didn't have to exert himself. So he stood there like the lower eyelid. And the eye was Vishwamitra's yagam, the sacrifice. And it was protected by Ram, who was the upper eyelid, by going as Pradakshinam around the Yajna-vatika. At that particular point of time, Subahu and Maricha appeared. So Ram and Lakshman protected the sacrifice for 6 nights. At the end of it, Subahu and Maricha appeared, and while they were just about to throw, with Agneastram, Ram killed Subahu and he drove away Maricha 100 yojanas away. Yojana is a word of measurement or distance which appears in all our scriptures. 1 yojana roughly translates to 8 miles currently. So 1 yojana is equal to 8 miles. So 100 yojanas is equal to 800 miles. So Ram killed one of the brothers Subahu and he drove away the other brother Marich 100 yojanas away, which is 800 miles. Thereby Vishwamitra and his friend Rishi's sacrifices were protected by Ram and Lakshman. To summarize this event beautifully, a great poet from Kerala who was called as Narayana Bhattadri describes it in one beautiful verse. Kodandi Kaushikasya Kratuvaramavitum Lakshmane Nanu Yato Yato Bhutastata Munikatitumanu Dvandvashanta Dvakhedaha Nrinam Tranaya Banair Munivachana Balat Tatakam Patayitva Labdva Asmat Astrajalam Munivanagamano Devasiddhashramakhyam. What a beautiful summary he has brought, saying that Vishwamitra, along with Ram and Lakshman, went to the forest. Vishwamitra narrated many stories. Ram and Lakshman listened to them carefully. Ram killed Tataka, Ram killed Subahu, and Ram drove away Maricha 100 miles away. And after protecting the sacrifice, Ram and Lakshman followed Vishwamitra in the forest. But now Vishwamitra is not done with his set of stories. He has more stories to say. Let's listen to what more stories he has to say in the next episode. Thank you. Jayatyashrita santrasa dhvanta vidvamsa nodayah prabhavan sitaya devya paramavyoma bhaskaraha. Let Ram, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, grant us the knowledge and the power which will help us think about the four Purusharthas and the most important of them all, Parama Purushartham, which is moksha. Ram, along with his brother Lakshman, was walking in the forest after having killed Tataka, Subahu, and driving away Marich. He learnt the Astra Vidya from Vishwamitra, listened to the story of how Shiva burnt Manmatha in Siddhashram, and how Aditi and Kashyap were blessed with the most important incarnation of the Lord called as Vamanavatar, and how with that avatar he brought down the arrogance of Bali, and what implication the story of Bali and Vaman had over Ram in winning over Ravan. Now, while Ram was coming with Vishwamitra, Vishwamitra narrated the great Kumara Sambhavam, which is how the son of Lord Shiv was born, called as Kartikeya. There was a demon called as Tarakasur, and it was only by the son of Shiv that he could be killed. After having married Parvati Devi, the daughter of Himalayas, he for a very long time undertook penance. Then, by the efforts of Manmatha and by the requests of the Devas, Shiva, blessed with his vital fluid, which flew and came down to the earth and dropped into this holy river called as Ganga, and they split as 6 glowing, resplendent parts. So these parts met the wombs of 6 Kartika Stris, 6 Kartika women. They grew pregnant and they delivered 6 kids which were identical. They grew up together, and these Kartika women showered their love and affection on those children. Parvati Devi, the wife of Lord Shiv, came one day, got all the 6 kids together, joined them, and it was a single body with 6 heads. 6 is Shat, and since the child had 6 heads, he was called Shanmukha, Shanmukha. So, since he brought happiness to his mother Parvati, he was called as Shanmukhanand. Since the vital fluid flew and came down to Ganga, and it flowed in Ganga and reached a forest called as Sharavanam, he was called as Sharavan or Saravan. He was also called as Guha and was the commander-in-chief of the army of Devas. Hence he was called as Senadipati, Deva Senadipati. Hence, this son of Shiva was called Kartikeya, since he was brought up as the children to this particular star called as Kritika. So there is a nakshatra called as Kritika, and the 6 women who were in charge of that particular star, he was called as Kartikeya. Since he was born in this particular Vanam, forest of Shara, he was called as Sharavanaha. Since he had 6 faces, he was called as Shanmukha. Since he brought happiness to his mother, he was called as Shanmukhanandaha. Since he was the one who would always hold secret things in a secret way, he was called as Guhaha. With such names, he also has great importance in South India. People in the south and people in countries like Singapore and Malaysia worship him as Muruga. Muruga is a word in Tamil which denotes the same deity, the son of Lord Shiv. Since the work of Kalidasa deals in detail about how he was born to Shiv and how he brought an end to those evil forces, this particular work of Kalidasa is called as Kumara Sambhavam, since this son of Shiv was also called as Kumaraha, one who is a boy. As a boy, he tackled all those evil forces. Now, these stories were mentioned by sage Vishwamitra to Ram. Along with this particular story, Vishwamitra also gives the Phalashruti, that is, the fruit of reciting such a great story. He says, Bhaktascha yah kartikeye kakutstha bhuvi manavaha ayushman putra pautraischa skanda skalokyatam vrajet. Those who listen to this story of Kartikeya, how he was born to Lord Shiv and Parvati, will be blessed with good fortune and shall attain the same abode of what Kartikeya has attained. Now Ram was inquisitive. He said, "Hey Vishwamitra, this is such an interesting story. All the more interesting is when you spoke about this holy river Ganges which carried the vital fluid of Lord Shiv. Can you tell me how this Ganga was born? Above all, Bhagavat Shrotum Ichchami Gangam Tripathagam Nadim." The river which flows in 3 different directions, hence she is called as Tripathaga. Trailokyam Katham Akramya Gata Nada Nadi Patim. What is Nada? What is Nadi? Generally people believe that all rivers in Sanskrit are called as Nadi. No. Those rivers which flow eastward are called as Nadi. Those which flow westward are called as Nada. That is why in India it is the river which flows eastward which is called as Mahanadi and no other river which flows westward. So all the rivers, whether they flow eastward or westward, they all get into the ocean. Hence he is regarded as the husband to all those rivers. Since rivers are classified into Nada and Nadi, he is called as Nada Nadi Patim, the husband to Nada and Nadis. All the more, it is another shloka which comes to my mind. Akashat patitam toyam sagaram yatha gacchati sarvadeva namaskaraha keshavam prati gacchati. There is a beautiful shloka which is believed to have been recited by the first Shankara, Adi Shankara Bhagavatpad, who says, Akashat patitam toyam. Toyam is water, Akasham is sky. So you have the clouds, which is Krishna Megha Janitam Janitapaharam. From the clouds comes the rain. So the rain or water which comes from the sky, Akashat patitam toyam, the water which falls from sky, Sagaram yatha gacchati, they will always flow towards the ocean. They will fall on the mountain, turn into a waterfall, then the river, then the tributaries, then the major river, then the major river will go find its sangamam in the ocean. Akashat patitam toyam sagaram yatha gacchati. The origin could be different. There could be an origin for the river Kaveri. There could be an origin for the river Ganga, Yamuna, Saraswati, Brahmaputra, Tapti, Narmada, Godavari, Kaveri, Krishna, Tungabhadra, Palar, Periyar, Koyna, so on and so forth. The origin could be different, but where do they get together? In the ocean. Akashat patitam toyam sagaram yatha gacchati. Likewise, whatever worship is offered to any deva, to any god, all of it will go only to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is Narayan. Sarvadeva namaskaraha. To all the obeisances and salutations which are done to any god, Keshavam pratigacchati. Keshavaha kleshanashanaha. One who removes all kind of hurdles and sorrows is called as Keshavaha. Keshavaha kleshanashanaha. One who has great curly hair is also called as Keshavaha. So to that god it will go. So Ram was inquisitive to know the origin of Ganga, how she was created, how she flowed, and how does she reach the ocean. So he said, "Hey Rishi, can you please tell me in detail how this all really took place?" When people are already narrating stories, now Vishwamitra was even more motivated by Ram when he asked, "Please tell me the story." So he told the story in detail. When Vishwamitra, such a great Brahma Rishi, has himself said it in detail, it will be injustice if I am going to speak that in brief. So let's get into the detail. Himavan, who was the king of all Himalayas, we speak of 3 ranges in Himalayas, Himachal, Himadri and Shivaliks. Put together, they all form the Himalayan mountain range. There was one king to it who was called as Himavan. His wife was Mena. They were blessed with 2 daughters. The first one was called Ganga. The second one was called as Parvati. Since she was the daughter of a Parvat, she was called as Parvati. She was also called as Parvata Vardhini, Parvata Nandini. The same name is the name given to the goddess in a place called Rameshwaram, which is in the south. She is called as Parvata Vardhini. Now, Parvati, the second daughter, and the first daughter Ganga grew up as the daughters of Himavan and Mena. Parvati was always bent upon marrying Lord Shiv. So, she started performing penance towards the Lord in order to secure him as her husband. While this was happening on one hand, on the other hand, in the Ikshvaku Vamsham, there was another incident that took place. In the clan of Ikshvaku, there was a king called as Sagar Chakravarti. His name was Sagara because while his mom was pregnant with him, it is believed that the people around him wanted to kill her. So they would give little poison every day. Sagaram means one who has survived poison. So even if you give poison to him, he would not die because he was getting immune to that poison. The Sagar Chakravarti had 2 wives. Comes another question, why did people in those days have so many wives? Well, this is a question which I may not be the right person to answer, but administration and laws in those days for Kshatriyas allowed them to have many wives. Nevertheless, Ram was such a great person, an embodiment and a repository of all auspicious attributes and virtues, that he just chose to have one. Don't ask me about Krishna because all that I'm talking about is just Ramayan. Here Sagar Chakravarti had 2 wives. The first one was Keshini and the second one was Sumati. Keshini and Sagar had one son and he was called as Asamanjas. Sagar Chakravarti with his other wife Sumati. Who is this Sumati? Interestingly, Sumati was the daughter of Kashyapa Chakravarti. So Kashyapa Chakravarti, whom we saw, the sage Kashyap, he had 2 wives, Vinata and Kadru. From Kadru came the snakes. From Vinata came Aruna, who became the charioteer to Lord Surya, and the other one was Garud, who became the vehicle to Lord Vishnu. Along with, he also had a daughter called as Sumati. Sumati was the sister to Suparnaha. Suparnaha means one who has beautiful feathers. He was none but Garud. So Garud's sister was Sumati. Sumati was given in marriage to this Ikshvaku Vamsha king, the king who came in the Ikshvaku race called as Sagar Chakravarti. Sagar, through his wife called as Keshini, had a son called Asamanjas. Through the wife called Sumati, who was a sister to Garud or Suparna, he had 60,000 sons. These 60,000 sons, when they were born out of a god. Like how you say a dudhi in Hindi, likewise they were born out of a god. And they were placed in jars of ghee for a very long time. They were incubated and all the 60,000 children were born. This Sagar Chakravarti, at a certain point of time, conducted the Ashwamedha Mahayagnya, the sacrifice of the horse. While he was conducting this particular sacrifice, he tied the sacrificial horse to the particular pole, which was the Upasthambam. At that particular point of time, Indra, who was mostly jealous in all the stories of people who were performing the Ashwamedha, came down to this earth and took the sacrificial horse and abducted it. While after a few minutes, Sagar Chakravarti was surprised to see that the sacrificial horse that was tied to the Upasthambam, the sacrificial post, was missing. He was startled and he said, "My dear sons, you need to search for the horse and come." The 60,000 started on this earth for the horse. They couldn't find the horse anywhere. At last they said the horse must have been taken to the netherworld and started digging the earth. While they were digging the earth, they worshipped this wife of the Lord called as Bhumi Devi, because the Vedas say, Hrischate Lakshmischa Patnyo. When they describe the Lord Narayan, they say, Hrischate, he is the one who is the consort or husband of Bhumi Devi, Hrihi, as well as Shrihi, Mahalakshmi. Hrischate Lakshmischa Patnyo Ahoratre Parshve are the beautiful lines from Vedas. So these people saluted Mother Earth. Yasyeyam Vasudha Kritsna Vasudevasya dhimataha Mahishi Madhavasya Sayeva Bhagavan Prabhu. While they started digging deeper, they saw the 4 elephants that support the earth from the 4 corners. And these 4 elephants, along with 4 other subsidiary elephants, put together 8, are called as Ashta Dhik Gajaha. Dhik is direction, Gajaha is elephant, Ashtaha is 8. The 8 elephants which hold the earth from 8 directions. Ashta Dhik Gajaha. Of the 8, they saw the major 4. Abhyadavanta samkruddhas tishthatistheti chabruvan. They saw the 4 major elephants out of the 8. Virupaksha, Padmaksha, Somanas and Bhadra. But what did they do after seeing the elephants? Did they dig further? Did they go inside? And where did they spot the horse? Is one important question which we shall see in the next episode. Thank you. Nasti Ganga samam tirtham, nasti matra samo guruhu, nasti Vishnu samo devaha, nasti Ramayanat param, nasti Ganga samam tirtham. There is no river which is as holy as the Ganges, Ganga. Nasti matra samo guruhu. There is no teacher who is greater than your mother. Nasti Vishnu samo devaha. There is no God who is greater than Lord Vishnu. Nasti Ramayanat param. There is no scripture which can tell us moral values even greater or even more than what Ramayana does. In that Sri Ramayana, in that great Itihas Ramayana, in that great epic Ramayana which we are experiencing, we are now experiencing the beautiful story, the descent of Ganges, Gangotpatti. Ganga was the elder sister to Parvati and the daughter of Himavan and Mena. On the other side, we did see how the king who came in the Ikshvaku race, called as Sagar Chakravarti, was performing the Ashwamedha Mahayajna, the sacrifice of the horse. And the sacrificial horse which was tied to the post, the Upasthambam, was abducted by Indra, and he took the horse away. While the king and his sons found it missing, he sent all his 60,000 sons in search of it. The 60,000 sons searched on this earth and they started digging the earth. While they started saluting the Mother Earth and started digging the earth, further they went and found 4 major gajas, the 4 elephants that were supporting the earth. And after having saluted the elephants, they further went and saw Adisesh, the serpent god who supports Mother Earth, the sentient and the insentient, the movable and the immovable things on this earth. Well, after this, the sons, they went to a certain hermitage. This hermitage belonged to that of a sage called as Kapil Vasudev. Kapil Vasudev is also regarded as an Amsha-avatar of Lord Vishnu. Kapil Vasudev was engaged in penance, and while he was engaged, in his ashram was tied this particular sacrificial horse. The 60,000 sons thought that it is this particular rishi, it is this particular sage who has abducted the horse. So they said, "Hey rishi, wake up, don't act and don't pretend as if you are a good person. We know that you have abducted the sacrificial horse. You are after all an evil person in the disguise of a sage. Wake up!" And while these words hit the ears of the rishi, he was startled, he was surprised, he was sad. He got angry, and while he opened his eyes, the yoga power, the power of penance, the tapo shakti in him, transformed into fire and burnt all the 60,000 people to ashes. The uncle to all the 60,000 sons of Sagar Maharaj was none but Suparna, who was none but Garud. He was seated on the tree, the branch of the tree, and saw and he watched how these 60,000 sons of his sister Sumati were burnt to ashes. He was sad. On the other hand, Sagar Maharaj, he came to know that all the 60,000 sons of his searched for the horse on the earth, couldn't find, and thus they started digging the earth. While digging, what happened was a single person could dig so much, and just imagine how much 60,000 people could dig. Because the 60,000 people started digging the earth, there was a huge hollow, and water started flowing from the upper places, upper regions, to this kind of a hollow or to this kind of a place which was dug. Hence, all those places turned into the ocean. And since these places were dug by the sons of Sagar, they are called as Sagaram. Here, these 60,000 sons were burnt to ashes. Sagar Chakravarti was informed of this sad news. He was now in the state of breaking down when his other son, Asamanjas, said, "Don't worry, I will search for my brothers and I will bring them back." But futile. His efforts were futile. It was not fructified. He couldn't. His son Amshuman couldn't. While Amshuman had been to that particular scene where the ashes were, Garud said, "There is no redemption, there is no way for all these 60,000 sons to come back to life unless and until the holy water of the Ganges is brought down." Amshuman tried. He couldn't. So did his son. Well, one king in this race called as Bhagirath rose, and Bhagirath started performing penance. He performed his penance towards Lord Brahma. He said, "Hey Brahma, please come before me. I am performing penance towards you." And after severe penance, Brahma appeared and said, "Hey Bhagirath, what do you want? How can I help you? I am really impressed with the austerities and the penance that you have performed towards me." That time, Bhagirath said, "Hey Brahma, I need the holy waters of river Ganga. Please bring them down." Brahma said, "It is in my Kamandalam and I need to wash the feet of the Lord. But it has to come down, it has to be borne by a very strong person, and I don't see anybody but Lord Shiv. So you do your penance to Lord Shiv." So he did his penance to Lord Shiv, and Lord Shiv appeared before him and said, "Hey Bhagirath, I am impressed with your penance. You can ask Brahma to let the water flow, touching the holy feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Narayan, and I shall bear the water, Ganga, which has washed the feet of the Lord on my head. So do it." Bhagirath now worshipped Lord Shiv, and Shiv agreed to it, and he asked Brahma to let the water flow. The water flowed from the Kamandalu, the pot of Brahma, touched the holy feet of the Lord Vishnu, and then it again flowed on his head, that is Shiva's head. The water was locked in the matted locks of Lord Shiv. He tied it up tightly, and Lord Shiv said, "Hey Bhagirath, the holy waters of Lord Ganga was locked in the matted locks of Lord Shiv." Bhagirath was surprised. "All my ancestors have been performing penance and have been requesting the gods so that the holy waters of Ganga may flow on this earth, touch the holy ashes of my ancestors and redeem them from the sins. And now, with all these efforts that I have taken by performing penance towards Lord Brahma and Lord Shiv, hey Shiv, the water has been locked in your matted locks." And Shiv said, "It is not to test your devotion, but it is to bring down the arrogance of Ganga, which has thought that she is all-powerful. Hey Bhagirath, I cannot let the entire water of Ganga flow on this earth because she is too heavy to be borne on this earth. So I shall just let a stream out of my matted locks of Ganga to flow." And he opened a little tap, like a tap that would open. He just gave a little opening and the water flowed from his head. Bhagirath went in his chariot in the front with Ganga to follow behind. She wanted to be very playful because she was playful. So, in order to destroy, out of arrogance, in order to destroy the hermitage of a certain rishi whom she thought would accept all her arrogance and pranks, she went inside the rishi's ashram, and the rishi was called Janhu. She flowed inside the ashram and wanted to destroy it and bring a calamity there. The rishi wanted to teach Ganga a lesson. So he consumed the entire river. Bhagirath, who was walking and taking his chariot in the front, suddenly turned back and found the river missing. He walked all the way and came to this ashram and asked the Rishi, "Hey Janhu Rishi, did you see the great river Ganga?" He said, "Yes, it is me who has consumed all the river water," and to teach her a lesson. "Hey Rishi, I have fought all this while to redeem my ancestors from the sins. Please let her flow." And while she flowed through his ear. Hence, she came out as the daughter of Janhu Rishi, and hence she is called as Janhavi. From that time onwards, she started flowing slowly. Hence, she is also called Mandakini. Bhagirathi, Mandakini, and Janhavi. While she flowed, she continued following the great sage, the great Rishi, Bhagirath. Let's see what happens to her in the next episode, which will be more interesting to get and listen to the Palashruti, the fruit of listening to the story of Ganga in the next episode. Thank you. Nasti Ganga samam tirtham nasti matra samo guruhu. Nasti Vishnu samo devaha nasti Ramayanat param. There is no river holier than river Ganges. Ganga's utpatti, descent of Ganga, has been exquisitely and beautifully described, and it has been described in this Balakandam of Srimad Ramayana. Sagara's 60,000 sons were burnt to ashes by Kapil Vasudev. His generations, which saw Asamanjas, Amshuman and Dilip, tried their level best to redeem their ancestors of the sins incurred from the curse of Kapil Vasudev. Nobody could. Garud, who was the uncle to the 60,000 sons, he said that only the waters of river Ganga, who has never had an earthly association, can redeem them of their sins. So, Bhagirath, who was a king in the same clan, he performed penance towards Lord Brahma. Brahma was impressed with the penance of Bhagirath. He appeared before him and said, "Hey Bhagirath, to redeem your ancestors of the sins that was caused by the curse of Kapil Vasudev, you need to bring Ganga to the earth. And there is only one person whom I know can bear the burden or the great force of Ganga, and it is none but Lord Shiv. You need to perform penance to Lord Shiv." And Lord Shiv said, "I am very much impressed with you, hey Narasreshta, the best amongst the men. I will bear." And at this, Ganga poured water from his Kamandal Jal, and the water which flowed from the Kamandalam of Brahma reached the holy feet of Lord Vishnu, and his holy feet was washed, and the water was taken on the matted locks of hair of Lord Shiv. So Shiva accepted the water that was washed, and that washed the holy feet of Lord Vishnu. He tied it up tightly, and Bhagirath said, "Please let a stream of water flow." And he let one stream, and that stream distributed itself into 3 in the east, 3 in the west, and one of the streams followed Bhagirath in his chariot. While it was following, since it followed Bhagirath, it got the name Bhagirathi. And suddenly, to his surprise, he found Bhagirathi, that is Ganga, missing. He was wondering where Ganga went, and he found that Ganga, on her way, she wanted to destroy the hermitage of sage Janhu. And sage Janhu wanted to teach her a lesson. He consumed the entire Ganga. Bhagirath went and sought the mercy of sage Janhu, who said, "I will let her out through my ears." And he let. Since she came through one of the holes, namely the ear of Janhu, she is regarded as a daughter of Janhu. Thereby, she gets the name Janhavi. She followed Bhagirath, and she reached the spot where there were ashes, and she redeemed them from all their sins, and they got back their bodies. This was happening on one hand. On the other hand, we need to understand the importance of Ganga. Ganga is called Tripathaga, one who has three directions. She is associated with three. One, because she flowed eastward, westward, and the third stream flowed behind Bhagirath. The other reason being, she was in the Kamandal Jal of Brahma, so she had association of Brahma. She washed the feet of Vishnu, so she had the association of Vishnu. She was locked up in the matted lock hair of Lord Shiv, so she had the association with Lord Shiv. To Brahma, to Vishnu, to Shiv. So she is called Tripathaga. The third reason is, from Brahma's Kamandal Jal, she reached Vishnu's feet. From Vishnu's feet, she reached the heaven. From the heaven, she reached Lord Shiva's matted locks. And from Shiva's matted locks, she reached the earth. So she is called Tripathaga. There is one beautiful song written by a composer in the 17th century called Muthuswami Dikshit, who says the importance of Ganga is Gange Mam Pahi Girisha Shire Sthite Gambhira Gaye Sangeet Vadhya Priye Amba Gange Angajatat Mude Sivaruna Madhye Akrura Pujite Akhila Jananande Sakala Tirthamule Sadguru Guhalile Sakala Tirthamule Sadguru Guhalile Varajanhu Bale. She is the daughter of Janhu Maharishi. Varajanhu Bale Vyasadi Krupale Gange Mampahi. She has the association with three, Brahma, Vishnu and Shiv. There is a beautiful verse which says it. Bhaktoparadha sahapada saroja haste mandakini vigalita makarand dhara sadyastrivarga apavargam apiksharantim punya babhuva purashasana maulimala. This is a beautiful verse that speaks about the association of Ganga with Brahma, Vishnu and Shiv. Above all, why was this story narrated by sage Vishwamitra to Ram? There is a reason behind it. When the byproduct of Lord Vishnu's feet, namely Ganga, can herself redeem the ancestors from their sins, then what is the surprise when the feet of the Lord can redeem Ahalya of the sins? Because later we are going to see how the Lord, while he was walking, he gave the Shapa Vimochanam, redeemed Ahalya, the sage, to Gautam Maharishi from her curse by the association with his feet. People wondered, how can feet cause Shapa Vimochanam? That time, Vishwamitra through this story and Valmiki through this story says, if Vishnu's feet and the byproduct of his feet, namely Ganga herself, can redeem 60,000 people, what is the surprise when those 2 feet touch upon a stone and she turns back into a lady? So the story of Ganga was narrated so as to let people know that the Lord's feet and the byproduct of Lord's feet, which is Ganga, can cure and redeem people of any kind of sins. The second reason being, the byproduct of the Lord's feet, namely Ganga, could redeem the ancestors of Bhagirath from the curse of Kapil Vasudev. The feet could redeem Ahalya from the curse that she incurred from her husband sage Gautam. If the byproduct of the feet, namely Ganga, and the feet themselves can redeem from the curse of Kapil Vasudev and Gautam Maharishi respectively, what is the surprise when the Padukas, the great sandals, the holy sandals of the Lord, which always have association with his holy feet, can wipe away the tears of the great Bharat, So there is one beautiful verse which comes and which explains how it cured and how it tried removing the tears of Bharat, how it brought joy to Bharat. Tirtham shundhanti pati nandana tarun. So, this particular narration helps us understand the association of the Lord's feet and the importance of their feet. On the other hand, we need to understand what were the other stories he said. Even before he could open about the other story, I need to tell you, amongst the incarnations of the Lord, there is one incarnation that has been mentioned in Ramayan, one in Bhagavad, one in Mahabharata, and one in Vishnu Puran. The same avatar appears in all the four, and it appears in a very important portion, and that is Kurma avatar. You can just see the Kurma avatar which is next to me, which is here. It is this incarnation that the Lord took to save the Devas. Once it is believed that the Devas and Asuras had a feud. As a resolution to bring about peace between them, it was said that the Manthara mountain has to be the churning rod and Vasuki Nag, the snake Vasuki, has to be the rope, and Devas and Asuras have to churn it out. They put the rod, which is Mandara mountain, and they tied Vasuki, the snake, around it, and Devas and Asuras, Devas at the tail and Asuras at the head, they started churning it out. While they were churning, the rod, as it was getting churned, it went down. And to support it, to give it a firm base, the Lord took the form of a tortoise and came, which has a hard shell. And to not let it go up, he pressed it with his hand from the top with the incarnation called as Asita Avataram. So Asita Avataram, which is above, and Kurma Avataram, which is below, they gave space for it to be churned, and the Devas and the Asuras churned it. And while it was being churned, there were flames that emanated from the mountain. And to bring showers, Indra ensured that there was showers on all of them, and they were all cool. But at the same time, while it was getting churned, there arose a poison out of it, which the world couldn't tolerate, which is called halahalam. And that halahal vish was consumed by Lord Shiv. And that particular vish, poison, it came and stood at the point of this throat, which is kantham. Since it was blue in color, he got this name Neelakantha. And from the churning arose the moon. The moon adorned the matted locks of Lord Shiv. Then arose Airavat, which is the four-tusked white elephant that reached as a vehicle to Lord Indra. There came the white horse, which is called Uchchaishravas. There was this wish-yielding tree called as Karpakavrish. There was this wish-yielding cow called as Kamadhenu. Well, with all of this came Mahalakshmi, Lakshmi, Kshira Samudra Rajatanayam, Shri Rangadameshwarim, Dasi Bhuta Samasta Deva Vanitam, Lokaika Deepankuram, Shri Manmanta Kataksha Labda Vibhavat, Brahmendra Gangadharam, Tvam Trailokya Kutumbinim Sarasijam, Mande Mukunda Priyam. Well, Mahalakshmi came. Along with her came the Kaustubh gem. The Kaustubh, which was a Ratna, a money, adorned the chest of Vishnu. And besides it, Mahalakshmi said, amongst you all, I choose Vishnu as my husband. And she chose. Well, there came Mahalakshmi, there came Kaustubh, there came Airavat, there came Uchchaishravas, there came Karpakavriksha, there came Kamadhenu, there came Halahal Vish. With all this came the nectar, which is called as Amritam, which was held in a beautiful golden pot by the doctor of all the worlds, who is none but an incarnation of Vishnu, called as Dhanvantri. Dhanvantri came with the Amrit, and Devas and Asuras stopped churning. They said this was the right time wherein we need to fight for our rights. Who gets this ambrosia? Who gets this nectar is a question, and they started running. Dhanvantri did not know what to do. He ran and people ran behind him. Let's see what happens to him, how he is being saved, and who distributed the Amrit to the Devas and Asuras. And what is the message that Valmiki or Vishwamitra want to convey to the reader of Ramayan through this particular beautiful story of Kurma Avatar? Let's look for the answers in the next episode. Thank you. Ichha meena vihara kachchapa mahapotrin yadrichha harehe raksha vamana rosha rama karuna kakutstahela halin Krida vallava kalka vahana dasha kalkinnitif pratyaham jalpantah purusha punanti bhuvanam punyaugha panyapanaha. This is a beautiful verse from a Sanskrit poet called Vedanta Deshika, who says the importance and a peculiar characteristic associated with each of the incarnations of the Lord. So he says, Ichamina viharakachapa mahapotrin. So each of these incarnations has been mentioned. Like the last episode, we were talking about the incarnation of Kurmam, tortoise. While the Devas and Asuras were churning this ocean of milk with the Mandara mountain as the churning rod and Vasuki snake as the churning rope, they were churning. All that they could get was a list. I can tell you what all came. Initially, there was this poison that came out, which is called Halahala Visham, which was consumed by Lord Shiv, and he let it stay here. Hence, he is called as Nilakant. On the other hand, there came the Uchchaishravas, the celestial horse, Airavat, which was a celestial elephant. Then came the Karpaka Vriksh, which is the wish-shielding tree. Then came Kamadhenu, which is the wish-shielding cow. Then came Kaustubhamani, which is a very resplendent gem. Then came moon, which adorned the locks of Lord Shiva. Then came Mahalakshmi. Then came Amrut, which was kept in a pot, and that was brought by Dhanvantri. Now the Devas and Asuras, when they saw the Amrut that came, they stopped churning and they started running behind Dhanvantri. Dhanvantri did not know. He did not know what to do, and he did not even have the idea how to distribute the Amrit between the Devas and the Asuras. That time, the Lord, incarnated as Mohini, a beautiful damsel, he walked before the Devas and Asuras and said, I am going to distribute this Amrit for you, the ambrosia for you. So he kept Devas on one side, Asuras on one side, and every time he would give the share of ambrosia to the Danavas, because he knew those people, after becoming immortal, will not serve the mankind for good purposes. They had demoniac qualities, while the Devas would do good for the people. So every time he would serve the Danavas, it would turn into Varuni, which is an intoxicating drink. And every time he would serve the Devas, it would turn into ambrosia, which is a nectar. There was one person who disguised himself and came to the side of Devas, whom the sun and the moon god observed. Meanwhile, when the Lord was giving Amrit, he consumed it, and when he was finishing, just about to finish his consumption, Chandra and Surya, sun and the moon god, they pointed to Mohini saying that, hey Lord, though you have disguised yourself, there is one person who has cheated us and who has come from the Danava side to our side. And while he was just about to run, the Lord with his chakra, Pratibhatashreni bhishana varaguna stoma bhushana jani bhayasthana tarana jagadavasthana karana nikila dushkarma karshana nigama sadharma darshana dairaya Shri Sudarshan Jaya Jaya Shri Sudarshan. That Sudarshan chakra went and cut this person's head. Since he had already consumed the nectar, he could not be killed, but his head was chopped. Meanwhile, a snake that was just going that way was seen. So he cut the snake's head into its head and the tail, and the head was attached to this headless body, and the tail of the snake was attached to the head, which was chopped off his body. So they are called as Rahu and Ketu in the 9 planets of Navagraha. While this was being done, this entire story of how Kurmavatar appeared and how the Lord created Rahu and Ketu out of that particular dana was all mentioned as a story by Vishwamitra to Ram. Now that we have seen that every story has a meaning, why was this story told? Because when Shiva had consumed poison, this particular story was enacted because in the same Ramayan, in Yuddhakand, it will be observed that with Nagastra, Ram's brother Lakshman swoons. So to bring back Lakshman to life, it is not Rudra, it is not Shiv, but Rudra Avatar, the incarnation of Shiv, Shankara, Suvana, Kesari, Nandan, who's Hanuman, who's going to fly to bring the Sanjeevani Parvat and bring back Lakshman to life. To enact the scene that it was Rudra, Shiv, who saved the world of the poison, and now which is Rudravatar, that is Hanuman who's going to save the brother, this story was told. Moreover, there is one place where he mentions about the incarnation of the Lord as a lady, as a damsel, which is called Mohini Avataram. Why was this incarnation of the Lord as a lady mentioned here? Because the Lord is called Purushottamaha. He is the best amongst the men. So, to this best amongst the men, there is going to be one accusation which Sita is going to do in Ayodhya Kand. When Ram has been asked to go to forest, he comes and tells Sita, Sita, for 14 years I may have to live away from you, so don't worry, take care of my mother, live happily in Ayodhya, I'll go back to the forest, come back in 14 years. She disagrees. She says, to every place wherever you go, I'll follow Ram. Wherever you live is my Ayodhya. This is not Ayodhya. Wherever you live is Ayodhya to me, so I shall follow you. Ram disagrees. She disagrees. Ram disagrees. She disagrees. Finally she says, it is my father's mistake for having got married me to you. He wonders, hey Sita, why do you blame your father Janak for this? She says, he thought he's going to get me married to a man. He didn't realize that it was after all a lady in the disguise of a man. Kim tvam anyata vaidehaha pitame mithiladhipaha ramajamataram prapya striyam purusha vigraham. You are after all a lady who's dressed in the robes of a man. While Ram heard this, he felt really bad. But to convince Ram or to keep Ram prepared of such a situation where somebody is going to accuse the Purushottam, the Maryada Purush Ram, of being a lady. Being a lady is great, but accusing a man that you're a lady, that needs a lot of courage. To keep him prepared, Vishwamitra told, hey Ram, remember you as Narayan incarnated as Mohini, which is also an incarnation of a lady, a damsel. So this particular story of Kurmavatar was mentioned so as to tell us of the fact that every shlok, every anecdote, every little story in Ramayana has some kind of an importance that it bears in the later chapters. While Ram, Lakshman were listening to the stories, they walked by, they reached a hermitage, and the hermitage was very, very peaceful. Ram walked, and while he walked, suddenly Vishwamitra said, I need to tell you the story of this ashram. This ashram is a great place where great sages have meditated. And Ram asks, whose ashram is this? Vishwamitra says, this is the ashram of the great sage Gautam. Gautam was married to Ahalya, who was one of the most beautiful creations of Lord Brahma. But while she was married itself, Indra, the god, he was bent upon attaining Ahalya. He was interested in Ahalya, but she was married and she was now the wife of Gautam Rishi. One day, Indra, in the urge of attaining her, came and started crowing. And when Gautam Rishi heard, he thought it is early morning and he had to go and perform his daily Vaidika karma, and he started walking towards the river. While he walked towards the river, Indra, in the form, in the disguise of Gautam Rishi, walked inside the ashram, and he slept next to the sleeping Ahalya. He hugged her, and at that particular point of time, Ahalya turned towards the side of the so-called Gautam Rishi, and while she hugged him, she had the feeling that this is not my husband Gautam. She knew it must be the god who's Indra. So there are two versions here. One version is, according to Ramayana, Ahalya very much knew that it was Indra who had come in the disguise of her husband, yet she was reluctant to tell Indra that I am not for you, I am somebody else's wife, and let's have some fun with him. So this was one of the feelings she had. Some others say, my husband Gautam Maharishi, every day he performs yajna, and in that yajna there is one mantra, Indraya Swaha. So there is one particular mantra which denotes Indra. So Indra is a god whom my husband worships. So when the Lord himself comes before, so why should I not satisfy him, was her thought. Say some. So whichever version it is, she knew it was not her husband, it was somebody else. So she lived with him. And meanwhile, Gautam Rishi, who had gone to the river, realized that it was somebody else's prank, and the minute he came, he saw himself in another form, and he really got angry, and so he cursed, hey Indra, you will be your entire body, which you think is one mass of flesh which you can impress so many women, will turn into a body of 1,000 eyes, and you will become the most ugliest creature on earth. And he cursed Indra. Meanwhile, he said, Hey Ahalya, I curse that you should feel for what you have done by being invisible. Adrishya bhava, you will become invisible. And Tulsidas, who wrote his regional version in Hindi, and Kamban, the Tamil poet who wrote the regional version in Tamil, are of the opinion that she was cursed to be a stone. Whatever be it, invisible and stone. Though stone is visible, yet when you walk on the road, you don't pay attention to it, because that acts like invisible before you. You don't give importance to it. So invisible and stone may be synonymous in the real life scenario. So she was cursed and she lived in that ashram. So this entire story of how Ahalya was cursed by her husband Gautam Rishi was narrated by Vishwamitra. Ram was walking, and while Ram was just walking, in a minute, Vishwamitra turned and saw, and at that spot stood a resplendent lady with all halo around her. And he then thought, this must be Ahalya, and she must have got her the Shapa Vimochan from Ram himself. But how did Ram give Shapa Vimochan to Ahalya? Was it through his feet? Was it through the sandals that were associated with the feet? Or was it through the dust that arose out of his sandals, out of him walking? We do not know. It's his feet, his sandals, or the dust. But for all of this, we need to wait for the next episode. Thank you. Namastasmai kasmai bhavatu nishkinchana jana swayam raksha diksha swayamadhika samindhana yashase suradhisha swairakshana kupita shapayuda vadhu drishatta durjata prashamana padamboja rajase. This is a beautiful verse from one of the commentary works of a poet par excellence called Vedanta Deshika, and this work is called Abhaya Pradana Saram. Bhayam is fear. Abhayam is the attitude of a person to tell the person before him, do not fear. Abhayam. Pradana, to give. Saram, the extract of a work that speaks about how a person tells his fellow men not to be afraid. So there is only fearlessness there. So what is this Abhaya Pradana Saram? And what am I talking? And because I am talking about Ramayan, especially the first canto, which is Balakand, how are these two related? Could be a question that should come in your mind. The entire work of Ramayan is regarded as a work that explains the concept of Sharanagati. If you remember, I was speaking about Brahma Vidya's episodes back, and I was telling about one certain Brahma Vidya called as Nyasa Vidya. Nyasa means to give away, to abandon. What is a person abandoning? Aham madrakshana bharaha madrakshana phalam tata namama shripate reve tyatmanam nikshipet bhutaha. So it is kartritva buddhi tyagam, phalatyagam, mamatatyagam. The sacrificing of the concept or the feeling of I am the karta, I am the doer, aham madrakshana bharaha, madrakshana phalam tata, the concept or the attitude of abandoning the fruit that comes out of it. Namama, the concept of leaving away me who's doing it. So this is called as bharanyasam. Nyasam means abandoning. Bharanyasam, to give away the bharam of protecting oneself to the Lord. That is, I don't find means to protect myself. The Lord is the one who protects everyone. He is the one who has created. He is the one who is protecting me. He is the one finally who will absorb me in Him. So I leave away this feeling of I am protecting myself to the Lord. So this is called as Bharanyasam, which is a part of Nyasa Vidya. Now, to get this Bharanyasam done, you need to surrender to the feet of Lord, wherein He'll say, don't worry, I will protect you. Because Arjuna did that, because he was afraid and he was all the more sad. That is why the Lord in the 18th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, in the 66th verse says, Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam sharanam braja aham tva sarva papebhyo moksha ishyami ma shuchaha. Don't worry. Ma shuchaha means, hey Arjun, don't worry. Then he asked, why should I not worry? Because as a human being, I am worried about what my path will be, what my spiritual journey will be, how will I get led to, and what will I actually attain. So I am worrying Krishna. That time Krishna says, hey Arjun, ma shuchaha, don't worry. Why shouldn't I not worry? Sarva dharman parityajya. Leave away all that I have said. When he says leave away, doesn't mean he has to leave away the karma yoga, jnana yoga. Think that whatever has been mentioned there, keep me in the place of karma yoga, keep me in the place of jnana yoga, keep me in the place of bhakti yoga. So if I fall to your feet, what will you give? Moksha ishyami. I shall give you the eternal salvation. So this is what he says. So when we speak about Bhagavad Gita, it talks about Sharanagati, which is unconditional surrender. So the concept of unconditional surrender is all about Abhayam, which is saying be fearless. And this attitude of the God telling his devotees be fearless has been exemplified in the entire scripture of Ramayana. So from Ramayana, this poet, Vedanta Deshika, who was also a great philosopher in this cult of Ramanuj, so he takes in those instances of Ramayana where the Lord has offered Abhayam to his devotees, and he has brought them together and called that single work, monumental work, as Abhaya Pradana Saram. Now, we were there in that particular spot wherein Ram walks into a certain ashram. He finds the ashram to be very calm and serene. So he asks the person whom he has come with, that is sage Vishwamitra, hey Vishwamitra, whose ashram is this? That time Vishwamitra tells, this is the ashram of a great sage called as Gautam. He was married to a beautiful lady called as Ahalya, who was a great creation by Brahma. But during their marriage itself, Indra was invited, and Indra had cast his evil eyes on Ahalya, saying that I should be the one who should attain her. Despite knowing the very fact that sage Gautam was a great Brahmin, a great sage, an illustrious character, and he was getting married to her, and it is not right for one to have different kinds of feelings on somebody else's wife. Parastrila jena. So when the great poet Narsim Mehta talks in Vaishnava Janato, he says, Parastri, when you speak of another woman, think of her as your mata, as your mother. And don't ever have that kind of a feeling. Probably we are seeing a lot of instances in the recent past wherein we are seeing crimes that have happened against women. So these sentences should linger in the heart of every Indian, for our Indian preceptors and acharyas have flooded us with great messages. So Vishwamitra tells Ram, hey Ram, this is the ashram of Gautam Rishi, and he was married to Ahalya. But while he tells that, he also tells of a very sad story. He says once Indra, of this particular feeling of attaining Ahalya, he comes and crows, and thinking that it's time for him to wake up and perform his everyday duties, Gautam Rishi walks to the banks of the river, and meanwhile Indra in the form of Gautam Rishi comes, sees Ahalya sleeping, he sleeps next to her and tries to have a relationship with her. So this has been explained in Ramayana. Tasyantaram viditvacha sahasrakshaha shachipatihi, one who is the husband of Shachi Devi. Muni veshadharo bhutva. When every word of Valmiki has so much of importance, it says sahasrakshaha, one who has 1,000 eyes, shachipatihi, who is the husband of a lady called Shachi. There, Valmiki implies that this person, despite being the husband of Shachi Devi, was still interested in somebody else's wife. Muni vesha dharo bhutva ahalya idam abraveed. So he came close to Ahalya and said, it is me, Gautam Rishi, who has come. Now Ahalya turned to this side where she saw her husband. It was not her husband, it was somebody else, but he had come in the disguise of her husband. Now when Ahalya knew that this person is not her husband, because she has been living with Gautam Rishi for ages, so she of course knows that with the embrace itself that this is not my husband's embrace. So she knew that it was not her husband Gautam Rishi and it was somebody else. So with her little power, she was able to sense that it must be the 1,000-eyed god called Indra. So, Muni Veshadharam Sahasraksham Vijnaya Raghunandana, hey Ram, Vishwamitra tells Ram, hey Ram, then Ahalya knew that it is not her husband. Matim Chakara Durmedha. At times Ram, For great people also, minds don't work the right way in the crucial moments. Matim chakara durmedha devaraja kutuhalat. She knew that the person who has come is after all Lord Indra, who's the Lord of heaven. So why not me also use this as an entertainment channel to entertain myself with him? So this was her feeling. Then Gautam Rishi knew that this is the play of this is the prank of some person who has come with a criminal mind. He comes running to the ashram and he finds a person in his disguise having a relationship with his wife. So at that point of time, he calls in Ahalya and curses her. Vata bhaksha nirahara tapyanti bhasmashayini adrishya sarvabhutanam ashramesmin vasishyasi. You shall reside in the same ashram in an invisible form where people don't even regard your presence, and you shall repent and take remorse for every act, mean criminal act that you have done at this point of time. Is this curse to Ahalya? The same story, the same incident has been mentioned by Tulsidas in Ramcharitmanas, who says, Gautama nari shrap bas apal deh dhari dheer charan kamal raj chahit kripa karahu raghubir. Now, with this particular incident that had happened in the past, Ram walks by, and when he hears the story, a beautiful incident happened. Vishwamitra was walking in the front, the elderly person, the most illustrious stage. He walked, and he just turned to look at Ram to continue the story. Meanwhile, he found a beautiful lady standing at that particular place. So this has been explained by Valmiki, who says, Dadarsha cha mahabhagam tapasa dyothita prabham lokaikerapi samagamya durnirikshyam surasuraihi pratyanna nirmitam dhatra divya mayamayimiva dhumenabhiv paritangim deepam agni shikhamiva. So she stood as an effulgent figure with so much of radiant energy in her. So Vishwamitra knew very well that this must be Ahalya. People had walked by this ashram, but because of nobody can one get Shapa Vimochanam except with the lotus feet of the Lord. So she got her Shapa Vimochanam. Now we need to understand the beauty of Ramayana. Now Ram catches Ahalya by her hand and says, Hey Mata, you are my mother. And he takes her to Gautam Rishi, who's inside the ashram. He says, Hey Gautam Rishi, it's time for you to accept your wife back. And Gautam Rishi, with these sweet nectar-line words of Ram, says, I will accept Ahalya back. Now consider the entire episode. It is not that Indra came in the disguise of Gautam Rishi. Ahalya did not know that it was not her husband, and she entertained him. She knew very well that this was not her husband. So there was a fault from Ahalya's side. And there was, of course, a fault from Indra's side. He had come with a criminal bent of mind. But this was very well known to her. Despite that, she did try engaging herself in such an act. Now, what does this particular incident convey as its message to us? The message could be as simple as this. When Ram had accepted Ahalya, despite knowing what had happened in the past, and he had given her in hand to Gautam, he did realize that to err is human and to forgive is divine. Here we need to understand this particular incident of this great scripture in comparison with another scripture. Thomas Hardy was a great dramatist, and one of his great works is called The Tess of the D'Urberville. So in Tess of the D'Urberville, he speaks about a girl called Tess. She was the daughter of a peasant family. She was in the peasant family. And they were in destitution. They were not very rich people, and they were working under a landlord. So this particular person, this landlord, had a poultry farm, and Tess was working in that poultry farm. There is this beautiful English drama, probably it was written a century back by Thomas Hardy, wherein he speaks about a poor peasant family. They were in destitution. And that family, there was a little girl called Tess. She was working in a poultry farm. And the owner of the poultry farm, he tried forcing on her. He tried raping her, and he did rape her. Now she, at a later stage, was married to another person. After marriage, she tells her husband that I was raped by a certain person. I was not aware of it. I tried resisting it, but yet I was overpowered, and this is the kind of assault that was done on me. So this is the incident. This person, after realizing the past of her, tells her that you will not be my wife anymore, you cease to be my wife, so you need to get out of the house. So here the poet, the dramatist, he says that this is not the mistake committed by him. It is the mistake on her and probably the Lord. So he tries forcing an incident. The brunt of that particular incident needs to be borne by a girl who tried resisting it. So this is how people in the West have observed this particular novel or this particular story. But if you come to Ramayana, you will find a different stage. There we need to see what demarcation Ram had from the other characters that we see in other novels. For all this, we need to wait for the next episode. Thank you. Namastasmai kasmai chana bhavatu nishkinchana jana swayam rakshadhiksha swayamadhika samindhana yashase suradhisha svairakshana kupita shapayudavadhu drishatta durjataf prashamana padamboja rajase. This particular shlok describes how Ahalya, who was cursed to be a stone, was brought back to her original form by the Lord. Now, while we were discussing this particular incident, we need to understand the feeling or the inner feeling of our Dharma Shastras, because Ram was an incarnation of the Lord where he had to depict the inner meaning of the Shastras. Shastras say, Dharmo Vigrahavan Adharma Viratim. Ram was nobody other than the embodiment or incarnation of the entire Dharma. Dharmo Vigrahavan Adharma Viratim. So he was born as an embodiment of all righteousness and Dharma to annihilate the evil forces. Now, what does this particular incident describe? Which is Ahalya, who was cursed to be a stone and then turned to the original form. What does this describe? That the Lord's feet can cure a person from any kind of sin that he incurs. Second, the Lord's feet has the ability and has the feeling to forgive any person, because when we speak of the Lord and ourselves, it's a huge difference. When I speak of we speak of the entire community, the human community. We always have the feeling of getting. We always want to get things from others, so we get and we forget. So we get and we forget. This is our attitude. This is human mentality. But what is special about Paramatma, who is different from us, is he gives. He just knows to give. Gives and he forgives. So we get and we forget, and he gives and he forgives. So here, Ahalya, what she got was the entertainment or that kind of feeling that she had while she was in a relationship with Indra. But what Ram depicts here is that of Paramatma. He forgave her. So she got something for her sensual pleasure, while he forgave her for the kind of turmoil that she had undergone, because while she was a stone, she would have been repenting. So this kind of an attitude, this kind of a bhavam, this kind of a feeling of forgiving is very special to the Lord. That is why when people ask if God exists, the important question is, if there is a feeling, if at all there is a feeling in this world which talks about forgiving, and that forgiving attitude can only rest in the Lord and not with human beings. We may try to be forgiving. We have forgiven in certain instances, no doubt. There are people who forgive. But the all forgiving attitude is always with the Lord. So Ram recognized the turmoil and the remorse which Ahalya had taken, and he forgives her. So this incident tells us as to how forgiving or how little forgiving should we be. Because even if we start with 0.01%, we may be at least able to reach at least 1% by the death, by this particular janma. So Ram conveys, this particular incident conveys this particular meaning. Now the verse that I started at the first, Namastasmai kasmaichana bhavatu nishkinchana jana swayam raksha diksha swayamadhika samindhana yashase suradhisha swairakshana kupita shapayudavadhu. She, the one, Ahalya, who was the one who received the curse out of the anger from Gautam Rishi's mouth, Suradhisha Svairakshana Kupita Shapayudavadu Drishatta Durjata Prashamana Padamboja Rajase. Rajas in Sanskrit is dust. It seems the Lord did not go take his feet from the footwear and kept one of his foot on the stone. There was nothing like that. He walked. And he walked with his padukas, with his holy sandals, and that holy sandals hit on the ground, and while it was hitting on the ground, the dust that was there flew and it fell on that particular stone, and she had redemption from the curse that was given to her by her husband. So this particular incident is a very important incident, because if you take a great Sanskrit composer called Swati Tirunal from Kerala who lived centuries back, he says, Dinakaranvayatilayakam divyagayadhisuta savana vanarajita subahu mukhavadham ahalya pavanam. So she was made even more pure. She was made purer by his padasparsham. So then he goes all the way to Gautam to describe this particular incident and tell him that you need to accept Ahalya. She might have committed a mistake, but please don't keep reminding people of their mistakes. They need to change. Then he walks further. Now while he walks, Vishwamitra was amazed. Let's see what he was amazed about. So he turns back, he looks back at Ram and he says, this is a verse that I'm translating from a great verse composition from the Tamil poet Kamban, who says, it seems Vishwamitra turned. He said, Ram, I'm surprised at what your hands have done, and I'm surprised at what your legs have done, your feet have done. Rama asked, what is so surprising about my hands and what is so surprising about my feet? What have they done which you people don't do? Because Ram was always of the opinion that though he is the Lord, when he is born, he has to live like a human being. Atmanam manusham manye Ramam Dasharathatmajam. I am a human being. I am the son of Dasharatha. I am the son of Kaushalya. I am the brother to Lakshman, Bharat and Shatrughna. I am the husband to Sita. I am the master to Hanuman. So I am a human being. Atmanam manusham manye Ramam Dasharathatmajam was his inner feeling. So he asked Vishwamitra, hey Vishwamitra, what did you find so surprising in my act? Vishwamitra said, it's generally the attitude of human beings to ensure that a person needs to be encouraged with his hands. Generally they say, give a pat at his back. You go pat a person saying that, good, I encourage you. And probably in the West they would say, oh my son, come and give me a hug. So if you will have to show your affection, if you will have to encourage someone, you always use your hands. And if you always have to show your anger, you would say, I will kick that person. So you use your foot, you use your leg. So to curse, to punish, to discourage, you use your foot. To encourage, to motivate, you use your hands. But Ram was quite peculiar in his behavior. The legs, the feet that have to discourage a person was the one who brought redemption of the curse to Ahalya. So he blessed Ahalya with his foot, whereas the feet have to discourage or punish a person. With his feet, he encouraged, he brought Ahalya back to life. Whereas the hands have always to encourage, motivate, you hug a person. Whereas with those hands, he killed Tataka. So with hands that have to encourage, he punished Tataka. With foot or the feet or the legs that have to discourage or punish, he brought redemption to the curse of Ahalya. Probably this is a very beautiful observation. So he says, Ivvannam nigalndavannam ininda ulagakkellam uivannam mandrimattor uruvannam uruvadundo maivannat tarakki poril malaivannathu annale un kaivannam angu kandeen kalvannam ingu kandeen. Probably this verse that I have recited in Tamil may sound quite, oh, what language is he saying? But all that we have to keep in our mind while we listen to Ramayana or Mahabharata is, India is a great land. India is a great land of the same scripture retold in different regional versions. So we need to appreciate every version. To a South Indian, though he may not understand Hindi or though he may not understand Sanskrit, he has to relish the great work of Valmiki and the great work of Tulsidas. To a person who is born in the north, who may not understand a South Indian language, still he has to understand what are the points that have been mentioned in the South Indian books. So it is only with a great attitude of openness that you can learn the best of both the worlds. Otherwise, if we are sticking to our own languages, our own culture, then we are just like a frog that is inside a well. A frog that is inside a well will always think that there is no world besides the well, because it does not want to come out of the well and look out how the outside world is. So we shouldn't be that way. So youngsters of this generation and the other generations, the forthcoming generations, should always have the attitude of a collaborative learning. I learn what is therein with me. I shall learn from other religions. I shall learn from other books, because learning is a continuous process. So that never stops. So with this, I would like to conclude this particular episode, which speaks about the importance of Ahalya, how Ram was all forgiving, and how Gautam Maharishi, at the words of Ram, accepted Ahalya and never ever thought back of the past that happened. So let us all keep all the bad memories that we have had in the past, and let's think only of the good memories, and let's proceed further, because all that we are going to see from now is a very interesting tale of Sita's marriage with Ram. So in Sanskrit the word is vivaham, and vivaham, which is marriage, is an auspicious incident. So you call it kalyanam. Kalyanam means something which is auspicious. So we are going to witness the auspicious marriage, the kalyana vivaham or the kalyanam or the vivaham of Ram and Sita, before which we need to see what all happened before that. Let's see all of it in the next episode. Thank you. Jayatyaśrita santrasa dhvanta vidhamsa nodayah prabhavan sitaya devya paramavyoma bhaskaraha. What we have been seeing in the previous episode is how Ram, along with his brother Lakshman, with the advice and the words of, I would say, affection and order from his father Dasharath, walked along with the great sage Vishwamitra, came to the forest. There, they killed Tataka, Subahu, drove away Maricha, and gave Shapa Vimochan to Ahalya. Now, Ram walked further. At this point of time, we need to understand what the other philosophers, other preceptors, other poets have thought about this particular incident. There is a great person, a great poet called as Venkatadhwari Kavi. He lived 400 years before in South India. He was a great Sanskrit poet, and out of his many compositions is one great composition called as Yadava Raghaviyam. Raghav is Ram, because he comes from this race, from this dynasty of Raghu. Since he came in the dynasty of Raghu, he was called Raghav. Krishna, Lord Krishna, who lived in Dwapar Yuga, he came in the great race of Yadu. Hence he was called Yadav. So Ram is Raghav, Krishna is Yadav. Since this work, this composition of the Kavi, Venkatadhwari Kavi, speaks about both Ram and Shyam, Ram and Krishna, Raghav and Yadav, it is called as Yadava Raghaviyam. The first verse of this particular composition, if you would read it from left to right, generally we read verses from left to right. So it's called as Anuloma Kramam. So it's called as reading it in the normal way, left to right. So it will talk about Krishna. So if you read from left to right, Anuloma Kramam, it will talk about Krishna. If you read the same verse from right to left, it will talk about Ram. So it's called as Yadava Raghaviyam. It talks about Yadav, who's Krishna, and Raghav, who's Ram, at the same time. So the entire composition is in the form of Sanskrit verses, and all the Sanskrit verses left to right will be Krishna and right to left will be Ram. For example, Sevadhyeyo Ramarali Yasya Amara Mara Mura Yasya Bhalankaram Taram Tam Shritam Vandeham Devam. This talks about Krishna. Vandeham Ayodhye Vase. If you would read from right to left, it will talk about Ram. So that's the beauty of this particular work. Well, this poet has also written another composition which is called as Lakshmi Sahasram. Sahasram means 1,000. Lakshmi is on goddess Lakshmi. So he talks in more than 1,000 verses distributed into 25 sub-chapters called as Lakshmi Sahasram. There he says, Hey Mata, Ram took all the initiatives like killing Tataka, killing Subahu, driving away Marich, protecting the rishis in the forest, protecting the sacrifice of Vishwamitra, then giving sharpa vimochana to Ahalya, all this to attain you. So it is only to attain you, impress you and marry you, Hey Mata Sita, that Ram did this. So when the Kavi says this, he expresses the desire in the Lord to be in union with his wife. So when we talk about the Lord and his wife, it is not about two human beings that we are talking about. It is not just the mundane husband and wife that we are speaking. We are talking about the object and its attribute. For example, if you take a mango, I would give you a piece of mango and you start eating it. Now, I would ask how the taste is. So there are mangoes with no taste. There is a mango with great taste. So though the object exists, the attributes that are surmounted on it are different from the object. Likewise, the Lord is an embodiment of all great qualities like Satyatvam, Anandatvam, Amalatvam, and so on and so forth. So these are guns which speak about the great attributes of the Lord. Whereas, if you talk about gunas, attributes which impress us, like the Lord is very benevolent on his devotees by being at a great place, but because for us, for our sake, he comes down to our earth, mingles with us. So these kind of attributes are very, very important, and such attributes are nothing but a personification of the goddess. So if you talk about the Lord when he is crushed in the machine of bhakti, when the Lord is crushed in the machine of bhakti, all that you get is a great juice, and the juice is called his compassion. His juice is called as his love. The juice is called as daya. So that is why a great poet called Vedanta Deshika says, Prapadhetam girim prayah Srinivasa anukampaya ikshusara shravantyeva yanmurtya sharkarayitam. So it is always the quality of an object to be with its attribute. So it is always the quality of the Lord to always be with his attribute, who is his wife Mahalakshmi. So Ram took all these steps to attain Sita, who is none but the personification of the incarnation of Mata Mahalakshmi. Now, how will I say that Ram took all these steps for her? There is one Telugu poet called Tyagaraj. We have been talking about a Tamil poet. We have been talking about Swati Tirunal, who was in Kerala. We were talking about Tulsidas in the north. We were talking about Narsim Mehta in the previous episodes, who was there from Gujarat. So now we are going to discuss a Telugu poet from Andhra Pradesh who lived most of his life in Tamil Nadu. So he is a great poet in the South Indian classical Carnatic music, and his name is Tyagaraj. And Tyagaraj had composed many compositions in Telugu, and his compositions are sung worldwide by people who are great connoisseurs of art, Indian art and music. So he says in one of his compositions, Meluko vaya mam yeluko Rama Melaina Sita Sametana Bhagyama Meluko Vaya. Hey Ram, the poet says, hey Ram, get up, wake up, it's time. Because only if you wake up, you will be able to perform all your activities, and we can reach Mithila fast, Janakpuri fast, and you can get in union with Sita. And we as devotees, we as your children, we as people who relish Sanatana Dharma are longing for that particular point of time when we can see you and Sita together, when we can see the object and its attribute together, when we can see the Lord and His mercy together. So this is the wake-up call that's given by the Telugu poet. So Ram does all these things for him, for attaining Sita. Now, there is one particular shloka, one particular verse where the poet interestingly brings the concept of 3 yagas. Ram was not born to Dasharath for a very long time. Only after he went to Rishishringa Maharishi, that Rishishringa Maharishi performed Ashwamedha Mahayagya, Putra Kameshti Yagya, and then Ram was born. So this particular Putra Kameshti Yagya was performed by Dasharath. So a Yagya was performed to attain Ram. A Yagya was performed by Janak Maharaj to get Sita. So she was also not born just like that. He had to perform a Yagya and then she was received as a fruit of it. So Ram's birth was because of Yagya. Sita's birth was because of a Yagya. And interestingly, only when Ram had come to protect the Yagya of Vishwamitra, that Vishwamitra took him to Mithila and got him married to Sita. So it was because of Yagya Ram was born. It was because of Yagya Sita was born. It was because of a Yagya conducted by Vishwamitra that Ram found an opportunity to get married to Sita. So the poet says, what a beauty, this Yagya has had the fortune of bringing you and Sita to earth and has had the fortune of bringing both of you together. So this is another way the poet visualizes why Ram does all these things for attaining Sita. Now, when we talk about Krishna Avatar, which has been greatly explained in Bhagavatam, and when we talk about Rama Avatar, which is explained in Ramayana, there are many similarities, many differences. One of the major differences we see is Krishna, by the age of 12, had done most of his things. Killing of Putana, killing of Aghasur, killing of Keshi, killing of Dhenukasur, lifting the Govardhan mountain, performing the Rasa Krida on the banks of river Yamuna, and then doing the Karlinga Nardhan, and killing of the other Asuras, and stealing butter. All these kind of activities were performed while he was still the age of 12. So by the age of 12, he had performed all these activities. So this is all Krishna Leela. If you come to Ram Leela, probably you can't find even one. Till the age of 12, Ram was such a disciplined, quiet boy that he would not venture out of his house to kill anybody. He would not venture out of his house to play. So he was a very quiet, disciplined boy. So if you would see the difference between Ram and Krishna, there is something called Krishna Leela. But probably people may miss out, there is nothing called as Ram Leela, except the Maidan in Delhi, which is called as Ram Leela Maidan. There is nothing as such that you can find solid about what Ram Leela is. But Ram Leela, though it was not there, it did not hamper Ram's growth or his biography. But Ram at the age of 12, when Vishwamitra had come seeking the help of Ram to his father Dasharath, you will see that Dasharath was worried to send Ram to the forest. At the same time, Ram was very much bent upon coming with Vishwamitra. How do you say that? Would be a question to me. I am not saying it, the poet says it. The poet says that Ram was worried, in a few days I need to get married to Sita. And if Sita questions me, hey Ram, you are a Kshatri, you are coming out of a great race of Ikshvaku, you are coming in the great race of Bhagirath, you are coming in the great race of you are coming in the great race of Dasharath, you are coming in the great race of Raghu. You are such a great man. But what have you performed till the age of 12? And Ram will not have even a single thing to answer. So he very much thought, well, this is time for me to prove what I am. So he immediately came to the forest with Vishwamitra. In a day he killed Tataka, he killed Subahu, he drove away Maricha, he gave Shapa Vimochan to Ahalya. So step by step by step by step, in just little time he tried developing his biodata. So all this biodata was done, the poet says, in order to tell Sita, hey Sita, I have performed all these activities not for myself, not for the Rishi, not for my father, but for you. So this concept of performing this was to come in union with Sita. But let's see what really happens to it and how great poets have summarized these incidents in the next episode. Thank you. Ramaya Ramabhadraya Ramachandraya Vedhase Raghunathaya Nathaya Sitaya Pataye Namaha. Let our salutations go to the holy feet of Ram, Sita and Lakshman, who have been the very lifeline of this great scripture called as Srimad Ramayana. In the last episode, we did see how the poets have been so kind enough and have been so creative in trying to experience the incidents that have happened in Ramayana, like how Ram killed Tataka, like how Ram gave Shap Vimochan to Ahalya, like how Ram drove away Marich. All these acts to us may seem as if they are happening in a sequence, but it seems to the poets that these acts have been performed by Ram in order to impress Sita, in order to get in union with Sita. Well, this is on one hand, but we need to understand why Vishwamitra was bent over this. Because Vishwamitra, while he was in the forest, he got a little message which said, to all those people who are great warriors, you are invited to this city of Janakpuri, where the great bow of Shiva has been kept, and whoever handles it shall receive my daughter Sita as a prize in return. So when he got the message, he immediately thought of Ram and Lakshman, and he took both of them to that city. Now, why did a sage who's a Brahma Rishi get so interested in marrying Ram to Sita, in even taking Ram to that particular point of time, at that particular point of place? Probably we need to understand Vishwamitra's past. In order to test the honesty of a great king called Harishchandra, had in the due course brought the separation of King Harishchandra from his wife Chandramati. That was an act which he performed with haste, and he did not think much about how difficult it is for a family to undergo separation. Now, Vishwamitra realized that it was time for him to make up for all the mistakes he had committed in the past. So he thought, I have separated a great person like Harishchandra from his wife Chandramati. Why? Now it's time for me to bring the union of the husband and the wife who have been separated for long. So he immediately thought, Sage Gautam is a great Maharishi, and he was separated from his wife Ahalya. So why not me use Ram as a tool to bring the union of Ahalya with her husband Gautam? So he brought. But still he was not satisfied. He thought, I have brought, after all, a human couple together. Let me now bring a divine couple together. And then he, at that particular point of time, while he was thinking how to bring a union for a divine couple, he got the message that there was a bow that was kept in Janakpuri, and he then thought this could be an opportunity that could bring both Ram and Sita together. So this was the divine communion. So Ram, along with Lakshman and Vishwamitra, walked. And while they were entering the city of Janakpuri, which is currently in Nepal, the king, he was called Siradhwaj, and the title offered to him was Janak. People always misinterpret or misunderstand that Janak was his name. Janak was the title given to the kings who ruled that particular kingdom. So the name of the king was called Siradhwaj. And Siradhwaj came forward, and while he came to know that Vishwamitra was coming to his city, he was all the more alert. He came running. And while he came running to welcome Vishwamitra, he spotted the duo, that is Ram and Lakshman. He did not know who the two of the young men were. So he said, Imau kumarau bhadram te devatulya parakramau gaja simha gati virau shardula vrishabhopamau padmapatra visalakshau khadgatunir dhanurdarau ashvina vivarupena samupasthita yavvanau. Hey Vishwamitra, I am spotting two people here. Both of them look too young. Both of them have the great valor in them. Both of them look courageous. Both of them have eyes as that of the lotus leaves. Both of them eyes spell and speak out compassion. Both of them, when they walk, it looks as if the elephant is walking, the lion is walking, the tiger is walking, and the buffalo is walking. My goodness, so many animals are walking when these two people walk, could be the question. When you say, or when you speak of a person's gait, kind of walk, you always say, he walks like an elephant, to say how majestic he is. When you say that the person is like a lion, you want to say what kind of an administrator or what kind of a ruler he is. So when Valmiki says Gaja Simha Gati Virau Shardula Vrishabhopamau, it actually means while Ram is walking, his younger brother Lakshman would walk next to him in a quiet manner. While Ram is walking, Lakshman would walk just like when a lion walks, the elephant next to it would walk quietly. Now we haven't seen most of this. Probably we get channels these days which speak of how animals live. But generally, the elephant, which is regarded as the strongest and the most courageous animal, is afraid of only one, which is the lion. So when the lion walks, the elephant next to the lion would walk in a quiet manner, just like how a bull would walk quietly when the tiger walks. Gaja Simha Gati Virau Shardula Vrishabhopamau is a beautiful line from Valmiki. So the king, at the same time, he comes to the conclusion with many attributes. When he says that both of them, Imau, Kumarau, these two young men, Bhadram, let good happen to them. Devatulya Parakramau, they look like the gods. Gaja Simha Gati Virau, they walk like how the elephant would quietly walk next to the lion. Shardula Vrishabhopamau, like how the bull would walk quietly next to a tiger. Padma Patra Visalakshau, they have huge broad eyes like the lotus petals and leaves. Khadgatunir Danurdharau, it seems as if they are great warriors. Ashwina Viva Rupena Samupasthita Yavvanau, they are young people who represent the Ashwini Kumaras, because we speak of Ashwini Kumaras who are twins, two in number, and they are people who are said to be curative. They act like doctors to the entire mankind. They look so good. See, when he says all this, he says in Dvivachanam, in Sanskrit, the peculiar thing about Sanskrit as a language from other languages is, all the other languages speak of number in one and many. That is Ekavachanam and Bahuvachanam or Anekavachanam. So you have book and you have books. You have eye and you have eyes. You have year and you have years. Whereas when you come to Sanskrit, you have Eka, Dvi, Bahuvachanam. Ekavachanam, one. Dvivachanam, two. Bahuvachanam, more than two. So you don't have Ramaha, one Ram, and many Rams. You have one Ram, two Rams, and many Rams. Ramaha, Ramau, Ramaha. Guruhu, Guru, Guravaha. Gurum, Guru, Gurun. So you talk about Ekavachanam, Dvivachanam and Bahuvachanam. Since Ram has come along with Lakshman, it is Dvivachanam. So he says, Imau, these two, Kumarau, young men, Bhadramte, let good happen to them. Ashwina Vivarupena Samupasthita Yauvanau, these two young men. So he says everything in Dvivachanam. So the commentators have said, Janak, when he saw both of them, he thought, I've got two daughters, because Janak had the first daughter as Sita, and later a beautiful girl called Urmila was born to him. So he had two daughters and his brother had two daughters. When he saw Ram and Lakshman, he was immediately reminded of the fact of his two daughters, and he wanted to get both these daughters married to these two men who were standing before him. So if Janak, such a great king, has to feel it that way, that means face is the index of mind. After all, when you say first impression is the best impression, Ram and Lakshman created the best of the impressions in their future or their forthcoming father-in-law, who was Janak. Janak, looking at both these men, immediately asks Vishwamitra, I find these two men to be so young, so valorous, so good looking, so courageous. Who are these two? So Vishwamitra takes this opportunity to give an introduction to Ram. He says, Nyavedayada me atma putrau dasharathasya cha. These two young men who are standing before you are the sons of the great king Dasharath of Ikshvaku Vamsha. Now along with this he says, hey Janak, it is Dasharath who is the father of both of them, but I would just say Dasharath is a namesake father. Entirely, right from their birth, christening them with the name Ram and Lakshman, then taking them to the Gurukul and giving all kinds of Astra Vidya and Shastra Vidya, it was all the responsibility of the great sage Vasishtha. So, the father is Dasharath, namesake. All the Shastrokta karmas that have to be performed to these two sons have been performed by the great sage Vasishtha. Now, isn't this a very kind of a different introduction? When you introduce the prospective father-in-law, you would always say, look, these two sons of Dasharath have been brought up by him. Why does Vishwamitra say that all the Shastrokta karmas were performed by Vasisht and not Dasharath? Because Parashuram, who lived in the times of Dasharath, had his father called Jamadagni. Jamadagni was a great sage, but due to some kind of a tiff with a Kshatriya king called Kartyaviryarjun, Kartyaviryarjun killed Jamadagni Rishi. Now, Parashuram, as a sign of vendetta, vengeance that he wanted to take, he killed Kartyaviryarjun for having killed his father Jamadagni. And after that, he vowed to kill all the Kshatriya kings that were born of every race. So he started killing one Kshatriya after another. But while he was killing all the Kshatriyas, he made a declaration. I shall not kill that particular king who is having or who's celebrating his first year anniversary, that is the first anniversary of his marriage. Dasharath very well thought. So, I am a Kshatriya, I have to be killed, and if I should not be killed, I should be marrying someone every year. So, in order to protect himself from being killed by the wrath of Parashuram, he started marrying one princess after the other, and now it came to a count of 350. Now imagine Janak, who had his daughter Sita and wanted to get him married to Ram, who was the son of Dasharath. And if Vishwamitra had said, hey Janak, this is the son of Dasharath called Ram, and he was brought up by Dasharath, then Janak would be really worried to get his daughter married to Ram, thinking, if people believe that sons are like their fathers, then even this son of Dasharath will marry 350 wives. So he immediately said, this son of Dasharath whom you are seeing as Ram is the son of Dasharath, and after that, just giving birth to him, just being his father is his duty. And all the other karmas that were performed to Ram were performed by Vasisht, who was his family priest. So when he reminded Janak of Vasisht, he was to tell him, you know, Vasisht is a person who is a Ekapatni Vrataha, one who is attached to his own one and only wife Arundhati. So it was to tell Janak, don't worry that he is the son of Dasharath. He is the one who has been brought up by Vasisht. So the qualities of Dasharath will not be in him, but it will be the qualities that he has been inspired from his Guru Vasisht that will be in him. So he said, Janak, don't worry, this is the son of Dasharath. Now on the other hand, while all this introduction was happening, there was one person who was standing next to Janak Maharaj, and that was his family priest. The family priest was called Shatanand. Shatanand, the family priest of Janak, did not approve or disapprove of whatever Vishwamitra was saying. He was just acting as if he heard and still unheard it. So he was being very less commentative about what was really happening. Thus, to grab the attention of Shatanand, to even bring his approval of Ram and Sita's union, Vishwamitra said, hey Shatanand, don't think that he brought the end to all the miseries we rishis are facing. He did not bring the end of only Tataka. He did not bring the end of only Subahu. He did not drive away only Maricha. But he also brought a redemption of the curse that was pronounced by your father Gautam on your mother Ahalya. And you know very well that your mother Ahalya has been a stone for all these years. Now she is back to her form. And you know who gave her form back? It was this Ram. So the moment Shatanand, the family priest, realized that Ram's feet had the ability and cure in them to cure a lady who was cursed by a Brahmin's curse, then he really got alarmed and he said, hey Vishwamitra, we are really fortunate to have such a great person, to have such a valorous person, to have such a courageous person, to have such a person with such great resplendence in our kingdom. We welcome you, hey Ram, with your brother Lakshman and the sage, great sage Vishwamitra in our kingdom. But we need to understand what Shatanand said in return, because to impress Shatanand, Vishwamitra did quote the great incident of how Ahalya had her Shapa Vimochanam by the holy feet of Ram. Now, in acceptance, in reciprocation, Shatanand said, "Hey Ram, all this while you have been traveling with Vishwamitra, who might have told you stories of great men, great histories, great stories, great anecdotes. But you do not know the importance of Vishwamitra. Now, I shall tell you the importance of Vishwamitra." So, in the next episode, we'll get to see what is the importance of Vishwamitra, what was his life history, how he was born, how he lived, and now how he was in the next episode. Thank you. दिनकरान्वयतिलकं दिव्यगायधिसूतसवनय वनरचितसुबाहुमुखवधम् अहल्यापावनम् अनघमीषजापभङ्गम् जनकसुतप्राणेशो घनकुपितभृगुराम गर्भहरमितसाकेतं भावयामि रघुरामं भव्यसुगुणरामं भावयामि रघुरामं. Let me meditate upon the great incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead called Ram. That Ram who, upon hearing the words of Vishwamitra, went along with him on the advice of his father to the forests, killed Tataka, killed Subahu, drove away Maricha, gave Shapa Vimochan, redemption of the curse from the sin given by Gautam to Ahalya, handled the bow and married Sita. This is the information from the little song that I had sung by a great king who composed a song in Sanskrit centuries back in Kerala. So what we get from this particular incident is the importance of sage Vishwamitra. There was a king called Gadhi, and this Gadhi had a daughter called Satyavati. He got his daughter Satyavati married to another sage. This sage's name was Richika. So this great Kshatriya king Gadhi got his daughter Satyavati married to a sage Richika. So Satyavati and her mother, that is Gadhi's wife, both of them desired a son. So they sought the help of Satyavati's husband, a sage by himself called Richika. Richika said, "Let us perform a Mahayajna. And by the end of it, there will be a kalash, there will be a pot filled with the holy water, one for you, my wife Satyavati, and one for Gadhi's wife, who is my mother-in-law. So both of you have to consume that water." So they performed that yajna. They left these two pots, and even before Richika could tell, "Hey Satyavati, this is your pot," and "Hey mother-in-law, this is your pot," he had just gone out, and in that meantime, Gadhi's wife told her daughter Satyavati, "Why don't we consume this water now?" Satyavati said, "Let's wait for my husband Richika to come. He will direct us." But she said, "No, there's nothing to direct. We know these are the pots." So what Satyavati did was, she consumed the water from the pot which was meant for her mother. And her mother consumed the pot which was meant for her. Satyavati, though born as a Kshatriya lady, was married to a Brahman who was called Richik. Whereas Gadhi's wife was still a Kshatriya lady. So, the pot which was meant for a Brahmin lady was consumed by the Kshatriya's wife, and the pot which was meant for the Kshatriya's wife was consumed by the Brahmana's wife. Where the Brahmin, the great sage Richika, came, he was surprised to see what had happened. So he said, "You have been very hasty in taking this decision even in my absence. So you should have waited for me to come and decide it, but nevertheless, if it has to happen, it will happen. Since you have consumed," he tells his mother-in-law, "since you have consumed the pot which was meant for a Brahmin, you will have a son who will be born as a Kshatriya, but later will live like a Brahmin. He will lead the life of a Brahmin and he will turn into a Brahmin. Whereas he tells his wife Satyavati, since you have consumed the pot that was meant for a Kshatriya lady, you will have a son who will be born as a Brahmin but will live like a Kshatriya. So she said, you are my husband, you are the person with great Vedic power, and you have the power to change the curse. So please excuse me from this. So he said, I can never take back my curse. But now I can make a little change, modification in your curse. You have consumed the pot that was meant for a Kshatriya lady, though you were supposed to consume the pot that was meant for a Brahmin lady. So you shall not be blessed with a son who will lead the life of a Kshatriya. But instead your grandson will be born as a Brahmin and will lead the life of a Kshatriya. Now guess who's who? Satyavati's son was a great sage called as Jamadagni. And to Jamadagni was born the great Amshavatar, Aveshyavatar of Vishnu called as Parashuram. He was born as a Brahmin, but he always used to go around with his Parashu. Hence, he was called Parashuram or Bhargavaram, and he led the life of a Kshatriya. On the other hand, Gadhi's wife, who had consumed the water that was meant for a Brahmin, had a son who was born as a Kshatriya, who was called Kaushik, who was Vishwamitra, but later he became a sage and he led the life of a Brahmin. So, though he was born as a Kshatriya, he led the life of a Brahmin, who? Vishwamitra. Though he was born as a Brahmin, he led the life of a Kshatriya, who was none but Parashuram. So, we are going to see the life history of Vishwamitra. Vishwamitra was born. He was a great king. And while he was a king, one day he visited the ashram of his family priest called as Vasishtha. In Vasishtha Muni's ashram, he took all his sainyam, his army, and his army was fed with the best of the food. He was surprised. He was surprised that in a Rishi's ashram, I am getting the best of the food. And Rishi, who is a Brahmin, is supposed to be very poor. How can this Rishi give us food of different tastes, different varieties? There were 40, 50 varieties in each dish. He was surprised. And that ashram could serve food for thousands of people, because there is a count of army called as Akshauhini, which says it has 21,000 and so many chariots, so many horses, so many warriors and so many chariots and so on and so forth. So when we speak of such a big Akshauhini Sainyam, so he was surprised how a Rishi who is a Brahmin could feed for so many people. So he went and asked, hey Vasishtha Rishi, how could you feed for so many people like us, and how could you feed with so many varieties? At that point of time, Vasishtha said, I have got a wish-yielding cow called as Shabala, and she can give different kinds of wealth. She can give all that a person can ask for. So it is through that wish-yielding cow called as Shabala that I was able to provide you and your entire army with different varieties of food. So, while Vishwamitra, who was then Kaushik Maharaj, he heard these words of Vasishtha, he had the feeling that why should such a divine wish-yielding cow called Shabala be with a poor Brahmin? It should be with kings like us. Like how the governments say these days that temples should be entrusted with them. Probably at that point of time, he was the government, he was the administrator. He said that I should take care of this, and he said, Vasishtha Muni, why don't you give the Shabala to me? Vasishtha said, I have been blessed with Shabala, and she is helping all us, the Brahmins, in performing our daily sacrifices and yajnas. So how can I give that Shabala to you? You are a king, you are a person of great riches. Why don't you live with your comforts? Why do you have to interfere in what wealth we have? When Vishwamitra heard this, he was quite surprised. He said, in that case, I need to fight with you. If you are not giving a certain property that the Kshatriya king is asking, you need to be fought. So let me fight with you. And he started fighting, and he miserably lost in the battle with Vasishtha. So what did he do next? He immediately wanted to seek divine missiles, and he went further and performed a penance towards Lord Shiv. Lord Shiv appeared and asked, what do you want? Vishwamitra said, Yedi tushto Mahadeva, if you're happy, hey Mahadev, Dhanurvedo mama anagha, give me the flawless art of archery, Dhanurved. Sangopangopanishadaha sa rahasyaha pradiyatam, give me the knowledge of all the mantras that are associated in making all the shastras into astras. Please give me that knowledge. And he blessed him with the highest knowledge of Brahmastram. He went all the way to the ashram of Vasisht with Brahmastram and he said, "Hey Vasisht, get out of your ashram, and it is high time that both of us fight. Let's go for a combat and see who wins this war." He had the feeling that he had the best of the astras called as Brahmastram, and that poor Brahmin Vasisht will not have any. So he said, "Vasisht, come out, let's fight." Vasisht came out with a certain thing in his hand, and that was that little object in his hand which helped Vasisht win and Vishwamitra had to lose. But we need to check what Vasisht had in his hand to make Vishwamitra lose in the next episode. Let's wait for the next episode. Thank you. Shri Rama 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 iti Rame Rame Manorame Sahasranama Tat Tulyam Ramanama Varanane. This is a beautiful verse in Sanskrit that speaks about the importance of Ram's name, the name of Ram. And this was given in answer to a question that was posed by Parvati Devi to Lord Shiv, who said, "Hey Parvati, the crux or the essence of all the 1,000 names, the venerated names, the holy names of Lord Vishnu reside in this one name Ram. And that Ram is the Nayak, the hero of this great epic novel, which is Srimad Valmiki Ramayanam. And we have been in that particular scene where Vishwamitra, who accompanied Ram and Lakshman, made them achieve so many things, and being the Acharya, being in the position of a preceptor, he gifted them, he blessed them with the best of Astra Vidya and Shastra Vidya. So after this, Ram proceeds along with Lakshman, and while they enter the city of Mithilapuri or Janakpuri, at that point of time the king of Janakpuri, who was Siradhvaj, who was also called Janak, welcomes both Ram and Lakshman, and above all, sage Vishwamitra. So he is impressed with the valor, the courage, the beauty, and the charming personalities of Ram and Lakshman, and he immediately thinks, I am blessed with 2 daughters, Sita and Urmila. Why shouldn't I get both of them married to these 2 young men? While he thinks about this, Vishwamitra, who is a person who has realized the Brahman, hence he is called Brahma Rishi, he says, "Hey Janaka Mahamuni, hey," you must be surprised because Janak was a great king, but people addressed him as Janaka Muni or Janak Raj. Why? Because though he lived like a king, his life or his living was just like a simple Brahmin's. So he addresses the learned Janak saying that, "Janak, you may be thinking that these are the sons of King Dasharath. Probably yes, they are the sons of King Dasharath. That's just for namesake. But they were brought up by the great priest, the learned person, the illustrious sage Vasisht. And thereby I can assure you that they have imbibed a lot of values and virtues from this great sage." While this is happening, Vishwamitra, to impress upon the family priest of Janak, who was none but Shatanand, says, "Hey Shatanand, it is this Ram who helped in the redemption of the curse that was given by your father on your mother, and your mother is back to form now." So, this is how the entire scene is covered. Now, Shatanand takes this as an opportunity to give a little detail and of history about what Vishwamitra was, what kind of a great king he was, and how he turned into this great Brahma Rishi status. Kaushika was the name of Vishwamitra. Kaushik was the son of the great king called as Gadhi. So he was Gadhi Sutta. While he was ruling, one day he went to the hermitage of Vasisht. And he was so surprised that Vasisht, being such a simple sage, could feed his entire army with great varieties of food. He was surprised. And he asked, "Hey Vasisht, how could you feed us with such great food?" Vasisht said, "We are blessed with a wish-yielding cow called as Shabala. It is Shabala who is giving you all this." So Vishwamitra said, he was Kaushik then, he said, "Why don't I get that Shabala? You are after all a Brahmin. Why would you need this cow? I am a Kshatriya, I am a king. I will need this cow for all purposes. Give me the cow." And Vasisht said, we are Brahmins who rely on substances that have to be used in everyday yajnas. So it is Shavala who helps us out. So we will not be able to give you. So Kaushik, the king, started fighting. He started waging a battle with Vasisht and he miserably lost. To win over Vasisht, Kaushik goes and performs the great penance to Lord Shiv. Lord Shiv appears before him and he asks, hey Kaushik, what do you want? I'm impressed with your penance. He says, if you are impressed with my penance, please do grant me the knowledge of how to use archery as a tool to win over my enemies. Please give me that knowledge which helps me with all the mantras, where it helps me turn all the weapons into astras, all the shastras to astras. He says, I will give you the knowledge of all astras, hey Kaushik, and I also give you the ultimate weapon called as Brahmastra. So Kaushik, who gets the Brahmastra, walks towards the hermitage of Vasisht and says, hey Vasisht, you were arrogant, you were level-headed that you had all the powers. Now come out and wage a battle with me. Vasisht brings an object with him, which we saw in the last episode. It's called as Brahmadandam, the holy Brahma staff. So he brings that staff, and while Kaushik aims the Brahmastra at Vasisht, he shows his Brahmadandam, the holy staff, and the holy staff absorbs the Brahmastram into it. Then Kaushik realizes there is still a lot of efforts that I have to take to reach the status of this Vasisht. So he goes and performs penance. While he's about to complete his penance and he's got the power of that particular penance, he meanwhile sees another king. Let's see who this king was. This king was an administrator, but a very poor administrator. He was a person who went through the right education but did not practice anything of it. So he had committed in his lifetime 3 major sins. 1, he drew away the cow that was given to a Brahmin. So the Brahmins in those days, they used to live with the cows, they used to get the milk out of it and used to live with whatever milk and ghee and use those substances for their yajna. So he drove away the cow that was given to a Brahmin. That was the first sin that he had incurred. Second, he married a lady who was actually supposed to be the wife of somebody else. Third, he never offered even a bit of his food, even a particle of his food towards the Lord. Because it said, Kabale, Kabale, Govindam. Every grain of yours when you take, you should need to think of the Lord. Well, let's make it simple. You need to keep thinking of the Lord every minute. So these were the 3 sins that he had performed. Since he had performed these 3 sins, from then on he was called as Trishanku. So this Trishanku, he went and sought the help of Vasishtha Rishi, saying that, hey Vasishtha Rishi, please help me perform a yajna which helps me go to the heaven, which helps me reach heaven with this mortal body. I am very much attached to my body. Vasishtha said, I don't perform such mean and cheap yajnas. You may go and seek the help of some other Rishi. He meanwhile goes to the sons of Vasishtha and says, your father has denied, why don't you help me? His sons say, while you have been to our father, you have the audacity to come and ask us to perform the yajna. We now curse that the sacred thread that hangs on your shoulder shall turn into a rope, and all your silk clothes shall turn into clothes that have been made out of the skin of dogs, and you shall become a chandal forever. And he turns into a chandal. And this body where he was asking to reach the heaven had now turned into a body where people would rebuke and even feel uneasy about his presence. Now he goes and tells Vishwamitra, who had just completed his penance, hey Vishwamitra, people say that you're such a learned person, please help me take this mortal body to heaven. Vishwamitra says, I can't do that. But then he says, even Vasishtha Rishi denied it and you're also denying it. When he heard that Vasishtha had denied it, Vishwamitra thought, if Vasishtha denies something, I have to accept that. So he said, with my penance power, I shall create a special world for you. And he says, hey Trishanku, with my penance power, I shall create a separate world for you. Go there. And while he goes, Indra pushes him with his thunderbolt. And he said, Agra, you stay there. And so that's called as Trishanku Srishti. It was not on this earth. It was neither in heaven. It was somewhere between. So if we come with ideas that don't lie in either of the parties, people say in those days that you've created a Trishanku Srishti. So he created a Trishanku Srishti and thereby Vishwamitra lost all his powers. by just creating a world that was meant to carry the mortal body there. What kind of a thought, mean thought Trishanku had, and how Vishwamitra supported. He lost all the power. So again he went and performed tapas. And by the end of it, he was enamored by the beauty of a certain damsel called as Menaka. And Menaka and Vishwamitra lived in union of love for a very long time, and as a result was born a beautiful girl who was abandoned both by the father Vishwamitra and the mother Menaka, who left for heaven. Now it started raining, and then the birds come. In Sanskrit, the word for birds is shakuhu. All the shakus came and they protected the girl from being drenched in the torrential rains. Since this girl was protected by the shakus, which are birds, she was called Shakuntala. And this Shakuntala is the one who gets married to a famous king called Dushyant, and they have a son called Bharat, because of which our country is called Bharat. Meanwhile, Vishwamitra, who spotted that all his penance powers were lost in having a union with Menaka and then having a child, again goes and performs a tapas. Now he gets the status of a Raja Rishi. Still he is not equated Vasisht, because Vasisht was a great person called as Brahma Rishi. Now he was a Raja Rishi. While he came back, there came another damsel, another lady, who tried enamoring Vishwamitra, but Vishwamitra was careful this time. See, people always learn from experiences, and it was enough that he had one. So he was totally agitated and frustrated at Indra for having sent such damsels, and he curses Rambha to be stoned, to be petrified for years together, and later she was redeemed by some other great person. Now he again goes and starts performing penance, and by the end of it, Brahma appears and says, "Hey Vishwamitra, it is sincere efforts that you have taken time and again. People call it perseverance. You try again and again and again and again and again, till you achieve or attain that particular objective, and you have done that. So it is high time for me as a deity to bless you with that particular title that you have wanted, and I shall call you Brahma Rishi from now on. From a Rishi, you became a Raja Rishi. From Raja Rishi, you have become a Brahma Rishi. Hey Vishwamitra, you will be a friend to the entire world. Vishwasya Mitraha, you will be a friend to the entire world, and you will be respected by the learned people." And Vishwamitra was given this Brahma Rishi status. But Vishwamitra would never be happy if Brahma calls him Brahma Rishi. All that he wanted was Vasisht to tell, "Hey Vishwamitra, you're a great Rishi, you're a Brahma Rishi." So he went right before Vasisht and said, "Hey Vasisht, you denied giving me the status of a king. You denied my powers. Now I have worked hard, very hard, and now I have become a Brahma Rishi. Do you agree that I am a Brahma Rishi?" That time, it seems, Vasisht said, "Yes, ultimately, I will agree, and I am agreeing that you are a Brahma Rishi." So it was a belief in those days that if a person keeps trying and still has not got a comment or a commendable word from his boss and finally gets it, they'll say, it is as if sage Vasisht would utter from his mouth that Vishwamitra is Brahma Rishi, because Vishwamitra had to take so much of efforts to get that. So Vishwamitra had a history, had a tale. Above all, it was Vishwamitra who, with his penance, performed so much of contemplation on the essence of all Vedas, brought the essence of Vedas together and called it the Gayatri Mahamantra, which all of us keep reciting throughout the world. So the essence of Gayatri Mantra, the importance of Gayatri Mantra, the Gayatri Mantra by itself was given by sage Vishwamitra, and we are indebted to him forever. Now let's see what Vishwamitra has to tell to Janaka, and how Janak, the great king, come sage, takes Ram and Lakshman to his kingdom, and let's see how the bow breaking happens in the great sacrifice. For that, we need to wait for the next episode. Thank you. आविर्भाव कलशजलधा वध्वरे वापि यस्याः स्थानं यस्याः सरसिजवनं विष्णुवक्षस्थलं वा भूमा यस्या भुवनमखिलं देवि दिव्यं पदं वा स्तोकप्रघ्नैर् अनवधिगुणा स्तूयसे सा कथं त्वम्. This is a beautiful verse that describes from those places where Sri Mahalakshmi has had her birth. Avirbhava Kalasha Jaladha. from the holy pot that had the waters came Mahalakshmi. Avirbhava kalasha jaladha vadhvare vapiyasyaha sthanam yasyaha sarasija vanam. Sarasija vanam is a beautiful pond full of lotuses. Sarasija vanam, that is the second place. Vishnuvaksha sthalam va, from the chest of Vishnu. So these are places from which Sri Mahalakshmi has come. So why was this verse said? All this while we have had the great opportunity to understand the importance of how Ram walked to the forest along with Vishwamitra, killed Tataka, killed Subahu, drove away Marich and gave Shapa Vimochan to Ahalya. Thereby how he had a conversation with Janaka Maharaj and so on and so forth. But we now need to understand the importance of Sita. What is the importance of Mahalakshmi in our Sanatana Dharma? Our Sanatana Dharma views philosophy in a beautiful way. The entire world constitutes of things which have knowledge and which do not. So knowledge is called Chaitanyam, and those which have Chaitanyam are called as Chetanam. So those objects in this world which have knowledge are called as Chetanatma, and those which do not have are called as Achetanam. They don't have the Chaitanyam. So this entire world can be segregated into two. Now we need to see where we fall. The Atma inside us is an embodiment of knowledge, and that constitutes the Chetanam. Chetanam is a category that has things which have knowledge, Chaitanyam. On the other hand, there is a category of Achetanam, that which does not have Chaitanyam, that which does not have knowledge. Those are the objects that we see around, probably the parapet wall that you see here, the pipes that you see, and all the steps that you see. And all those objects that we use, they don't have knowledge of their own. They may function, but they need the aid of a power, so they don't have knowledge of their own. They're all Achetanam. When we come to our body itself, the body does not have a knowledge of its own. It operates only when this Chetanatma, only when this Atma is inside. So the embodiment of knowledge, which is Chaitanyam, which is Chetanam, is the Atma which is inside, and the tool which it uses, the body, has no knowledge. So this is Achetanam. So there is a group which is Chetanam, there is a group which is Achetanam, that which has knowledge, that which doesn't have knowledge. This is sentient, that is insentient. So these two groups, the groups of Chetanam and Achetanam, are controlled by one entity which is called as Bhagavan or Ishvaraha. Now we need to understand the word Bhagavan. What does this word denote? Bhagavan, the word in Sanskrit, denotes that particular person who has 6 major attributes. These are the attributes that have been regarded as Jnana, Bala, Aishwarya, Virya, Shakti, Tejas. So these are the 6 primary attributes we talk about, the 6 primary gunas. Jnana, Bala, Aishwarya, Virya, Shakti, Tejas. So the person who has all these 6 attributes is called as Bhaga iti rinam Bhagavan. Hence he is called as Bhagavan. There is only one Bhagavan according to our Sanatana Dharma, which says Lord Sriman Narayan, who is also called Ram, who is also called Krishna, is the one and the only Bhagavan. So we see the Achetanam and Chetanam, which is controlled by the Ishvaraha, who is Bhagavan, Sriman Narayan. And when we speak of that one, he exists, coexists along with his wife. That is, the one who gives him the energy to perform, or who is a repository of all virtues and values, and who is the embodiment of all great auspicious attributes like Karuna, Vatsalyam, Madhuryam, Audaryam, Gambhiryam, so on and so forth. She is Mahalakshmi. That is why the most important hymn of Vedas is called as Shri Suktam, which says Hiranyavarnam Harinim Suvarna Rajatasrajam Chandram Hiranmayim Lakshmim Jatavedo Ma Avaha Tam Ava Ajatavedo Lakshmim Anapagaminim Yasyam Hiranyam Vindeyam Kamashvam Purushanaham Ashvapurvam Rathamadvyam Hastinada Prabodinim Shriyam Devi Mubahvaye Shrirma Devi Jushatam Kam Soshmitam Hiranya Prakaram Adram Jwalantim Druptam Tarpayantim Padme Sthitam Padmavarnam Tamiho Pahvaye Shriyam. So on and so forth, these words or these vakyas of Vedas describe the importance of Mahalakshmi as the one who is golden hued in color, Hiranyavarnam, one who is golden hued in color, one who is the Prathamam, the first of all auspiciousness in this world. So, Mahalakshmi is regarded as a consort of the Lord. At the same time, she is regarded as a mother of this universe. She is also regarded as the all-compassionate, all-merciful mother. Now, why do I have to bring the importance of Mahalakshmi here? When the Lord has incarnated as Ram, the goddess has incarnated as Sita. Now you may ask, where do I have a reference for this? In Vishnu Puran, Parashar Maharishi states this very beautifully to his student Maitreya. He says, hey Maitreya, listen to me. Nityaivesha Jaganmata Vishnor Shri Ranapayini Devatve Devadeheyam Manushyatve Cha Manushi Raghavatve Abhavat Sita Rukmini Krishna Janmini Nityaivesha Jaganmata, the mother of this entire universe, Vishnu Shri Ranapayini. She is never ever separated from Vishnu. Devatve Devadeheyam. If he is born as Dev, she is born as Devi. Devatve Devadeheyam. Manushyatve Cha Manushi. If he is born as a Manushya, a human being, she is also born as one. Raghavatve Abhavat Sita. If he is born as Raghav, if he is born as Ram, Abhavat Sita, she is born as Sita. Rukmini Krishna Janmini, she is born as Rukmini if he is Krishna. So if the Lord has incarnated as Ram, it's time for the mother of this entire universe to be incarnated as Sita. So Janak was a great king. Though he was endowed with all the riches, a very learned person, he thought he should be blessed with a girl child. And so he requested the rishis that they perform a Putra Kameshti Yajna, like how Dasharath performed. So he performed a great Putra Kameshti Yajna by inviting the greatest of the great sages. And they all performed. At the end of it, the rishi said, hey Janak, to see the fruit of the sacrifice, you may need to plow the land. So he started plowing the land. While he was plowing that particular land, at a certain spot, the hull, which is the plow, was caught. It couldn't move further. It sounded as if it was hitting on the opening of a certain box. So Janak Maharaj, he said, oh you army men, come and start digging the place and let's see what caught the plow. He starts digging it and then he spots a beautiful golden box. He opens it to spot a beautiful girl with beautiful little fingers, a cute face, the moon-like face, and her eye glances were themselves so soothing. So he said, this girl is born in a golden box full of lotuses and she herself looks like lotus. So what should I call her? The person who was standing next to him, the family priest, he said, since she was born on the touching upon by the tip of the plow, which is called as Sita, she should be called Sita. So he called her Sita. Sita means the lady who's born by the touching of the plow at its end. It's called as Sita. Since she was brought up as the daughter of Janak Maharaj, she was called Janaki. Since she belonged to this great province called Videha, she was called as Vaidehi. And since she belonged to this beautiful, prosperous city called as Mithila, she was called Maithili. So the different names that we see for Sita are Sita, Vaidehi, Maithili and Janaki. Such was her. And right from her birth, like how, if you would plant a lotus sapling, right from it leaving its two leaves onto the top, when it starts growing itself, it will tell to the person that I am here. How? The smell. So people who come to a garden can smell and say, is there Tulsi here? Because Tulsi is known by her smell. She is known by the values, medicinal values that she enriches people around. She is known by the uses for which people use her. Likewise, Sita, right from her birth, she was endowed with great attributes and values. She used to respect her elders. She used to respect her father. She used to respect her mother. She used to regard her guru. She used to play with her friends, respect them, help them out. And she was an intelligent person. So she was all the more an all-rounder, and she was regarded and respected by one and all. And when I'm talking of a Sita who did all of this, she's not a 30-year-old Sita or a 40-year-old Sita. She's a 6-year-old girl. So what comes as a moral to people who are watching this is, age probably has nothing to do with devotion. Age has nothing to do with inculcating good values and virtues. So there is no age for a parent to tell, let her not learn about honesty, let my son not learn about sincerity now. There is still time for it, never. Things like honesty, virtues like sincerity, humility, all of it should be cultured and nurtured at a very young age. Because whatever is learned at the young age can always be glanced through at a later stage, instead of actually trying to grasp at a later stage where your senses and your body can never cooperate to. So Sita was brought up as a very mature and as a very, very learned girl, a girl with great attributes by her father Janak. So to get her married, now imagine Sita tells at a later stage in Ayodhya Kand, while she reaches along with Ram to the hermitage of Atri. So she tells Atri's wife Anasuya, hey Anasuya Devi, you did not come to our marriage, you're old. So I need to tell you what happened during my marriage. Prior to my marriage, my father was so worried that I was not married. So Anasuya Devi was startled. She asks, hey Sita, your father was worried that you were not married? How old were you? She says, I was 6 and my father was worried that I was not married. So in those days, getting married early was probably the custom. But what we need to appreciate is people at a young age themselves had maturity. So to a successful marriage, probably all that which is required is not about the age or the riches and the education that you have. Above all, it's the maturity. It's the tendency with which you can actually gel with your partner. And Sita probably had it at a young age, and so it was a custom in those days to get married early. So she tells that my father was worried and wanted to get me married. So he was always of the thought that there should be a right groom for me. And as a result of it, he thought, let's have a great sacrifice. And at the end of it, whichever Kshatriya king comes and lifts the bow of Lord Shiv and handles it the right way of how a great person in the Yuddha will handle, he will be given in marriage to my daughter Sita. So he had this great Dhanush called as Shiva Dhanush. Now let's see what the history of Shiva Dhanush was in the next episode. Until then, let's keep waiting to enjoy this Ramayana from now on with Sita, just not Ram, along with Sita. Sitayas Charitam Mahatu were the words of Valmiki. With these words, let's wait for the next episode. Thank you. उल्लास पल्लवित पालित सप्तलोकी निर्वाह कोरकित नेम कटाक्ष लीलाम श्रीरंग हर्म्यतल मंगल दीप रेखाम श्रीरंगराज महिषीम श्रियम आश्रयामहा. This is a beautiful verse which speaks about the importance of Mahalakshmi. It says that she shines and she glows like the lamp that is to be lit in every house, but she does not glow in the normal kind of a house. She glows in the beautiful abode of Vaikunt, where Lord Sriman Narayan is. Thereby, being the mother and the father, they glow in each of our hearts. So inside our heart, they reside, both the father and the mother. So this kind of a bonding that we see in Sanatana Dharma is probably the unique selling proposition. So all that we need to understand is the God, the Lord above you, inside you, is always there for you. Now, Valmiki, when he started composing Srimad Ramayanam, he says, Sitayas Charitam Mahat. Probably I have committed a mistake, he says, by calling it Ramayana. It should be Sitayan, he says. Why is it not Ramayana and Sitayan? He says, at the outset, it may look to the viewer, to the listener, to the enjoyer that it is all about Ram. But if you get deep inside it, once you bounce and you swim inside the great river of Ramayana, you get to see that every incident, every particular scene has Sita's importance in it. So to an outsider, it may seem as if it's talking about Ram, but to a person who wants to get inside it, it's called as Avagahanam. If you do it, it talks about the importance of Sita. So, we were talking about the importance of the mother of this universe. We were talking about the importance of Sita in Ramayana. But here we need to understand that she was born to Janak. The Lord, unlike us, has the choice to choose who's his mother and who's his father. We are all people who are under the clutches of karma. Whatever we have done, the previous past, good or the bad deeds, help us say that you are going to be born here. We are never given a choice. Whereas when the Lord is born as Ram, Pitaram rochayamasa tata dasharatham nripam. Pitaram rochayamasa. He thought who should be his father. He thought for some time and then finally said, it has to be Dasharath who has to be my father, and he chose. Likewise is the case with Sita, who is Mahalakshmi, who said that Janak has to be my father. Why so? Janak is a great person. In Bhagavad Gita, the Lord explains about the yogas, karma yogam, jnana yogam, bhakti yogam, swadharma jnana vairagya sadhya bhakti eka gocharaha, narayanaha param brahma, Gita shastre samiritaha is the beautiful shloka which talks about the essence of Bhagavad Gita, called as Gitartha Sangraham by a great Acharya called as Yamunacharya. So there he says the various yogas that have been detailed out in Bhagavad Gita. There the Lord says, Hey Arjun, karmanyaiva hi samsiddhim asthita janakadayaha. If one were to talk about karma yoga, one should always remember Janak. So Krishna in Dwapar Yuga thinks about his father-in-law of previous yuga called as Janak, and he says that people should always learn to perform their duties like how Janak did. So this is the importance that has been given to our scriptures, to our great personalities that we see in Itihasas and Puranas. So Janak holds a special position as a person who was very learned, and we'll get to see more in one Maha Mantra that comes later. It's called as Iyam Sita Mama Sutta. There we'll get to see the importance of Janak more. So to Janak was born Sita, Mahalakshmi. She was called Janaki, and to get her married he had conducted a great sacrifice, and at the end of it there was a bow that was kept, and this was called as Shiva Dhanush. It was called the bow of Lord Shiv. What does it actually mean? It seems that there was a great battle between Lord Shiv and Lord Vishnu. When we hear such stories, we are always surprised. How can gods actually fight? First reason, gods never fight, and there is one single god, Lord Sriman Narayan, and he is manifested into many. So when we speak of such gods, we do not talk about individual entities trying to fight and making it a very mundane exercise. All that we try to say is, whatever they do is to tell us a moral, to convey a message. So Lord Shiv and Lord Vishnu fought. But guess, why did they fight? They did not fight just for no reason. They fought because their followers wanted them to fight. This is how it happens in most cases. Leaders of various parties will never want to fight, but the followers will always instigate them for a war. This was probably the case with Lord Shiv and Vishnu. So when they had prepared themselves for a war, they got their bows done. And Shiv had his bow, and so did Vishnu, whose Narayan had his bow. So before the start of a yuddham, it is always the practice in those days to blow the conch. It's called as Shankanadam, the sound that comes out of shank, blowing of the shank. So he took the shank and started blowing it. It is called as Shankanadam. When he blew the conch, that very sound that emanated from Panchajanya, which is the name of the conch which Lord Vishnu holds, the sound that emanated caused cracks in the bow of Lord Shiv. So Lord Shiv said, now that the yuddha is about to begin, my bow had cracks because of the sound that was emanated from Panchajanya. I will not be in a position to fight with Vishnu, so I accept my defeat. And he gave his particular bow to his followers. His followers passed it on to a great king of Chandravamsham, and generation after generation it went, and finally it was given in the hands of Janaka Chakravarti. And Janaka Chakravarti had this great bow. Now Ram, on the other hand, had to come and lift this bow. Before which, let's see how the scenes have been conveyed by great poets and commentators on how Ram walked. When Ram walked on the streets of Ayodhya, it seems that the women there were totally taken away by his beauty, and they all felt, if there were to be a marriage that we were to witness between our great Sita and somebody, it should be only with this Ram. Because this Ram is the only person that we have seen in our lifetime who can match the beauty of Sita. And when he walks, you can see the humility. When he walks, you can see the kingly gait with which he walks. When he walks, you can see the great glow that comes from his face, which tells how learned he is. So he is the right person, says Tulsidas in his Ramayan. While Ram was walking, now when I say Ram was walking on the streets of Mithila and he met Sita, or Sita saw him, All these things have not been described by Valmiki in his original Ramayana. But people who came later, who transcreated this great work called Ramayana in their regional versions, they have mentioned about how Ram and Sita met. Now comes an important question. Is it right to say things which are not in the original? Well, this could be a very valid question, for which I would like to tell you one little anecdote from a composition called Narayaniyam in Sanskrit. The entire Bhagavatam, which is a Mahabharata which talks about the different incarnations of Lord Vishnu, has been written in this great Puran of 12 skandhas, 12 cantos and 18,000 shlokas. There was a great person called Narayana Nambudri in down south, and he was a very learned person. Since his guru, his teacher, had great stomachache and paralysis, he said that I should get it transferred to myself and let not my guru suffer, and he got it transferred. To get his pain lowered and to get cured of his diseases, he read the Bhagavatam and started condensing it in a beautiful Sanskritized form of 1,000 verses. The original is in 18,000 verses. He wanted to bring that to 1,000 plus verses. So he started writing shloka by shloka, and a set of 10 shlokas is called a dashakam. So there are over 100 dashakams, and 100 into 10 will land us somewhere between 1,000 and 1,034 verses. Now he started composing it. At one certain point of time, he started writing about Navanita Chaurya. That is, how the Lord as Lord Krishna was stealing butter from people. It's a very childlike act, and it is very interesting to the youngsters. So he started writing it. After he penned down that verse, he referred to the original book which is called Bhagavatam, and there it was written that the Lord had used only a stone to break the pot to get the Navanitam, which is butter. But while he composed it, he said that the Lord used both the stone and the stick to get it. He started weeping. He felt that he had not done justice to the original, for he had deviated from the original by including the word stick. So then he closed his eyes and meditated on the Lord and said, "Hey Lord, it is to seek your compassion, it is to seek your blessings that I have been writing this. But look at me, now I feel that I have not done the right thing by actually going away from the original." That time he heard a sound that emanated from the temple in which he was writing. He turned back to check that there was a little boy who had the peacock feather on his head, pearls that were strung together as a little chain on his head, beautiful black locks of hair, and that extended till his shoulders, beautiful moon-like face. The little boy turned and he smiled at this composer Narayana Bhattadri and looked up, and there was a huge pot of butter, and this boy had a piece of stone in his hand and a stick, and he broke the pot with both of them, and the pot broke open and fell down. And this little boy took that little piece of Navanitam in his hand and looked at the composer Bhattadri. Now this was to tell Bhattadri that in the original, don't worry that there is only the stone and not the rod. I am showing you the stone and the rod to tell you that I did break in that day, at that point of time, with the stone and the rod. Probably Shuka Brahmam, while detailing the great story of Bhagavat to Parikshit, forgot to mention about the rod. Oh my devotee, whatever my devotees say is the truth, and you have not uttered anything which is against the truth. You have said what is truth, and I did break with both of them. So this is an incident that I would like to cite to those viewers who may be worried that the regional versions, the transcreations of this great epic called as Ramayana, might have instances which may go slightly deviated from the original topic, which is Ramayana. But don't get worried. The composers have been blessed by the divine vision of the Lord, by the divine knowledge of the Lord, and they have composed verses that are rich in literature, meaning, inner meaning, and swapadesham. So when they speak of instances, don't ever think that they have deviated from the original, because Tulsidas in Hindi, Kamban in Tamil, Adhyatma Ramayanam composer Ezhuthachan in Malayalam, Bhanu Bhattacharya in Nepali, and Kalidasa in Sanskrit again, and many such transcreated versions, the composers have taken the liberty to show instances where Ram met Sita even before marriage. And that was those were things that happened in the city of Mithila. So while Ram was walking on the streets of Mithila, the women in that city, they were enamored by the beauty of Ram, and they thought that Ram should be the husband of Sita. Well, there is another beautiful instance. While Ram left Vishwamitra and Lakshman and wanted to go around the city on his own and look at the beauty, he went in a little cross street and he was surprised to find a low-lying balcony. And he heard women, little girls playing there. And he was just inquisitive to see who is playing. And at that point of time, it is believed, the Tamil poet Kamban says, that a girl came running to pick a ball that she was playing with her friends. And she looked at Ram and Ram looked at her. So there is a beautiful verse in Tamil, which is a South Indian language, which says, Yennarum nalattinal inayal nindrori kannோடு கண்ணினை கவ்வி ஒன்னை ஒன்னு உண்ணவும் நிலைபெறாது உணர்வு ஒன்றிட அன்னரும் நோக்கினான் அவளும் நோக்கினாள். People who have relished this great Kamba Ramayanam in Tamil will can actually recite it along with me. Annarum nokkinan avalum nokkinal. Both the hero Ram saw her and she also saw him. As per grammar, this may be a grammatically wrong sentence. Let's see how. If you go to a shop and the shop's board reads, this store or this shop is open even on Sundays. What does it mean? It means that the shop is open on other days. He won't write, Sunday also the shop is working, Monday also the shop is working, Tuesday also the shop is working. When he says that Sunday also the shop is working, it means that it is working on other days. Likewise, if the poet says that Ram also saw Sita, it is implied that Sita also saw Ram. Why should there be two consecutive sentences which reads, Ram also saw Sita and Sita also saw Ram? See, these kind of sentences as per Indian grammar, if I have to talk about the language where the verse comes from, in Tamil grammar, both ums implying that he also saw her and she also saw him can come together in only one instance if it is an accident. If Ram had told Sita, hey Sita, we'll meet at this particular point of time, at this particular point, at this particular place, then these two sentences couldn't have come consecutively. But Ram never thought of meeting Sita. Sita never thought that she'll be meeting Ram. So the moment Ram saw Sita and the moment Sita saw Ram, it was an accident. More than an incident, it was an accident. So in cases when it is accidental, you can use consecutive sentences which convey the meaning. Ram also saw Sita, Sita also saw Ram. People go still further and say that Ram, he was so enamored by her beauty, so surprised and so happy that he didn't open his mouth. So did Sita. So it were their eyes that spoke of the emotions that they had. It seems Sita had gone to Upavan, which is a bagicha garden, and this is what Tulsidas in Ramcharitmanas states, that while Sita along with her friends went to the temple in the garden, she saw Ram come there. And the moment she saw Ram, she took a photo of how the scene was along with Ram. And let's see, once the photo frame went inside, once she caught a snap of it, how did she let it out, whether she let it out or she kept it inside. But we need to wait for what were the emotions of Sita for the next episode. Thank you. Kalyananam avikalanidhi kapi karunya sima nityamoda nigamavachasa maulimandaramala sampadivya madhuvijayinaha sannidhattam sadame saisha devi sakala bhuvana prarthana kamadhenuhu. This beautiful verse in Sanskrit details and lists down the auspiciousness that the worship of Mahalakshmi blesses upon a devotee. Well, when I speak of Mahalakshmi, I am reminded of Sita. Sita saw Ram for the first time, and so did Ram see Sita for the first time. While the great poet Kamban describes this particular incident of how Ram saw Sita and Sita saw Ram in a low-lying balcony, we need to understand the same concept of their meeting being conveyed by the great poet Tulsidas in Ramcharitmanas. It seems Ram, along with Lakshman, had gone to Upavan, a bagicha, and Sita had come along with her friends to the garden. While she was playing, she also went to the temple that was close by, and on her way back she saw Ram. The moment she saw Ram, she captured that scene into her eyes, and it's the poetic glamour which plays its importance here, wherein she did not want Ram to get out of his eyes. So once she caught snap of Ram's presence there, she closed her eyes and she didn't want to open her eyes. Her friends were telling, "Hey Sita, open your eyes right now." But she said, "If I would open my eyes, I'm worried that the person whom I captured with my eyesight would go away from my eyes." So the moment she saw Ram, she knew that he was the person with whom she had to live her entire life. This kind of an understanding is what our Sanatana Dharma has always been teaching us. Sadly, in India, the Bharata Bhumi, I believe I've heard from people, and I've also read as an interesting story, that our Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri, at that point of time when he was a Prime Minister, he went to China, and he went around the country, and he was very happy to see the country's progress, and he congratulated the administrator there. And while he was just about to leave, he said, "It's a beautiful country, we respect China." And the person immediately said, "You may be surprised at the progress that China is making, but I will always tell you that your bhumi is the karma bhumi, and we are all people who respect India for its such a strong culture and traditional values that they have." So we as Indians should be really proud that a lot of the philosophers, a lot of the travelers, a lot of the poets and administrators from different countries and different civilizations have respected our civilization, our dharma. But what needs to be conveyed or what needs to come out is whether we are still in the same position where we started. So our Sanatana Dharma speaks of marriages, and when they speak of marriages, they speak about the bride and the groom keeping their hands together and going around the fire, which is called as Saptapadi. So after they do it, each foot of the girl, that is the bride, is measured properly by the groom. So he lifts her foot about 7 times, and it's called Saptapadi. And at each step he says that you will be my friend, you will be my friend. So Agni is called as Sakshi there, is called as a witness. And with that witness right before you, like how we call the registrar's office, in those days you had, and these days also people who follow the Hindu customs, Agni is regarded as a Sakshi, the witness. And with him as a witness, the bride and the bridegroom go around the fire and take a vow that we pledge that we shall be together till the end. But sadly, as days go about, we see a lot of cases where divorces happen, and this is a legal settlement of saying that you shall no more be his wife, you can live your life, he can live his life. Well, in certain cases we can't be judgmental about they have to live and they shouldn't live. But what happens in most of the cases is people say that they want to get independent, they say that they are educated, they are earning money, so why not me be completely independent? Why should I have the habit of sacrificing? If life is not about sacrificing, if life is not about sharing, then why even marry? So marriage is all about sharing, sacrificing and understanding. If this is not the attitude, then why spend so much of money on a marriage, spend on this marriage, get the marriage done and get a divorce? You can very well think about living as friends. You can respect the other person as a friend. So our scriptures sadly speak about everything, but nothing about divorce. So if you look through the pages of our Sanatana Dharma, you will find about nuclear weapons, you will find about atom bomb, you will find about maths, you will find about chemistry, you will find about literature, you will find about the beauty in nature. Everything is there. Yadi hasti tadanyatra yanne hasti na tadatpachita. Everything is there except the concept of divorce. So let us, the younger generation, think for some time as to whether we can actually sacrifice. There is always joy in sacrificing. In those days, if you remember, probably we might have been in our previous births when I talk of our generation, there were cases when our ancestors had 10 children in the family. And imagine having 10 children and you be too rich, you still can't afford for all the 10 children. So whatever little was made in the house used to be shared. if the eldest person found that the younger person did not have, he or she would give their share to the younger person. So this habit of sharing, this habit of sacrificing should always be there. And only if it is there, life can go on a smooth ride. Else it will go for a toss. So the understanding what Sita and Ram had is the greatest of all. So Sita, she goes to the Upvan, as per Tulsidas. She comes back with memories of seeing such a great personality, such a handsome person, Ram. She has him in her mind. Ram has seen her and he has her in his mind. So this is the stage. Now comes the most important scene of the sacrifice, followed by the keeping of the Shiv's bow, Shiva Dhanush. So Janak orders his army men to bring that great Shiv Dhanush. So they bring, and it is kept on a beautiful chariot that was pulled by 5,000 people. It is to tell how much of power that Shiv Dhanush had. It already had a crack and nobody could even lift it. Just imagine if the chariot that carried it had to be pulled by 5,000 men. Can a single man lift? So it was brought to the assembly of kings, and all the kings had gathered there, and they wanted to show their power. And it is believed, according to a lot of Puranas, that even Ravan was there. But Valmiki doesn't speak of his presence, so let us not go into that version. So there were many kings. Each king came forward. He tried touching the bow. After he touched the bow, he couldn't move it even by an inch. Then he would worship the bow, give a big salutation because it was Shiva's bow, and would go away to his place. So likewise, there were 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 50, 100 and 1,000 kings tried their chance. They still couldn't move the bow by an inch. Janak was worried. I have kept this lifting of the bow as the test, and whoever wins this will be my daughter's husband. And if this is the case, then my daughter will never get married. At that point of time, Janak, the great learned person, as a father, a caring father, he looked to the face of Vishwamitra. Hey Vishwamitra, you have come here to my sacrifice, and you have seen how beautiful and how humble my daughter is. You need to find a right groom, because I have failed miserably. He looked, his glances spoke of all this. The moment Janak saw Vishwamitra, Vishwamitra immediately turned towards Ram and Lakshman, and he looked at them and he said, Vatsaram dhanuf pashya iti raghavam abraveet. But this particular sentence wherein he looks at Ram and says, hey Ram, go see the bow. This line, whatever I said, means that. This particular line has 10 pages of commentary by commentators. Imagine how much of depth that they would have had knowledge of this particular line. Let's go through a summary of that particular commentary. Vishwamitra turned towards the duo, that is Ram and Lakshman, because both of them, though they were brothers, one the elder, that is Ram, the younger is Lakshman, they were born very close. See, the first day, on the day of Punarvasu, was born Ram, then Pushya Nakshatra mein Bharat, then on the third day, in the nakshatra of the Seshnag, was born Lakshman and Shatrughna. So they just had a difference of one complete day. So he looked at Ram and Lakshman and he said, Vatsa. Vatsa in Sanskrit means the little one, the dear one, the young one. That's why you say calf as Vatsa. Vatsa. Once he said Vatsa, Lakshman got up, because Lakshman was a very, very, very enthusiastic youngster. So the moment he said Vatsa, the young one, the dear one, which it means, amongst Ram and Lakshman, it is Lakshman who is the younger one. So Vishwamitra said Vatsa, Lakshman got up. Now Vishwamitra was startled. Oh my God, now the entire story of Ramayana is going to change if Lakshman gets up. So he said, Vatsa Ram. Hey Ram, I'm calling you Ram, not Lakshman. Vatsa Ram. So immediately Lakshman sat down and Ram got up. Dhanuf Pashya. He said, look at the bow. Now just imagine if the mother has to tell, lift that particular chair, what will she say? My dear child, go and lift that chair. She wouldn't say, look at that chair. If the test was to lift the bow, Vishwamitra should have said, hey Ram, don't look at the bow, lift the bow. But he said, Vatsa Rama, Dhanuf Pashya, look at the bow. Why didn't he say, lift the bow? He said, Just look at the bow. There is a secret behind this. Let's see what are the reasons for it in the next episode. Thank you. Nishpratyuha pranaya ghatitam devi nityannapayam Vishnustvam chetyanavadhigunam dvandvam anyonya lakshyam Seshat chittam vimalamanasa maulayasya shrutinam Sampadhyante viharana vidhau yasya shayya viseshaha. Such a beautiful verse which speaks about the understanding which the God and the goddess Narayan and Lakshmi have between each other. Well, we speak of Chanda Mama, very interestingly, Chanda Mama or Ambuli Mama. In Tamil they say Ambuli Mama, and in the north we call as Chanda Mama. Look at the way our ancestors have put philosophy and religion into daily practice. When we say Hinduism is a way of life, this is how it is. Who's Chanda Mama? We speak of the moon as Chanda Mama. We have read novels of Chanda Mama. Chanda is Chandra, who's the moon. Mama is uncle. Who is generally your mama or uncle? The mother's brother is called as mama. Since he is Chandra Mama or Chanda Mama. Now for all of us, we refer to him as Chandra uncle. That is, my uncle is the moon. How is the moon our uncle? We need to understand that, right? Chanda Mama or Ambuli Mama, your moon that you see every night is your uncle. How come? Very interestingly, in the Balakand itself, you would have observed in 2 episodes where we spoke about Kurma Avatar. That is, how the Lord incarnated as tortoise and protected that Manthara mountain from sinking down. So he was the base, and over which the churning rod was the Mandara mountain, and that was pulled with a Vasuki Nag by the Devas and Asuras on both the sides. This is how we speak of churning of the Milky Ocean. From the churning arose different objects like Airavat, which is the 4-tusked white elephant, came Kaustubh gem, a resplendent gem, came the wish-shielding tree called Karpaka Vriksha, came the wish-shielding cow called as Kamadhenu, so on and so forth. We speak of Lakshmi as well. Lakshmi, Kshira Samudra Rajatanayam, the one who is the daughter of the Milky Ocean. Kshira Samudram means Milky Ocean, Tanayam is daughter, Lakshmi. Lakshmi, Kshira Samudra Rajatanayam, she is the daughter of the Milky Ocean. From her, that is, along with her from the Milky Ocean, came the moon. So moon and Lakshmi came together from the Milky Ocean. Hence, moon is regarded as the brother to Lakshmi. That is why the hymn says, Chandram, Chandra Sahodarim, one who is as nectarine in her glances and who is the sister to Chandra, who is the sister to moon. Now, from the start I have been telling one thing. To the entire universe, it is goddess Mahalakshmi who is the mother, who is Narayan who is the father, and we are all their children. So father is Narayan, mother is Mahalakshmi, we are all their children. What is the mother's brother called? Mama. Who came along with Lakshmi from the churning of the ocean? It was Chandra. So it was moon which came along with Mahalakshmi. Mahalakshmi is our mother, and the one who came along with her is Chandra. He is our uncle, so we call him Chanda Mama. Isn't it an interesting coincidence? So that we were observing in the last episode was how Ram and Lakshman were in the assembly of the kings. The kings tried their level best to lift the bow, they couldn't. Janak looked at Vishwamitra. Vishwamitra immediately said, Vatsa, the younger one, the dear one. Lakshman got up. He was afraid. The story shouldn't change. Lakshman, you sit down. Vatsa Ram, Dhanuf Pashya, look at the bow. Interestingly, if he has to tell Ram, lift the bow, he has to say, go lift the bow. Why did he say, Dhanuf Pashya, go look at the bow? There are many reasons cited by the commentators. They say, Dasharath was such a powerful king, and to him, his life, his breath was Ram. He took so much of time to convince himself to give Ram along with Vishwamitra to the journey. But when Ram walked and he went along with Vishwamitra, and at that point of time, if Ram had got up and Vishwamitra had said, go there, pick up the bow, lift the bow, handle it and come, probably Ram would go and complain to his father, my dear father Dasharath, this Vishwamitra Maharishi has been torturing me and he has been troubling me to do this and that. So Vishwamitra as a Rishi was being very cautious. So he said, see Ram, I am not asking you to lift the bow. I am just saying go see the bow. Dhanuf Pashya. That is the first reason. The second reason is, intelligent people always recognize things at the need of that particular point of time. Ram very well knew that the assembly of kings had gathered there to find if they were the right choice for being the groom to Sita. And to be the husband to Sita, you need to lift the bow. This was the challenge that was placed. So Ram was very well aware of it. So there was no need for Vishwamitra to reiterate the challenge saying that Ram, you need to go to the place, lift the bow. So with just the word see, Dhanuf Pashya, Ram would get the implication and the inner meaning that Vishwamitra is asking me to go near the bow and lift it. So instead of telling lift the bow, he just said Dhanuf Pashya. The other reason given is, Kosalaha, people from the province of Kosala, Ingitagnaha, they could understand things by gestures. If I would gesture, that it means no. Yes. So Vishwamitra looked at the bow and looked at Ram. So he said, Ram, Dhanuf Pashya. That means don't see, lift. So people of Kosala province were very intelligent in understanding gestures. The other reason given is, Ram, after having had a glimpse of Sita at that particular low-lying balcony as per the Tamil poet Kamban, and in the Bagicha, in the garden as per Tulsidas and his Ramacharitmanas, was having all his mind fixed on Sita. His eyes were also fixed on Sita, who was seated at the pavilion. So Vishwamitra, as a rightful sage and as a illustrious preceptor, had to guide his student Ram in the right direction. So he said, Ram, you are the son to the great king Dasharath. You are a valorous person. You are a courageous person. You need to show your power and courage here. Instead, you are having your eyes fixed on Sita. So don't look at Sita. Look at the bow. Vatsarama Dhanuf Pashya. Not at Sita, at the bow. Vatsarama Dhanuf Pashya. So this was an act to tell Ram to be vigilant. So look at the way our commentators have gone, experienced and enjoyed themselves and smeared themselves with the joy of Ramayana, and have enjoyed Ramayana and given to us that great commentaries. You have great commentaries. You have one Sanskrit commentary called as Bhushanam by one great person called Govindaraj. Since it has been composed by Govindaraj, this commentary called Bhushanam is also called as Govindarajiyam. There is the third one by Tilaka. So with all such commentaries, there are many more. When I speak of three, don't think there are three. There are more than 100 great commentaries to the 24,000 sacred Sanskrit verses of Srimad Ramayana. So each of these commentaries are interesting and great in their own aspect. So once Ram was told, he went forward. He made obeisance to his preceptor Vishwamitra, went forward, took the bow. And the minute he took the bow, people, the assembly of kings just stood up in wonder. They were awestruck. They were awestruck to see. Probably the nature is also awestruck. It is blowing with all its speed here. So he just lifted the bow. And generally bow would be in the shape. That's why people who had great eyebrows, the poets would say that their eyebrows represent the bow. Because the bow comes like this. And people with little hair here, it will seem as if it is one eyebrow. It will come like this. So a bow can work only when the string is strung. So the string that was there had to be pulled up and tied at the top. So what Ram did was, he pulled that bow, he kept it down and lifted that string and wanted to bring it up. For that you need to bend the bow a little, and then you need to put a knot at the top. While he tried doing it, since it was already a bow that was handled by Lord Shiv and had the crack in it, because of this extreme pressure which Ram put, it broke into two in the middle. The bow is this shaped, and at the middle it broke into two. And this sound was heard to the entire world, from where in one of the mountains was Parashuram doing the penance. He had the other bow. I told you about Lord Shiv and Lord Vishnu fighting. Lord Shiv's bow had come to Janak, whereas Lord Vishnu's bow was with Parashuram. he heard the noise and he immediately knew that the twin bow to what bow he had held, called as Shiv Dhanush, must have been broken. So he walked in the direction in which the sound came and he reached the city of Mithila. Meanwhile, while Ram had struck and broken the bow, now Janak was so happy that Sita was going to get married to the person whom he also thought would be the right groom for Sita. So Sita came down the stairs with a beautiful garland of flowers. She went right before Ram, where there was an assembly of kings, and Janak was so happy, and while she was just about to garland him, Ram said, "Wait." Why was this sudden word from Ram? And people were awestruck at this also. Why should Ram say that? He said, "I have come here because my great Acharya Vishwamitra has brought me here. Because my father Dasharath said you need to follow every word of Vishwamitra, I have come here. Because Vishwamitra said you lift the bow, I have come and lifted the bow. Now, if I would marry Sita, it means that I am marrying in the absence of my parents, and my parents are not aware of it. At least in this particular avatar, I should have to listen to the words of my parents." Why did he say at least in this avatar? Because he was very sure the next avatar he was taking was that of Krishna. And in Krishna avatar, he married 16,108 people. And in none of the marriages was an arranged marriage. None of the marriages were proposed by the father Vasudeva and mother Devaki. All were sudden marriages, and most of them were love marriages. So he was very sure in the next incarnation I might not give space for my parents to choose a bride for me. At least in this avatar, where I have chosen to marry only once, let my parents come and feel that Sita is the right bride whom I should get engaged to. So he said, "Please call my parents, let them fix it." Janak was very happy. Now, we may imagine or we may think that Janak would have been sad by Ram's reply. He said, "I am very happy with your reply. Now that you are a very contented person, you are also a person who respects your parents. So let me send an invitation to them." And he writes an invitation saying that, "Hey Dasharath, please come along with your wives and your countrymen to my city. We all welcome you because our great daughter Sita has been won by your prince Ram, your son Ram. And as a great administrator, as the father, it is your duty to come and bless the children. Please do come." And the telegram reached their hands. Now, when the news reached Ayodhya, all of them were so delighted. Mother Kaushalya, Mother Kaikeyi, Mother Sumitra, and many other mothers, all the mothers, they were so delighted that Ram was to get married to Sita. Along with that marriage, Janak thought that why shouldn't I get my second daughter Urmila married to Ram's brother Lakshman? Likewise, he recommended his brother, "Hey brother, please get your two daughters, Mandavi and Shrutakirti, married to the other two brothers of Ram, Bharat and Shatrughna." So Dasharath was delighted. Why not? A father will be delighted if all the four marriages were to happen in the same kingdom at the same point of time. So it was probably saving of time to King Dasharath. So he said, "Let's all go to Mithila," and they all marched towards Mithila. And Mithila wore a festive look. It had people, the Mithila citizens, got all the 9 gems. We speak of Navaratna. Right, we speak of emerald, we speak of ruby, we speak of diamond, we speak of gometak, we speak of indranil, we speak of the pearls, we speak of the coral, so on and so forth. So they brought all the different kind of gems, and each of them were thrown into buckets, and people started grinding them, pounding them, and then you had the fine dust that was glistening. Just imagine emerald, which is the green precious stone that was pounded, and you had green powder, and you had red powder from ruby, you had yellow powder from topaz, you had blue powder from sapphire, you had corals, you had pearls, you had silver, you had gold, you had diamond powder, and all of this was used to draw the rangoli. Just imagine in those days, India would have been such a prosperous country where rangoli was drawn with the powder that was got from precious stones. So people started drawing it. different kinds of flowers, flowers that people have never seen from various countries were brought, and all of them were strung into beautiful garlands and huge malas, and they were left as torans. We speak of toran in Hindu culture, right? So that was left as torans in every household, and people started bringing banana leaves, and there was a banana plant that was laid, and the mango leaves were laid as the toran, and then there was a rangoli drawn in every house. Wow, Mithila looked like heaven that had come down to earth, and people were so happy that their best property, who was Sita, was getting married to the best property of Ayodhya, who was Ram. And what could be a greater glimpse, or what could be a greater scene than seeing Sita getting married to Ram, and Ram having his hands secured in the hands of Sita. So to witness such a scene, kings from all quarters had gathered, and they were present at the assembly of Janak to check, even if we were quite a big failure in lifting the bow, let us at least see the great marriage of Ram and Sita. Sita had come, Ram had come, citizens from Ayodhya had come, citizens from Mithila had come, and Janak and Dasharath along with their wives were there, all the king's men were there. It was a beautiful scene of Sita's vivaham with Ram, Sita's marriage with Ram. Great mantras were recited. Let us see the importance of what kind of mantras were recited, and what did Janak tell Ram while giving away his daughter Sita, and what is the importance or implication of the Hindu marriage, what happens according to the Vedic culture, what are the customs, and what is quite important about it, in the next episode. Thank you. उल्लास पल्लवित पालित सप्तलोकी निर्वाह कोरकितनेम कटाक्ष लीलां श्रीरंग हर्म्यतल मंगल दीपरेखां श्रीरंगराज महिषीं श्रियं आश्रयामः. This Sanskrit verse exemplifies the importance of Goddess Mahalakshmi. It speaks about how important is the consort of the Lord. At the same time, it reminds us that she is the mother of this entire universe. While we were witnessing this beautiful scene of how Ram strung the bow of Shiva, and by mistake it broke, and the sound which reverberated in the entire world stunned people. While Sita came forth with a garland, Ram said, "Hey Janak Maharaj, this incarnation of mine is instituted to obey and follow the words of my father, which is Pitruvakya Paripalanam. So, in this incarnation, if there has to be a marriage of mine, it should be under the guidance and blessings of my father. Hey Janak Maharaj, it is the right time for you to send an invitation to my father, the citizens of Ayodhya, the revered mothers of mine, so that they may arrive at this beautiful city of yours called as Janakpuri and see me married with Sita." Likewise, Janak sent an invitation to Dasharath, who informed this great news to his Pattamahishis, to his wives. They were all the more happy to hear that Ram is getting married to Sita. So is Lakshmana with Urmila, Bharat with Mandavi, and Shatrughna with Shrutakirti. They all marched towards this beautiful city of Janakpuri in Nepal. While they all arrived, the pinnacle of hospitality was seen amidst the great crowd and ministers of Janak. They all were made to stay in great mansions, and the next day was the marriage. On the day of marriage, Janak, the father of Sita, held his daughter by his hand and said, "Hey Sita, you need to walk towards this mantap where your vivaham, where your marriage is scheduled to happen." She walked with the gait of a swan, and she marched towards this beautiful mantap of her marriage. Janak took the hand of Ram and said, "Hey Ram, now before the witness of Agni," because in any ceremony of Sanatana Dharma, it is observed that Agni is made the witness to all these rituals. He is regarded as a Sakshi. That is why people often say Agni Sakshi. Agni is the witness. Like how we speak of registrars, register offices, those days or even today, people who adhere to the practices of Sanatana Dharma regard Agni as one of the major witnesses. He is also regarded as a messenger, the person who carries the message of the Karta to the Lord. That is why whenever a yajna or havan is performed, there is a part of it called as Purnahuti, where ultimately the person who's performing seeks the blessings of the deity whom he's performing to. As a sign of reverence and gratitude, he submits the best of the objects that he can offer to the Lord. Who's going to carry it to the Lord is a question. To answer this particular question is the presence of Agni, fire. He carries this to the deity. He may not carry the same set of dry fruits, be the raisins, be the cashew nuts, be the walnut, be the apricot, be the pista. He may not carry the same in the same form and the same quantity. But whatever fruit has been instituted for that particular offering is being carried to the deity by Agni. All the more, when we speak about the commonality in religions, we should remember that Parsi religion has a lot of commonalities with Sanatana Dharma. One such is fire. They go to the fire temple. They regard fire as the absolute, like how we regard fire important and one of the 5 major elements or Panchabhutas. It is believed that in Parsi religion, there are only 3 people who can walk close to the fire in the temple. It's the priest, the cow, and the calf. Even in the Hindu temples, the priest can walk towards the idol of the Lord. The calf and the cow can only walk towards the idol of the Lord, and everybody else has to stand 2 steps away. So when we speak about the commonalities of religion, we should understand that Sanatana Dharma's practices have been regarded by so many other religions. Either they borrowed the practices from Sanatana Dharma, or their practices and our practices see the same objective. Now getting back to the point, Janak held his daughter Sita by his hand, showed Sita to Ram, and looked at the fire and said, Tatas Sita samaniya sarvabharana bhushitam samakshamagne samsthapya Raghavaya Mahatmane. Before the great person Raghav, who came in the Raghukul, that is Ram, Janak said, Hey Agni, I am placing my daughter right before you. People in the past, our preceptors, our predecessors, have studied these lines of Ramayana in great detail and have come with commentaries of impeccable beauty and unsurpassed devotion in their own right. They have said, if I have to quote a certain person, there was one revered person called as Anantarama Dikshit. He belonged to a village in the south called as Sengalipuram. So he says, Tatas Sita samaniya sarvabharana bhushitam. Sita was adorned with the best of the jewelry. Samaksham agnehe samsthapya. She was placed before the havan which had Agni. Now, why did Janak have to look at the Agni and look at Sita? It seems Janak said, Hey Agni, you know how resplendent my daughter is. What a personification of purity she is. Now, I, as a father, would like to submit my daughter towards Ram, who is yet another great soul. It may so happen in the future. Look at the prophecy that comes out of the words of Janak, because he was a very learned person. He could foretell, he could see the future. He says, it could happen so in the future that while I am the father who's not there, my daughter will face a hurdle at that particular point of time to get her reunited with Ram, who is now going to be her husband. To get her reunited with her husband,
It is you, Agni, who has to play the role of the father. I may not be there. I may not be there to play the role of the father, but you, Agni, you will have to play the role of the father at that particular nick of time. What did he remind Agni of? Now, we are in the first canto called Balakand, followed by there is Ayodhya Kand, Aranya Kand, Kishkinda Kand, Sundar Kand, Yuddha Kand and Uttar Kand. In Yuddha Kand, when Ram, along with the army of the monkeys, marches towards the island of Ravan called as Lanka, he kills the evil and the demoniac forces and marches back. While he does so, he comes in Pushpak Viman. Even before they could get inside the Pushpak Viman, there is a particular incident which has caused a great uproar in the entire world, especially in the world of women. Probably if there is an opportunity where I could share the experiences and the truth, whatever lies in Valmiki Ramayana about Yuddha Kand and the particular incident I'm going to talk about, probably that will add more light and color to the understanding of people about this great epic. There in Yuddha Kand, Ram acts as if he wants to test Sita. So as a test in those days, people used to walk in fire. Quite surprising. Even to think about fire is such a nightmare for us, and walking inside fire will be close next to impossible. Well, people used to do of it. Probably they were so truthful and honest, they felt that fire wouldn't burn them. However honest I am, I wouldn't do such a thing. Nevertheless, Sita wanted to walk inside the fire. While she walks, it is Agni, the same Agni who stood right before Sita's father Janak during her marriage, comes forth, catches Sita by her hand and submits to Ram, saying that it is not me, Agni, fire, who has burnt her. It is indeed her purity which is burning me. Well, this is Agni Pariksha for the world. Now, when he says Samaksham Agnehe Samsthapya, what does the father of Sita mean? He says, hey Agni, I may not be there to prove the purity of my daughter, but you will have to be in my position and help my daughter out. Now comes the center or the pinnacle of Balakand, which is a beautiful shlok. Iyam Sita, Mama Sutta, Sahadharma Charitava, Praticha Chainam Badramte, Parnim, Grinhishva Parnina. What a beautiful shlok it is. Now, to visualize this particular verse, we need to get into the commentary of another great person who lived 800 years back. He has written a 20-page commentary on this particular verse. I'm not speaking about 100 verses. I'm not speaking about 50. I'm not speaking about 25. I'm not speaking about 20, not 10, not 5, not 4, not 3, not 2. It's just about one verse about which there is a beautiful commentary. Well, the commentary may go for 20 pages. Now, considering the very fact in this particular point of time, alpascha kalo bahavascha vignaha. The time is very little, but the hurdles are many. Considering these constraints, I need to optimize, saying that however big be the commentary, I shall give you all the crux of the commentary in the form of a dialogue, in the form of a sambadam, a vartalap. Now, Janak says to Ram, Iyam Sita Mama Sutta Sahadharma Charitava Praticha Chainam Bhadram Te Parnim Grinhishva Parnina. Well, the commentator has beautifully elucidated the meaning of this particular verse in the form of a dialogue. Let's see how the tone and tenor of this dialogue goes. It seems Janak, the prospective father-in-law, looked at the prospective son-in-law Ram and said, hey Ram, you look too handsome. Who's not going to take such a beautiful comment in the right way? Ram lifted up his collar and said, yes, I am. People say I am handsome. Now, do you have a verse to support this, my prospective father-in-law? Chandrakantananam Ramam Ativa Priyadarshanam Rupa Audarya Gunaihi Pumsam Drishtichitta Apaharinam. Chandrakantananam Ramam, Chandra, moon, Kantam, the nectar-line rays of the moon, Ananam, face, Chandrakanta Ananam. Chandrakantananam Ram. Hey Ram, your face looks like the beautifully risen full moon. Because nobody would say your face is like the sun. Because sun is hot. Nobody can see the sun in the entirety. They would always say your face looks like the moon. So Chandrakantananam Ramam. Because the word Ram in Sanskrit itself means Ramayati iti Ramaha. That name which brings sweetness to the person who recites it, who says it, is Ram. So Ram himself is sweet-like, and his face is even more sweet-like, because it is believed in Sanatana Dharma that there is a liquid, or there is a portion called as nectar, ambrosia, called as Amrit. Amrita Kalasham was brought by Vishnu in his incarnation of Dhanvantri from the churning of the Milky Ocean. While it was given to the Devas, the rest of it was kept under the custody of Devendra. If people will have the opportunity to go through the first Parva of Mahabharata, called as Adi Parva, there it has been mentioned that Indra had taken so much of care to bring protection to this jar of ambrosia called as Amrit. And the rest of Amrit is said is lying in the moon. So whenever people look at the moon and feel his rays, they say his rays are filled with Amrit, that is nectar or ambrosia. And all the more, Chandra, moon, is regarded as an incarnation of the Lord's manas, mind. That is why Vedas say, Chandrama manaso jataha. That is why Chandra is regarded as the incarnation of the Lord's mind. All the more, it is regarded that the pearl necklace that the Lord sports is representative of the whiteness, the purity, the clarity, which moon represents. Chandriko daraharam. Now, when so much is said about Chandra, so much of importance and significance is surmounted on Chandra, what to speak of the Lord whose face itself is like Chandra? Chandrakantananam Ramam, Ativa Priyadarshanam. Very handsome. He goes beyond the expression of words and mind. It's called as Vachama Gocharam. So, Ativa Priyadarshanam, Rupa Audarya Gunaihi Pumsam. By his form and character, it seems he takes away the mind of the men. This is quite alarming for us. Ram has to impress the woman. Why is he impressing the men? Well, this could be $1 million question. But all of it cannot be answered in this episode. Wait for the next. Thank you. Iyam Sita Mamasuta Sahadharma Charitava Praticha Chainam Bhadramte Panim Grinhishva Panina. Wow. This verse in Sanskrit brings the crux of the importance which Sanatana Dharma lays on a marriage. Janak walked towards the altar where the fire was kept. He stood before the fire, took the hand of his daughter Sita, and took the hand of his prospective son-in-law Ram, brought both of them together and said, Iyam Sita, hey Ram, you are a very handsome person. Chandrakantananam Ramam, your face is like the full moon. Athiva Priyadarshanam, very, very captivating. Rupa, by your form. Audarya, by your qualities. Gunaihi Pumsam, and such qualities. Pumsam drishti chitta, you bring and you captivate the hearts of the men. Well, this was $1 million question for us. While Ram has to captivate the woman's heart, why is he captivating the men's heart? Well, let's not conclude unless and until we get into the commentary of this particular shlok. Here, the poet Valmiki says, even the hearts of the men are captivated. What does this mean? Well, to explain this, I need to get into a concept called as Danda Kupika Nyayam. Well, what is this? Words in Sanskrit are really threatening. What is this Danda Kupika Nyayam? Will be a question to you. Now, to explain this particular concept of Danda Kupika Nyayam, my preceptors have given me an example. It seems, in their village, there lived a person. He had a son, and he got his son married at the right time to another girl. Well, a few days after the marriage, it was the day of Ekadashi. A lot of them keep fasting on the day of Ekadashi. But the concept of fasting itself is not very fixed. People may not eat anything. People may eat something. People may eat a lot. All of it may come still under the category of fasting. Now, this person wanted to fast, but he didn't want to fast with a normal diet. He wanted to fast with a pack full of vadas. So, he called his daughter-in-law and said, like how Janaki, Maithili, Sita was to Dasharath, so you're so special to me, my daughter-in-law. Who would not be impressed by such a beautiful comparison? She asked, my dear father, what do you want? He said, I need vadas. So she went all the way to the mortar, took grains of the cereals and started grinding them and making a batter out of them. She got the batter done, laid a huge kadai, a huge vessel of hot oil, and she started dropping piece by piece of vada batter into it for the vada to get fried. She made 85 large vadas. Now, the person, the father-in-law, was given all the 85. He ate 40 of them and left the 45 out. He packed the 45 vadas in a piece of cloth, tied them up well to a little nail that was hit upon a huge stick. A stick in Sanskrit is called as dandam. On the dandam was a nail. He hung this particular cloth with the rest of the 45 vadas on it. And since the 45 vadas have gone inside, with basic biological science, he had to sleep for some time. That was all he could get. So he left the dandam, that is the stick lying by his side, with the cloth and the vadas and slept. After 2 hours, he woke up to a surprise. He shouted, the stick is missing! The stick is missing! Now, the daughter-in-law was not so shrewd as her father-in-law. She came out and said, dear father, now that you're shouting that the stick has gone, where are the vadas? Will this be the right question for her to ask? The vadas were in the cloth and the cloth was tied to the stick. If the stick was missing, even the vadas should have gone. Likewise, if men themselves are captivated by the beauty of Ram, should there be a question about women being impressed about the beauty of Ram? There shouldn't be a question. So this concept of self-implication is called as Danda Kupika Nyayam. So while Janak meant Pumsam Drishti Chitta Apaharinam, men are also captivated by your valor and beauty, he did not overlook the women. He said, if women are themselves captivated by it, if men are themselves captivated by it, should there be a question of the woman? So, if the great person like Janak himself has been captivated, should there be a question about Janak's daughter Janaki about the beauty and valor of Ram? So he said, Ram, you're extremely valorous, courageous. You come from an extremely good background. You are really great. Now Ram lifted up his collar, wherein Janak said, now, all this has been what people have been saying about you all these days. This is all what I have been hearing and what I have reiterated to you. Wait. Don't lift up your collar and feel that you are the best in the world until and unless you will have a look at my daughter. Iyam Sita. Look at my daughter. Now Ram looked at Sita. She was good too. Because there is a beautiful verse which explains the equanimity between Ram and Sita. Tulya Shila Vayovrittam Tulya Abhijana Lakshanam Raghavor Hati Vaidehim Tanchayam Asitekshana. Hanuman, who goes as a messenger for Ram in the 5th Kand called as Sundar Kand, has never had a glimpse of Sita. Yet, he has to go and convey the message of Ram to Sita. While he sits from the top of the tree and looks down, he spots Sita. Now, looking at Sita and for having seen Ram, he brings out a beautiful comparison between the both of them. Tulya Shila Vayovrittam. Tulyam means equal or equivalent. So, Ram was equivalent to Sita and Sita was equivalent to Ram in certain aspects. What were those aspects? Vayo, the age, Vrittam, their character, Tulya, Abhijana, the familial background, Lakshanam, the beautiful attributes that were to be found in their body, according to Samudrika Lakshan Shastra. Raghavor hati Vaidehim. To that Raghav is this Sita, to this Sita is that Raghav. Tanchayam Masitekshana. Probably if I were to tell that Ram has lost to Sita, it will only be in one particular aspect. The beautiful, mercy-filled, nectarine-like eye glances is where Sita has won over Ram and Ram has lost to Sita. This is the beautiful comparison that was being brought between Ram and Sita. Well, when Janak turned towards Ram and said that you are a handsome person, all that he reminded was, Ram, you are great, but look at my daughter, she is equivalently great. Iyam Sita. Now, Ram said, you speak only about her beauty. Is beauty what that makes a person? Isn't it the education that one gets makes a person? Well, I have got two attributes. I am both handsome as well as good, well educated. Well, what to speak of your daughter? Now, Janak said, well, my daughter is as well educated. But I wouldn't bring the question of how educated my daughter is, because to an object that does not have value, the person who is selling it, the salesman, has to speak a lot. To an object that has got great value, the salesman doesn't have to do a great job. To sell a tiffin box that is made out of plastic and has been used for 5 years, and I need to sell it out in the market, I need to give a half an hour lecture for the person to get impressed and to buy with. Whereas if I have to sell a single piece of diamond, probably the Kohinoor, I don't have to give a lecture. All that I have to say that this is a beautiful diamond and people will buy. To bring the beauty of my daughter, I just have to say she is beautiful. But to you, you will have to speak about your beauty as well as your education. So see how valuable and important my daughter is over you, Ram. So, Tulyashila Vayo Vrittam, when we speak of equivalence, know that my daughter is always one step higher. Iyam Sita Mama Suta. Why does he say my daughter? Well, there is a beautiful explanation given for this. In our Sanatana Dharma, there are two concepts, Ahankar or Mamkar. Ahankar is that concept wherein a person thinks that this is I, which is not it. Anaham, aham in Sanskrit is I. Anaham means which is not I. I say this is my body. This is actually not my body. It is the Atma which is true. The body is not true. Atma which is eternal. Body is not eternal. Well, if someone dies, nobody preserves the body. The moment a person dies, the first thing the family thinks of is disposing the body. So if the body is that which is to be disposed, body is that which is to be discarded, body which is not eternal, so it is not valuable. So there was something in it which was valuable, eternal, great all these days, and that is the Atma. So while I think that this body is my Atma, this Atma is my body, I think that which is not I to be I. So it is Anaham which is thought as Aham. Hence it is called as Ahankar. Well, I say that this is my chair, this is my photo, this is my kurta. When I speak of all these objects as mine, which is actually not mine, because there is some person who has borrowed strings from nature, there is some other person who has weaved it, there is some other person who has dyed it with colors, there is some other person who has brought it to the store, there is some other person who has sold it, there is some other person who has bought and given it to me and I have worn it. So with so many stakeholders, how can I claim that this is mine? So assuming that an object is mine when it is actually not mine is called as mamakar. Aham is I, mama is mine. Ahankar or mamakar. So to consider saying that this is mine is actually wrong. But just imagine that my child is coming along with me in the road. Somebody takes my child. And I say that I should not say he is my child. Because somebody in the Ramayan video has said that I should never say the word mine. I can never say, this is not my child, if you want you can take. I can never say that. All that is implied is, a person should not get complete attachment to the mundane and the materialistic things, is what is implied by Mamkar. Now Janak was a great king. Kings were people who lived in opulence and riches. But what is special about Janak is, he was a king but lived the life of a hermetic. hermetic नहीं है. दोबारा वो सेंटेंस को रिकॉर्ड करता हूं. Janak was a person who was a king but lived the life of an ascetic. While he was engaged in listening to the Vedantic lectures from his guru called as Yajnavalkya, there were other people besides Janak who were also listening to the lectures. Though they had great concentration in the lectures, they barely or seldom did practice what was said. The teacher would always focus on Janak and would focus less on the other students. The students felt that the teacher was being very partial. So they went to the teacher and said, "You are being very partial to this Janak. Why are you not showing the same kind of attention and concentration on us? We are also human beings. We are also your pupils. We are also your students. Being a rightful teacher, you need to be so unprejudiced and unbiased that you will need to show equal concentration on us." The teacher wanted to teach the other students the importance of Janak. So what he did one day was, while Janak along with the other students were seated in this Vedantic class of Yajnavalkya, Yajnavalkya created an illusionary fire. It's called as Maya Agni. So there was Agni all around. People started running hither and thither. They started saying, "Where are my things?" Well, Janak was the only person who was still seated and looking at his teacher Yajnavalkya, who was delivering the lecture. The students around were flabbergasted. They said, "While these things are happening around, why is this Janak not running?" So, to bring about the importance of Janak, Yajnavalkya looked at Janak and asked, "Hey Janak, while people are running here and there to protect their things, you will also have things where you will feel, they are my things, I need to protect them, but you are not running. What is the reason for it?" At that time Janak replied, "Mithilayam pradiptayam name kinchid pradahyate." The city of Mithila may be burning, but there is no such object which is mine which is getting burnt. Only if there is my object which is getting burnt will I run. There are no objects of mine which are getting burnt. So why should I run? So to prove the importance of Janak, who had this victory over Mamakar, who had the victory over the concept of where people say it is mine, that Yajnavalkya put this test. But that Janak who said to the people around, "There are no things which are mine," today is telling Ram, "Mama Suta, she is my daughter." Now what is the secret behind such a great Janak, such a realized soul who would never say that this is mine, this is mine, is now telling before Ram that this is my daughter Sita, Mama Suta? Well, to listen to the answer to this question, wait for the next episode. Thank you. Iyam Sita, Mama Suta, Saha Dharma Charitava, Pratichha Chainam Bhadram Te, Panim Grinhishva Panina. While Janak looked at Ram and said that you are a person of great valor and beauty, Ram was very impressed with this comment from Janak. Janak warned, "Hey Ram, you are great, but look at my daughter. She is equivalent to you and she is equal in all such aspects which people revere that you are great at." While Ram looked at Sita, he told Janak, "Yes, she is. But why do you keep speaking of her beauty and not her education, while I speak of my beauty and education as well?" Janak said, "To a valuable substance, you don't have to keep elucidating how great the substance is. To bring about the importance of my daughter Sita, I just need to talk about her beauty. Whereas probably people talk about your beauty and education to speak about your greatness." While Janak looked at Sita, he said, "Hey Sita, now look at Ram." And Sita, who was a lady who would always follow the words of her father, now looked at Ram. Now Ram and Sita looked at each other. Now Janak brought both their hands together and said, "Praticha," bring both of them together. He brought both of them together and said, "Ram, catch her hand properly. Don't catch her in a way that you feel, now that she has come, I shall take care of her. Tomorrow, if she goes away, I will not be bothered about her. Don't have this intention. Always have the feeling that today she is with me, I'm happy. If she is not with me, I will search for her, because there will be a moment where she may be separated from you. Like your father, Dasharath, if you feel that I have lost my wife, I'll search for another wife and marry, I am not ready to give my daughter in marriage to you. So have the concept of taking care of her properly, praticha. All the more, he said, hey Ram, don't act like the 10th graham. Graha in Sanskrit is a planet. Surprisingly, we speak sun as a star, but he comes in the 9 grahas of our Sanatana Dharma. But grahas here don't mean exactly, astronomically, the same definition of a planet. They mean those heavenly bodies which help determining the life of a person. So Surya is regarded as one, Angarak is regarded as one, Brihaspati or Guru is regarded as one, Rahu and Ketu as the other. Now when we speak of all these grahas, they are totally 9 in number. In temples that have been built the traditional way with Agam Shastra or books that speak about the architectural marvel, there are 9 grahas which have been aligned 3, 3, 3. If you take 3, 3, 3. So it's a 3 by 3 matrix in which it has been aligned in temples. People in the north may still visit a Navagrahaka Sannidhi in the Krishna temple at Mathura. People in the south will find the Sannidhi, the sanctum sanctorum of Navagrahas anywhere and everywhere. While we speak of the 9 planets, we should also know the importance of astrology. Astrology is called as Jyotisha Shastram. In Jyotisha Shastram, which is one of the most important parts of Vedas, called as Vedangam, there is one important derivative which is laid on a 2 by 2, which is a 2-dimensional plane. It's called as Jatakam. Jatakam in Sanskrit is that which speaks about heavenly bodies which keep moving. Jateti, those which speak about the movement of the heavenly bodies and how the movement of heavenly bodies will affect a person's life. We need to keep 2 planes while considering the importance of Jatak. Some people would look for astrology, some people would look for astrological advice, be it through Jatakam or Kundli, what it is called in the north, to wake up, to brush their teeth, to take bath, to eat, to not eat, to probably sleep and to again wake up. If every activity of our day is decided upon Jatakam, then we will have no originality of our own. Second thing, we will not have our own freedom which the Lord has bestowed us with. So people in the earlier days used to look for Jatakam for only one purpose. People who now are watching this will be quite surprised to know the reason why a Jatakam, why a horoscope, a Kundli would be looked in those days. In those days, when we are speaking about the times when Brahmins were engaged only in Vedic practices, when Kshatriyas were engaged only in administrative purposes, when Vaishyas were engaged only in business related activities, and when the 4th class, the Shudras, were engaged in service to the other 3 classes, we are talking about a period when Brahmins used to perform yajnas or havans. So to perform a yajna, there is an importance of karta. Karta is a person who does it. So the importance of karta is very much important. I am performing the yajna. I have started the yajna. I need to complete the yajna. Only if I complete the yajna, I'll get the phal or the fruit of it. Now, there are yajnas which happen in 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours, a day, 2 days, and even 18 days. So, there are yajnas which go to 18 days. So, as a karta, as a doer, I need to be sure that I do not get into karma. Now, karma has 2 meanings. One, that I perform an action and I get the fruit of it. It could either be good or bad. Good is punya. The bad one is papam. So you get this kind of fruits. So this is called karma. The other karma is when my parents are dead. For example, the person's parents are dead. The person who's performing it, his parents are dead. Then that particular period is called as karma dasha. So the person who performs the yajna, he vows that he will start the yajna, perform the yajna and complete the yajna. Right from the start till the end, the person who performs, if his parents pass away, then he has to stop the yajna halfway. If it is stopped halfway, it will take a side effect and hit badly upon the family. So it is very important that the person who starts completes it. To know if the person's parents will be dead or will be alive, people used to look at the Karta's horoscope and say, now you can perform this yajna. Your parents will not die, so you can perform. If the period for the parents is about to depart from this world, then they'll tell, you don't perform the yajna. Your karma dasha, the time for you to perform rites and rituals for your parents has come, so don't perform. So Jatakam, which was a part of the Veda called as Vedangam, was looked for primarily one purpose. That is, if the person who wants to perform the yajna can perform or not. It was not looked for other purposes. Slowly, when we started going towards other professions and started leaving Vedic practices, the reason for us to look for horoscope went away. When we are not doing the Vedic practices, we don't have to perform yajna. If we don't have to perform yajna, we don't have to look horoscope for the purpose of whether his parents will be dead or will be alive. So what we started looking for is what dress to wear, what color to choose, which gem to buy, then which side the teeth should be brushed, which side should I wake up, then whether my daughter should get married or remarried. So we started looking for purposes where the Vedas had not prescribed Jatakam for. So our ancestors came to a conclusion that only at the point of marriage, time of marriage, a Jatakam should be looked, a kundli, a horoscope should be looked. To give you more importance or the truth behind Jatakam, Apastambha, who was a great Maharishi who has come up with sutras with beautiful lines called as Apastambha Sutras, beautifully says how the marriage should happen. He says, if the bride and the groom's horoscope is brought together, their kundli or jatakam is brought together, and the person, the astrologer who has learnt astrology the right way, not through books or through internet, if he looks at it, he will come to know whether the horoscopes match. Now, if there are certain problems with the matching of the horoscope, Apastambha says, don't worry, I will give you what has been implied by Vedas. If the gotra is different, gotra is the familial tradition through which they have come. Two families might have arisen from a rishi, like from Bharadwaj rishi, from Kashyap rishi. So they would have come in that particular family. And the families should be different biologically for genetic reasons. So if they are different and if the horoscopes don't match, don't worry. Bring the bride and the groom together. If the person who has read the Vedas can see a spark in the eyes of the boy and the girl, then go ahead even without looking at the horoscope is what Apastambha Sutras say. So, the importance of horoscope has been laid by our Vedas, undoubtedly, but at the same time, it should not be stooped to the level of looking for mundane activities like brushing, bathing, etc. So the importance of Jatakam should be held. Now where did this topic of Jatakam come from? It came from the 9 planets. So those 9 planets help in determining the fate of a person. Now if only the 9 planets were to determine the fate of a person, in this world there will be temples only for the 9 planets. No, there are temples of the Lord where there are no 9 planets. So the first step, there are 9 planets, they determine. Above all, there is the most important force which overrules them. If the 9 planets are performing their activities, there is someone who has designated them and delegated them to perform. So these people who perform have the power to only exercise their authority within their limits. Whereas there is some person who doesn't have limits. Akuntha Swatantriyam. Swatantriyam is independence. Akuntha Swatantriyam is unquestionable independence. The Lord cannot be questioned. He is independent. So the unquestionable independence is bestowed in the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Sriman Narayan. Now, He is the one who will determine how the person is. He is the one who can change the fate of the person. Viluptamudhanya lipikramana. So, instead of relying on the 9 planets, it is better to go to the 10th planet. Who is the 10th planet? The son-in-law is the 10th planet. Because people would hilariously say, before the marriage, the bride's parents would circumambulate, go on a production around the 9 planets, thinking that they would get a great son-in-law for their daughter. Once the daughter gets married and the son-in-law reaches their house and he starts troubling the parents, they then feel that the 9 planets were themselves better rather than the 10th planet here. The son-in-law is often regarded as the 10th planet. But this is in a very lifelike scenario. When we speak about spirituality, the 10th planet is nothing but the Lord. He is the one who determines the fate of a person. So why rely on the 9? Let's go to the 10th. Why rely on 9 different people? Let's go to the 1. So the importance of a Ram has been bestowed here by Janak. Janak says, "Hey Ram, catch the hand of my daughter Sita." While this process is getting done, Janak says, "Catch the hand of my daughter Sita in such a way that you feel that Sita is everything to me." Now Ram thinks for a while. Here, the commentator says, it seems Janak told Ram, "Ram, if I were to give you a glass filled with the extract of neem juice, which will be really, really bitter, then you may have to think whether to drink or not. But instead, if I would give you a glass full of sweetened milk called as kheer or payasam, do you have to think twice to drink it? I am not giving you a lady with mean character, with little education, with no beauty. I am giving to you the personification of all beauty, knowledge and character in this world. So why should you think this long to catch her beautiful hand? Do catch her." Praticha Chainam. Once Ram catches the hand of Sita, Janak, the father, sees Sita and Ram together as a beautiful couple. So he says, "Bhadram te." Bhadram in Sanskrit means, "May blessings be pronounced upon you." So it is blessings which is said. That is why Vedas say, "Bhadram karne vishruniyama devaha, Bhadram pashyet makshabhirya jatraha, sthirairangaihi sashtuvagum sastanubihi, risheva deva idam yadayuhu, swastina indro vruddhashravaha, swastina pusha vishwavedaha, swastina starkshyo arishtanimihi, swastino brihaspati dadatu, Om Shanti Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. This is how the Vedas pronounce. So when they want to bless, they say Bhadram. That is why when Ram and Sita were together, the father-in-law says, "Bhadram te panim grinihishva panina." Panim, pani is hand. That is why this hand determined that great grammarian. Hence he is called Panini. So people were also saying that you get even loaf breads called as Panini breads these days. So probably the bread is also used in your hand only. You keep the bread and then you eat, right? Probably the person who has come up with the concept must have also read Sanskrit. So Pani is hand. Panim grinihishva. Catch the hand. So grinihishva is grahanam. Grahanam means to attract. That is why you say Chandra Grahanam, Surya Grahanam. It is an eclipse. It is covered. It is caught. So, Pani Grahanam means catching of the hand. So, this is one important ceremony in Sanatana Dharma where the girl catches the hand of the guy and they are restored for the rest of their life. So, this is called as Pani Grahanam. Pani in Sanskrit also means Hastam. Pani is palm, hand. It's also called Hastam. Grahanam is to catch. When you are catching, you are putting that to security. So it's called as Bandhanam. So Pani Grahanam is Hasta Bandhanam. So the person who catches the girl's hand has actually put his hand there. Hasta Bandhanam. Has, bend is the name in English which has come from Hasta Bandhanam. This is what many people say. So Ram was with Sita. Janak blessed the couple. While this was happening on one side, we need to see the marriages of Bharat with Mandavi, Lakshman with Urmila, and Shatrughna with Shrutakirti. See how economical people were those days that they conducted 4 marriages at one shot. So even kings, even people who lived in the aristocratic society were concerned about spending during marriages. So it is seen these days that people spend more on invitations rather than on marriages. So if you see the invitations to the marriages these days, they themselves look like complete books that can be sold in the best of the bookshops. They look like a booklet which has over 50 pages, which speaks about the importance of marriage. Ultimately, so much is spent on a marriage where there is no compatibility between the bride and the groom. So the compatibility factor is much more important than the printing costs of the particular invitation. So an invitation should be as simple as possible. Invitation is just an information to the person that there is a marriage happening. It is not an information about the entire Vedic ceremony. If it were to be so, then the invitation should be given in Sanskrit, because the Vedic ceremony is in Sanskrit, not in English. So, people when they conduct marriages should be a bit logical. It's always not the heart which should overrule your brain. It should always, the brain which should always think logical about and then come to a conclusion that this needs to be spent and this need not be. So an invitation should be as simple as possible, and it should be an information to the person that this particular girl is getting married to this particular guy. You are kindly advised to attend. We will be blessed. This is what an invitation has to convey, not the history of the family, nor should it give some extra information. There are available sources on the internet where you can find such information. So, this particular marriage was held in great pomp and show. People spent where it had to be spent. People curtailed where it had to be curtailed. While this was happening on one side, a great poet called Tyagaraj beautifully admires, relishes this particular marriage. Tyagaraj was a great classical Carnatic composer in the language Telugu who lived 250 years before in a beautiful village called as Thiruvayyar or Panchanadi Kshetram, a place which had 5 rivers in the south of India. He composed over 24,000 songs or compositions on Ram, of which only 800 are available till date. In one of the compositions, he relishes the marriage of Ram to Sita. But to have the enjoyment of this beautiful composition, let us wait for the next episode. Thank you.
जयत्याश्रित संत्रास ध्वांत विध्वंस नोदयः प्रभावान् सीतया देव्या परमव्योम भास्करः. जयत्याश्रित संत्रास ध्वांत विध्वंस नोदयः प्रभावान् सीतया देव्या परमव्योम भास्करः. To that Ram who shines even more with Sita, let his blessings be showered on us, is the meaning of this beautiful shloka by a poet and a philosopher par excellence called as Vedanta Deshika. Here we were lying and trying to understand the experience of the poet cum composer Tyagaraj of the Telugu tradition. He wanted to celebrate the marriage of Sita and Ram. While this was his objective, this was his aim, he was a very poor person. He couldn't afford for how a marriage could happen. While this was the case on one hand, in his heart he thought, if Ram and Sita were to be brought in my heart together, then my heart shall turn into the hall of marriage for them. The capillaries, the arteries that run shall be the beautiful string of garlands that decorate the pandal or the mantap of Ram and Sita. If swinging the swing is what is performed in the marriage, every beat of my heart shall turn into one such. And he composed a beautiful composition which is sung in most of the South Indian marriages. I'll just sing 2 lines of that to give a glimpse
of how the song would sound. Sita Kalyana Vaibhogame Rama Kalyana Vaibhogame. In those days, it was a tradition to read out the marriage invitation and the proceedings of the marriage, along with describing the dynasty both the bride and the groom come from in Sanskrit. So I shall read what was read in Sitaram's marriage. Atha janaka nrupatihi manoratha maharnava gatva paramananda jaladhau nimagnaha jagachakshuhu kulabhushanasya jagatraya samrakshana dikshitasya nata janakalpataroho shri kodanda diksha guroho vivaha mahotsava kshitirata vapurita Manoratha Bhagirata Vamshajatam Atiratha Maharata Prithivipati Vanditam Dasharatha Maharajam Ratha Gaja Turaga Padadi Sahitam Samantri Purohitam Saputra Kalatra Saparivaраmanaya Satkritya Nana Vidhakramukanari Kela Rambadi Palagucha Sahasra Shata Kumbha Stamba Bhushite Jambhari Chirakanshite Paripurna Manoratha Parapramoda Paura Bhakta Jana Paraspara Krita Sallape Sakala Manohara Lape Kirita Kavacha Kundala, Keyura, Nupura, Muktahara, Vibhushita Nana, Vida Mrudula Chitra, Sanastha Nana, Deshagata Rajavarya, Brinde, Lochananande, Nana Vidhavarna Swarna, Pushpa Stabaka Koti, De Dipyamana Malaya, Chandana Guru, Guggulu, Gogritadi Divya Parimala Vasana Vastu, Gumugumayamana Sabhantare, Nirantara Manikachita Mukura Parampare, Bheri Mridanga Maddalaka Halatundu Vituri, Yatumburu Veena, Venu Nupura Madduka Dindi Madamaruka Janjari Jallari Dhavala Shanka Panava Pata, Hadya Ashtadasha Vadhya Gosha Santata Shabdayamana Sakala Digantare, Narada Tumburu Veena Gana Manohare Savatsa Gosahasradhyaneka Koti, Hiranya Vastra Bharanabhudana Bahumana Santoshita Patra Bhutobaya, Sambandhiraja Sreshta Vamshavali Namagotra Pravarocharan Nipuna Vasishtha Vamadeva Vishwamitra Shatanandadi Sakala Munigana Sankirna Vivaha Vedi Madhye Kritastava Siddha Sadhe Abjabava Vishnu Mukha Krishta Sakala Tridasha Saptamarudashtavashu Yakshagana Siddhajana Rudragana Satkrita Pavitratara Mitra Kula Ratna Sugunastava Samasta Prashasta Birudastoma Ninade Nirasta Ganadendra Birude Sankarshana Dhyadyamara Brindava Kiryamana Mandara Kusuma Mukhanandana Varshe Navaratna Manikachita Kanakamaya Mantape Kinchita Rugdhatarunyam Natajanaika Karunyam Vidalita Mahesha Chapam Vidhimuka Sura Vidita Pratapam Parikrita Munijanam Tapam Bhanukula Ratna Deepam Sampurita Bhakta Janakamam Sajala Jaladharashyamam Sakala Lokabhiramam Shri Ramam Sannivesha Ketik Champaka Mallika Dhyalankrita Neelalaka Venim Kalaham Sagaminim Karunavalokinim Anagamani Kachita Hema Kantim Karajita Kalakantim Hatakamani Mayataka Lankrita Kapolam Aganita Kalyana Gunashilam Aravinda Sundara Mandaha Samukim Shri Raghunandana Bhamukim Kritva Iyam Sita Mama Suta Saha Dharma Charitava Praticha Chainam Bhadramte Panim Grinihishva Panina Iti Kshira Bhiriva Mahalakshmim Srimate Narayanaya Shobhana Mantrakshata Hiranyodaka Dhara Sahitam Mandasmitam Sitam Sri Ramachandra Karara Vinde Samarpayamasa Shubham is a beautiful invitation in Sanskrit that was read. How beautiful the experience would have been. How beautiful the scene would have been. It's even tough for us to imagine such a beautiful scene, for we have never seen one such scene to even imagine. So it goes behind what we have perceived, what we have inferred, and what we have even thought about. Well, people were aligned, people were present in full number to witness this beautiful opulence of pomp and show. Well, while this marriage was happening on one side, you do need a little hurdle on the other. There came the Aveshyavatar of Vishnu called as Parashuram. He was called as Parashuram because he always held the axe in his hand, Parashu in him. So he was called Parashuram. Originally he came from the line of Bhrigu, so he was called Bhargavram. He was a very angry person. He was called Rosharam. He marched towards the city of Mithila. Well, on the other hand, people had performed the marriage. They got inside the chariot. While they started from this city of Janakpuri, Dasharath sensed certain bad omens around him. He felt that after such a great and auspicious marriage, why should I sense bad omens? So he looked at his family priest called Vasisht and said, "Hey Vasisht, please do guide me as to why are the omens so bad?" Because we have a shastram called as Shakuna Shastram in Sanskrit. Shaku in Sanskrit means bird. Since the girl of Vishwamitra and Menaka was protected from the torrential rains by the birds around her, birds are called as Shaku, she was called as Shakuntala. This particular Shastra, which speaks about how good the omen will be or bad, ye acha hai ya bura hai, whether it will be good or bad, is determined by the movement of the birds. Hence it is called as Shakuna Shastram. So, if somebody spots a cat going from left to right or right to left, he cannot say that this is a sign of good or bad, because cats are not birds. So, only with the movement of the birds, if the omens are determined, it is called as Shakuna Shastram. Those omens which are determined, except the birds, leaving away the birds, excluding the birds, with animals around, with objects around, it is called as Nimitta Shastram. So, with the birds moving here and there, and with animals moving hither and thither, Dasharath could spot that there was a bad omen. While he was asking for an explanation from his family priest, immediately came an answer from Vasisht, who said, "Well, you do notice omens which say that things are bad, but I have also noticed omens that things which may appear bad will go away immediately, and there will only be goodness and auspiciousness." So, while they were just speaking about this, arrived this person called Parashuram. Dasharath approached Parashuram and said, "Hey Rishi, we are really blessed by your presence. Please tell how this primitive mortal on this earth can serve you. Of what use and significance can I be to you?" "Hey Rishi," asked Dasharath. Parashuram was angry. He was a personification of anger. Is anger a bad virtue? If you would remember a particular verse at the start of Ramayana, at the start of Balakand, Valmiki asked Narad, "Konasvin sampratam loke gunavan, kascha viryavan, dharmagyascha kritagnyascha satyavakyo dridhavrataha, charitrena cha koyuktaha, dharmabhutesha kohitaha, vidwan kakkas samarthascha kaschaika priyadarshanaha, atmavan kojita krodaha, dhyutiman kona suyakaha, kasya vibhyati devascha jataroshasya samyuge." Jita krodhaha is one of the qualities where Valmiki wanted. He said that the person whom I am addressing, the person whom I am asking for Narad Rishi, he should have won over anger. Jita krodhaha, one who has won over anger. And indeed, for that question, Narad said, "Ikshvaku vamsha prabhavaha, Ramo nama janaishrutaha." Ram is the one who has won over anger. If Ram gets angry in certain places, then he isn't won over anger. If he has won over anger, he shouldn't get angry in any kind of a situation. So there is an anyonya ashrayam. If he isn't getting angry, he has won over anger. If he has won over anger, he shouldn't get angry. But there are instances where he has got angry, but still people call him that he has won over anger. How is that possible? Then we need to resolve this particular riddle. Riddle or a puzzle in Sanskrit is called as prahelika. So let us try resolving this prahelika in the next episode. Thank you.
Shri Rama 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 iti Rami Rame Manorame Sahasranama Tattulyam Ramanama Varanane. The equivalent of the 1,000 exalted names of Vishnu lies in this two-lettered word of Ram. Ram's name keeps reverberating in the entire epic of Ramayana. All that we have witnessed is the marriage between Ram and Sita. While they were marching towards the city of Ayodhya, came Parashuram with anger. Parashuram was angry because he felt that of the two bows that was used by Lord Shiv and Lord Vishnu during the war, the bow of Shiv was in the city of Mithila and the bow of Vishnu was with him. He had the opinion that he was the only one who could handle both the bows, and when he heard the sound that emanated from the breaking of the bow of Shiv, he was angry as to who broke it. So he came all the way to check for the audacity of the person who could have done such an act. And while he was marching, Dasharath came forward and said, "Hey Parashuram, of what help could I be to you?" Then Parashuram said, "I know that there is a person here who must have broken the bow of Lord Shiv. Who is that person?" And Dasharath said, "I humbly submit, O my dear sage, that is the son of mine, the eldest of them, called Ram." Parashuram said, "I need to call him for a war. I shall now summon him for a war." Dasharath said, "Hey Rishi, I fall at your feet seeking your refuge. Please protect my son. Do not harm my son." We have witnessed at the start that Ramayana is a beautiful epic that runs with a skeleton in it, the central point, the core theme called as unconditional surrender or Sharanagati. The Devas, the celestials, went and performed the act of unconditional surrender called as Sharanagati at the feet of Vishnu. And that Sharanagati was successful because they performed for the right purpose of annihilating the evil forces, to protect the innocent, and for their protection at the feet of the right person at the right time. So the Sharanagati was successful. This is the second Sharanagati incident in the entire Ramayana, where Dasharath goes and performs Sharanagati at the feet of Parashuram. Parashuram now does not accept the request of Dasharath. Why was this Sharanagati not successful? If he had accepted the Sharanagati of Dasharath, he must have said, "Okay, I shall not harm your son, I shall go away." But he said, "I am going to fight with your son." So Sharanagati was not successful. Why so? Because Sharanagati, the act of unconditional self-surrender, should be performed at the lotus feet of the Lord, who is not having a mix of the other two guns, which is Rajogun and Tamogun. He should be a personification of only Sattvagun. He should always feel peaceful and calm. Parashuram, though is regarded as an incarnation of Vishnu, he is not a Purnavatar. He is a partial incarnation, wherein it's called as a Shakti Aveshavatar, wherein only a certain aspect of Parashuram, of the Lord, called anger, has been inside Parashuram. Whereas Ram is a Purnavatar. So, Parashuram was not the right person to whom Sharanagati was performed. And all the more it was performed at that particular point of time when he was angry. So, how can you fall at a person and seek his blessings when he is angry? Only when he is calm he should be sought. So, this kind of a concept which lies as conditions for Sharanagati is what made Dasharatha's Sharanagati towards Parashuram unsuccessful. Parashuram said, "I call upon Ram to handle the bow of Vishnu which lies in my hand." He says, "Rishayo Rama Rameti madhuram vakyam abruvan tadidam ghora sankasham jamadagnyam mahaddhanuh purayanstava sharenaiva swabalam dashayasva cha dvandvayuddham pradasyami viryashalyagyamaham tava." Let him show his valor and courage by handling this Vishnu Dhanus, Vishnu's bow which is in my hand. While Ram marched, he said, "O revered sage, please give me the bow of yours." He accepted the bow and he said, "Now I am handling it." And Parashuram was surprised. How can a person, a normal person, lift this bow? And then he came to know that Ram was nobody but the complete incarnation of
Vishnu. So he said, I humbly submit my arrogance to you, O dear Ram. And Ram said, now that you have submitted your arrogance, you may retire to the forest and meditate upon the Supreme Person. And he marches. Ram had won over Parashuram. Well, poets and philosophers see this as a victory of Ram over Ravan. How come? Ram has won over Parashuram's arrogance. Ram has won over Parashuram, not Ravan. How is this? This is a simple mathematical concept. If A is greater than B, B is greater than C, C is greater than D, then A should be greater than D. Ravan was won over by a Kshatriya king called as Kartyavirya-Arjun. Kartyavirya-Arjun was a great king. One day, Ravan had called him for a battle. Now, Kartyavirya-Arjun felt that Ravan was too small a person to be fought with. So he caught Ravan by his hand, left him inside the tiger's cage, and left him at the entrance of his city, his Pattinam, which is his city. And people could see Ravan inside the tiger's cage, and probably hilariously people would say that they had started issuing 5 rupee and 10 rupee tickets to have a glimpse of Ravan. So Ravan had lost to Kartyavirya-Arjun. Kartyavirya-Arjun had won over Ravan. Kartyavirya-Arjun was the one who killed the father of Parashuram called as Jamadagni. To take avenge on Kartyavirya-Arjun, Parashuram kills Kartyavirya-Arjun. So Ravan was won over by Kartyavirya-Arjun. Kartyavirya-Arjun was killed by Parashuram. Parashuram's arrogance was controlled by Ram. So Ram had won over Parashuram. Parashuram had won over Kartyavirya-Arjun. Kartyavirya-Arjun had won over Ravan. So Ram had won over Ravan. A is greater than D. So this concept of Ram having won over Ravan even without fighting with him has been proven beautifully in a Sanskrit verse. Kratuhara shikhari kantuka vihrityunmuka jagadi runtuta jita hari danti danta dantura danturonta dasha vadana damana kushala dasha shata bhujamuka nripati kula rudira jara bharita pratutara tatata tarpita pitirka bhrugupati sugati vihatikara nata parudishu parigha. So this particular line in Sanskrit describes as to how Ram had won over Ravan, even without fighting with him, by just winning over people who were between the both of them. So Ram had won over Ravan. Ram had now won over the arrogance of Parashuram. All of them came back. This particular scene of Ram's birth to Ram winning over Sita's hand and both of them getting married has been described by a king cum composer of Kerala called as Swati Tirunal in Sanskrit. Dinakaran vayatilakam divyagayadhi suta savana vanarachita subahu mukhavadham ahalya pavanam anaghamesha jayapabhangam janakasuta pranesham ghanakupitha brigurama garvaharamita saketam bhavayami raghuramam bhavya sugunaramam. Let us meditate upon Ram. Ram and Sita lived happily for a period of 12 years after marriage. While Ram was married to Sita, Ram's age was 12 and Sita's 6. They lived happily in the city of Ayodhya for a period of 12 years. It was now the age of Ram as 24 and Sita's age was 18. Both of them lived a life of great understanding. Both of them thought for the welfare of people. Both of them always respected their parents. Both of them felt and did what was good according to Shastras. To such a great couple who can bestow the listener, the viewer, with all riches, with all prosperity, with all knowledge, let us now offer our obeisances and salutation to the lotus feet of Ram and Sita with Hanuman, Lakshman, Bharat and Shatrughna, so that the listener, the viewer's house is filled only with prosperity and incessant and uninterrupted devotion, which is Dhruva Smritihi, which is utter remembrance. And let the power of such Sanskrit verses from the Adi Kavya of Ramayana be filled in the viewer's eyes and the listener's ears, and let their families be happy ever after. With this, I complete the first canto of Valmiki called as Balakand, and this gives rise to the start of next Kand called as Ayodhya Kand. Until then, I wish all the best and request the viewers to forgive if I have committed mistakes during the delivery of all these lectures in the episodes. Thank you.